So welcome. Please take your seats. And if you're still standing up, I'm Barbara Carfagna, and I'm here with Alessio Iacona. Good morning, Barbara. Good morning, everyone, and good morning to the people who are listening to us online. So today is a very important day. We are here for the third edition of the Digital Innovation Forum, ComoLake 2025. But this year is a little bit more special than usual, and at a time when all of us have understood that technology is more than an instrument, it's more than a tool, it's a power, it's a force that is redefining reality. And we are here today at a particularly important event that is pulling together the identity of our country and its relationship with technology to strengthen the ties between the thinkers, the physicists, and the theoretical physicists as well, who are those who can predict things that you could never imagine. So 100 years ago, they were predicting things that are happening today, and now they are forecasting things that are going to materialize in less than 100 years' time, because, as we know, time is passing ever more quickly. So what they do is come up with the ideas, and we're bringing them together with the people who make all the decisions, the politicians. So here we are at a time when we're trying to restore to human intelligence the ability to control artificial intelligence, and also to guide society and politics as such, that can no longer be separate from all the rest. So there needs to be a very close total partnership with the business sector and with science. And this is all crucial, it's essential at a time like this, when we are coming up with a human plan for an era in which people are no longer at the center of everything, because autonomous artificial agents are making strides, and all the connected devices and things are increasingly more similar to human beings. And so the ecosystem has become global. Human beings are no longer at the center. We're looking for a human plan for the digital era at a time when we're seeing geopolitics deglobalizing, splitting the world into bits, as the Pope said, paraphrasing, and globalization that has never occurred in this way before. We've got memories, we've got languages that everyone speaks and uses through generative AI. So this is a crucial moment. It's a truly pivotal moment, and we would like to thank the organizers of ComoLake, because bringing theoretical physicists and politicians and entrepreneurs together is something that truly is part and parcel of how Italian history is moving. It is truly a revolutionary time. And to tell us about the complexity that Barbara has very briefly outlined, we have a very packed program over 4 days, well, 3 days plus one, with the support of 24 universities, academic institutions, showing the impact of AI on institutions and economic systems, because we'll be talking about quantum computing, which is also something that's speeding up incredibly, and we're seeing how Europe would be able, or will be able, to hone its leadership at this time. So we'll be talking about many subjects, about what's happening to mobility and transportation. We'll be talking about energy systems, how things are evolving, and of course, sustainability. So we'll be doing that over 3 days, and on the fourth day, we'll be focusing on startups, and that will be managed by Riccardo Luna that whole day. We'll have the opportunity to meet with new talents and new business concepts across all the fields that we've just been talking about. There will also be sideline events, local ones as well. For example, at the theatre in Como, Cosmos will be on. It's a performance involving people from here, from this local area. And And after that, we will have the ComoLake Awards, prizes that are given to institutions and businesses that have distinguished themselves for their ability to innovate through this new format, a new format with keynote lectures, and we'll be listening to the experts in those. We'll have special addresses, which will bring together our guests to talk about their subjects. We will also be having roundtable events. And so, as I said, it's a packed program, and Barbara and I will be alternating as moderators here on the stage. Barbara's doing the morning, and I'm doing the afternoons. That's all I have to say for now, and I'll see you again this afternoon. So let me hand back the floor to Barbara. See you later. Okay, so let me invite our hosts, the Mayor of Chernobyl, Matteo Monti. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished authorities, dear guests, welcome. It is with great pleasure and pride that I welcome you to ComoLake 2025. It's an amazing event for our local area. We are here in a symbolic area, particularly at Villa d'Erba, and here we're having an ongoing dialogue, an ongoing commentary with our surroundings. And this is essential, it's crucial, because we really need to come together to define a clear idea of how Italy can become and is a point of reference. And my thanks go to Alessio Butti, Under-Secretary, for his institutional efforts, and also for being a crucial player here in our area, particularly at this time of digital transformation, which is crucial for all of us. And bearing witness to that, over there in the exhibition space, with the polygraphic institution, we have the people who are coming out with electronic ID cards, which are being increasingly demanded. So we're looking ahead, looking towards the future, particularly in this world that needs to be designed together with how things are happening as we go forward. We administrators are a sort of reference point, but unless we all work together, we'll never reach our goals. So digital innovation shouldn't be a hindrance to access to services, but an enabler to access those services so that people have an easier time accessing these services. And this is important in everyday life and every people's work. So I wish you every success. I hope you will come together and help us do our work. Obviously, we're here in a beautiful location. The lake outside is magnificent. And I'd also like to say that Italy is raring to go and ready to drive the change. So altogether, that's something we really need to do. Thank you. Thank you very much. So, as I said, we'd also like to thank the organisers. And so that means the Digital Innovation Foundation that has pulled together today's event, bringing together theoretical physicists. So let me invite Antonio Franceschetti to the floor, President of the Digital Innovation Foundation.
Buongiorno.
Morning, everyone, and welcome to Chernobyl. This is a magnificent location here at Villa Erba for the Digital Innovation Forum 2025. It's a pleasure for me to open the proceedings of this edition and welcome you on behalf of the Digital Innovation Foundation that I chair and also founded. After two successful editions, this is the third edition that was promoted by the foundation that is pursuing its goal of disseminating digital culture, supporting technological transformation through training, research and collaboration with institutions, entrepreneurs and universities. And today with us we have 24 universities represented and whom I'd like to thank for being here. Also, I'd like to express my thanks to those who made this forum possible, the collaborators, my staff at the foundation, the organisers, thanks for their indefatigable efforts, and our partners and sponsors who believe in dialogue and cooperation. And also our scientific committee needs to be thanked for the content, the scientific content of this event. I would also like to thank the national and international authorities who are here with us, and in addition to the local authorities, and for their ongoing support. I'd like to thank the local high schools for being here today, and for the local education department for supporting our plans. And lastly, we have the universities, research centres, thanks to them for the scientific content, enabling us to grow and innovate. And thanks to all of you participants and our staff who are all here today to share in this event. Year after year, the Digital Innovation Forum is growing, evolving, and creating connections, because it is more than an event. It is a community of people and ideas who come together to transform the vision of innovation and turn that into events, into actions. And so we have 6 areas here at the space, and 2 cross-cutting themes that define the focus of our community: quantum computing and artificial intelligence. Things that come together with a view to making technology a driving force for economic and social growth. 2025 is a crucial time for global digital transformation. AI now is embedded in all processes, industrial processes, and in our daily lives. And quantum computing also opens up incredible prospects for security, research, and scientific development. And all of these opportunities come with challenges, ethical, of all kinds, that call for coordinated responses. And that is really what digital innovation is here for: to build bridges between the public and private sectors, between research and entrepreneurship, and between visions and actions. And hence, we're not talking about a single player being involved. We're talking about open ecosystems that can share knowledge, experience, and responsibilities. And today in Chernobyl, we have companies, startups, institutions, research centers, a whole community sharing the same ambitions, which is to convert ideas into concrete results. And so I hope you enjoy this event. I hope you will ask questions and create relationships, because technology alone is not enough. We need people to come together and turn this into a true transformation. So we're not here to simply celebrate technological progress. We're here to celebrate the determination and efforts and success of societies that do innovate in an effort to continue improving ourselves and our lives. And this is an opportunity to build bridges and contribute to creating a better future. So thank you very much for being here. And thanks to all of you for believing in the power of innovation. And thank you for being part of this shared vision. And now, to officially open the proceedings, I'd like to invite Alberto Strippi to the floor, Special Advisor for Artificial Intelligence of Confindustria, and after him, Ugo Moschella.
Good morning. Good morning. This is not the official welcome by our organization, by Confindustria, but their congratulations, because this event that has been going on now for a few years, well, it demonstrates that business, together with research and finance, can in fact create value for our country, for our young people. And what we will be doing in these 4 days is something that goes beyond the idea of a seminar or a long list of contributions telling us what our future is going to be. business cannot move forward without research and vice versa. So the joining of the two words is what brings us forward. And then being organized here around this lake, well, that is something that makes us think about business and production. And Confindustria Como certainly has always been, well, next to us because they have been encouraging us to be present in this event. We are very grateful to the organizers, and the persons who spoke before me said very clearly that the objectives of this meeting is putting together different mindsets, different ways of seeing reality, and to build something useful for our country, and together with authorities. So the messages stemming from this meeting addressed to the authorities, to lawmakers, and to the people who tell us how we are supposed to promote development. Well, of course, these people are the natural interlocutors. Confindustria took up this project, the adoption of advanced digital networks, artificial intelligence, that's what it is called now. Well, for Confindustria, AI is an objective. The Assembly of Assolombarda yesterday, Assolombarda, as you probably know, is the most important concentration of business in our country. Well, we have been talking about technological innovation, AI. The development of companies, of business. Well, this development requires the use of this, a massive use of these systems, because otherwise our industry won't be competitive, and companies will shut down, and of course jobs will disappear. And so we must start thinking about the efficiency of our system, both the public and the public one. Because if we have a more efficient system, well, we can pay our employees, we can better pay our employees, and we can avoid the fact that young people tend to go abroad, and so we can guarantee the proper development of our country. Confindustria has been making a number of analyses because, of course, Nietzsche used to say that you fear what you don't know. When we speak about AI, well, people don't really know what you're talking about. And since in Confindustria we must address ourselves especially to SMEs, where this culture is still missing, and of course, it's partly our fault because we haven't been able to provide them with this information. We carried out an analysis, and we identified 240 cases of practical use for SMEs using what is called AI. And I prefer to call it augmented rather than artificial. So they have been using it for the development of their business in different sectors, transport, tourism, manufacturing, healthcare. And with all these 240 cases, we have been developing an action for the promotion and check of all the systems of augmented intelligence, artificial intelligence, with our members, with the businesses. And in this case, the entrepreneur can understand what is useful for him if this is used by other businesses, and that leads to advantages for their organization, which means being more competitive, growing, creating new jobs, entering new markets. That is precisely what we have been doing. So we were very glad we are attending this meeting. Here we have outstanding personalities. And of course, I'm looking forward to hearing the messages they will deliver, because it is not a matter of artificial intelligence. It is rather technology. Technology has been developing very, very fast. So no one knows it all. And we gradually realize that we know very little, in fact. And our actors here, the people who will be here speaking here, well, of course, that will be very important for us all. Well, long live Italian business, long live Italian research, and if it is a European research, so much the better. And I do hope that after these 4 days, we can deliver practical messages for to be addressed to institutional stakeholders. And there is a regulation for artificial intelligence. And so our politicians are very keen on this phenomenon. They've not ignored it. No. So there is this attention, and so we must accompany this attention that our institutions have already demonstrated with projects and practical proposals. And if they give some incentives for SMEs using systems of artificial intelligence and computer technology, well, some incentive might be helpful. Thank you. I thank the organizers, and now I will become a member of the audience. Thank you. And so this is the voice of industry at a 2:45. We will be listening to Alessio Butti. He is the man chosen by the government to decide on the Italian approach to artificial intelligence. But now we go back to quantum mechanics was born 100 years ago, so we may ask ourselves what has theoretical physics to do with technological innovation. And we give the floor to Ugo Moschella, who is a professor of physics and mathematics at the Insubria University. Good morning. And first of all, welcome to Chernobyl and to Como. And it's the city of Plinio and Alessandro Volta, so it's a city of science and technology. And I'd like to go back to the question, what has theoretical physics to do with a conference that is dealing with technological innovation? What's the point of it? Modern science is intertwined with technology, with Galileo. It is a passionating story that should be told to children. In 1609, Galileo built a machine that had to be sold to the Venetian Senate as a military tool. Then in autumn, he worked on the different lenses, and the tool was unique in the world. On the 30th of November 1609, he addressed that to the sky, and he reveals things that had never been seen before: the imperfections of the moon and the sun, Venus phases, billion of stars, and 4 satellites rotating around Jupiter. And so the sky was not unchangeable. And so let's imagine the emotion of Galileo at that moment of glory. The gesture of Galileo may seem obvious to modern man. We never leave our cell phones. Well, it's so easy to look at the sky, but making technique enter science was a difficult path. Well, there were professors also among the most esteemed one that were that didn't want to look at into the telescope, and stuck in their obstination, they preferred to ignore Aristotle. Newton had great handiness, and he wanted to perfect the telescope. During the plague in 1664, he had left Cambridge and he went to the countryside. A glass prism that was taken in his hands made him leave telescopes forever. And so this is the central role of theory in the scientific method. Newton observes and experiments with light. He formulates a theory of colors, and he understands that the color aberration is something unavoidable. And in telescope and microscope, this colorful borders will stay there. His theory tells him that a telescope built with parabolic mirrors concentrating the reflecting light can be improved indefinitely. So he builds a telescope with a special technique, and on the 11th of January, 1792, he submits it to the Royal Society that was chaired by King Charles II. Success and glory. Since then, the Newtonian parabols are used in all the bands of the spectrum, and they enable telecommunications on which the life of contemporary world is based. Without that prism, the world would have been very different. But the horizon of reality has gone well beyond what we can perceive, and the relationship between science and technique has become more dramatic. In 1918, suddenly, Einstein became a world celebrity. A sun eclipse in Brazil had demonstrated the world that the sun curves the light of the star of the angle foreseen by his new theory of universal gravitational force. So the journalist who interviews him on the 3rd of December 1919 says the following: Dr. Einstein lives on the last floor in Berlin, in a building in Berlin, very close to the stars that he studies, not so much with a telescope, but with his mind's eye and in the light of his mathematical formula. He's not an astronomer, he's a physicist. Second quotation from the introduction of Eugene Lifshitz of the book Mechanica of Lev Landau. Lifshitz says that Landau was shocked by the beauty of the theory of general relativity and the ecstasy state after reading the articles of Schrödinger that started quantum mechanics. Those articles, Lifshitz says, enabled him not only to enjoy the real beauty of scientific thought, but also feeling the strength of human genius, whose greatest success is in the ability of man to understand things he can't even imagine. So theoretical physics is precisely that. We look at reality with the eyes of the mind, and we understand things that otherwise would be unthinkable, unimaginable, and some consequences of the theory of general relativity, such as the black holes, are so strange that even Einstein refused to accept them. 1 century was necessary to become aware of their physical reality, and that will be this afternoon's topic. So 100 years of quantum mechanics, but these 100 years were not sufficient to make us overcome the surprise at what it implies. Richard Feynman says, if you think that you understand quantum mechanics, it means you don't understand quantum mechanics. And now he's repeating that in Italian. Sure enough, when on the 7th of June 1925, Bernard Heisenberg, at age 24, who had no manual ability, but he had prodigious mind. Well, he unveiled the quantum word. He had no idea of the technical consequences that will be discussing here in Chernobyl 100 years later. Theoretical physics, up to now, is the vanguard of science in revealing reality, whatever you mean by the term reality. Theoretical physics announces this unveiling of reality, foreseeing what you can't even imagine. The technique participates in this unveiling, as Heidegger said in the conference, in his conference, the issue of technique back in 1953. So the purely instrumental idea, or anthropological idea of the technique, by it being precise, exact, doesn't describe its deepest nature. But this unveiling takes place only in terms of exploiting nature and man as a source of energy. Apparently, the task of science today is not so much discovering the secret essence, hidden essence of the word and of things, or rather the laws of nature, but rather discovering their possible use. The metaphysical hypothesis that is normally kept secret of present research is that there is nothing that cannot be exploited. With this outlook, a question that we might ask ourselves, or we should ask ourselves, would it still be possible to discover general relativity or quantum mechanics today? And the other question, unavoidable question, is new techniques we will be talking about today. These techniques, will they expose us to losing the most precious good we have, freedom? Answering Anna Maria Ortesi, a writer, she was asking him something about the progress of technique. In that case was space exploration. Italo Calvino writes the following: I don't want to invite you to be enthusiastic for the wonderful cosmonautic future of mankind. The idea of new space launches are episodes of a fight of earthly supremacy, and so they involve only history and essentially the ways in which states think they can decide the destiny of the world, ignoring peoples. Those who love the moon, well, cannot simply look at it as a conventional image. They want to create a closer relationship with the moon. They want to see more, or want the moon to say more. The greatest writer of Italian literature, Calvino says, Galileus, as soon as he starts speaking about the moon, well, brings his prose to a level of precision, evidence, and lyric rarefaction that is simply prodigious. And the language of Galileus was one of the models for Leopardi, another lunar poet. And of course, prose writer, because as for poetry, the greatest writer in Italy is Dante. So this rush to artificial intelligence, the development of quantum computers, well, they can lengthen the list of the wrong ways in which some eyes pretend they can decide the destiny of the world, or else they can make us love the moon even more. It's up to our freedom to decide what way to take, at least at a personal level. It is within our freedom to decide what are the things we don't want to curve under. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that truly enlightening presentation. However, we perhaps shouldn't reduce the whole world of technology and reduce research to simple trends, to current trends, artificial intelligence, quantum mechanics. I think we need to remember the research in theoretical physics that is crucial and that truly gave Europe its position today and should be the focus of our interest. And that's what we'll be talking about, particle physics, the future of particle physics, with Gianfrancesco Giudice, Director of the Department of Theoretical Physics of CERN. So in 1931, at the premiere of his silent film City Lights, Charlie Chaplin met with Albert Einstein for the very first time. And very politely, Einstein said to him, "What I most admire about your art is its universality. You don't say a word, and yet the world understands you." And Chaplin said, "Well, the world admires you, Professor Einstein, even though they don't understand a word of what you say." So that's a little anecdote that I think says a lot about how audiences and people see fundamental physics. Now, many have a sense of respect, but at the end of the day, physics is sensed as something abstract, abstruse, something light years away from our common experiences. And yet, physics transmits a message that is as universal as Charlie Chaplin's art. As in art, physics expands the boundaries of what we consider to be reality, above and beyond our perception, and it discloses new structures and dimensions that would be concealed. And physics answers essential questions like what is matter, what is space, what is time, what are the principles controlling nature. So that is the purpose of foundational physics. Its future is to answer these questions. So particle physics has made huge progress in painting a very specific picture of nature, the order of nature, and the synthesis of this universal understanding is called the Standard Model. But the Standard Model is not merely a periodical table of the elements of matter. It is truly an understanding of the principles governing nature. And the Standard Model tells us how the constitutional elements of nature interact with each other and can give rise to the complexity of the structures that we see in the universe. This theory lies at the basis of our understanding of the world of particles and derives from theoretical concepts and amazing experiments. Just as astronomers need telescopes to be increasingly powerful to explore the vastness of the universe, similarly, particle physicists need microscopes with the most amazing, increasingly high resolutions to plunge into infinite space. And these microscopes are not instruments that can sit on a table. It's almost ironic, but in order to explore the microcosm, you need gigantic devices, and the most powerful accelerator is at CERN, and it's called the LHC, the Large Hadron Collider. And this is a tunnel. It's 27 kilometers long, about 100 meters underground, with two beams of protons steered by powerful magnets. And these two beams circulate in opposite directions and clash at particular points where there are particle revealers, huge cameras that record the passage of all of the particles produced in these clashes. And at the center of all this is the discovery of Higgs boson that was announced on the 4th of July 2012. So the discovery of the Higgs boson marked a milestone in particle physics because it confirmed the theoretical assumption that empty space is not empty, but it is impregnated with some form of energy that has its own essence, and this substance generated itself spontaneously 10 millionth of a second after the Big Bang. And the discovery of the Higgs boson ended a glorious chapter in particle physics, and it completed the picture of the model itself, the Standard Model. Hence, we're at the end of history as regards particle physics. Have we got it all? Is there nothing more to be understood or learnt? Well, the answer is certainly no, because the Standard Model cannot be the conclusive chapter of the Book of Nature. However important the Higgs boson was, for us theoretical physicists, it's not an arrival, it's a departure. The Higgs boson leaves too many questions open to believe that it is the end of history. In fact, I think we can say that the very discovery of the Higgs boson generated more questions that we still have no answers to. And there is still very much to be understood and to be discovered. But the question is, what is the right direction to move in if we wish to understand the world of particles? Well, we do have a clue, and it is the lesson we learnt from the discovery of the Standard Model. It told us that nature conceals its essence and its fundamental laws in microscopic space. And that is where, in the depths of matter, that we need to venture into in order to identify the principles that govern the natural world and the entire universe. So the next step after the LHC has to be an even bigger and more powerful microscope. And over the past few years, there's been a huge amount of work undertaken at CERN to understand what the future of particle physics is. And this year, the whole community of our colleagues are working on the European research effort in order to try and understand the particular situation in which particle physics finds itself today. On the one hand, we have a theory, the Standard Model, enabling us to calculate any physical process under the microscope. And experimentally, it's fine. It's all very well and good. But on the other hand, the model does not explain why there is such a structure. Let me explain that with a metaphor. So the Standard Model is a little bit like a cell phone. We need it, we can all use it, and we use it daily, but how many of us really understand how and why it works? So physicists today are trying to venture into the mechanics of the Standard Model to understand how it works. And to do that, we need a new plan. And CERN believes that the best option is the FCC, the Future Circular Collider. This is a microscope that is even more powerful, to be installed in a new tunnel, 91 kilometers long, and this is the scale of it with respect to the current LHC. The plan calls for 2 stages to be undertaken, the first using electron beams and positron beams to make precision measurements on Higgs bosons and other particles. And the second phase, the second stage, will be using proton beams to understand phenomena that take place at distances never seen before. And this really takes us into uncharted waters. So if the plan is approved, then the construction would begin in around 2033 with the first data collected in 2046. And the second stage would start in 2070. and end at the end of the century. So CERN really does have a very long view of all of these developments. So I'm also talking with economists, and the total cost of the project is about 15 billion in the first stage and another 19 in the second stage, bearing in mind that these investments would be spread over a period of at least 70 years, if not more. So today, we view before us dramatic changes like climate change, sustainable energy production, the environment, poverty, and so on. And why should society invest in research involving particle physics? Well, my answer is to be found in the role of science in society. In other words, history has proven that science is crucial, is essential for dealing with large-scale challenges. Now, I'm not saying that the solution to climate change will come from particle accelerators. I am saying that progress, scientific progress, cannot take place if we only focus on one aspect of the problem, because progress can only take place if there is a global project, a global plan that develops science on many fronts. So it's not a question of choosing between applied science and fundamental science. And as Steven Weinberg said, a society that decides to invest only in applied science and doesn't, without wasting money in pure science, will probably never achieve either. So applied science and fundamental science fuel each other and are mutually beneficial, and they form a virtuous circle leading to progress. And at CERN, CERN is an example. CERN's mission is to undertake fundamental science, but to achieve its goals, it needs to develop the necessary technologies. And this is what led to the World Wide Web, developed at CERN to enable physicists to share information and data, and then ultimately found its way free of charge into society. And the technologies developed for developing particle developers and so on have had immense effects, from medical diagnostics to prototypes for touchscreens and so on, and there are too many to list here. But many economists have estimated that the return on the investment of the LHC plan was far in excess of the investment itself. So if you can factor in things like the industrial impacts, technological impacts, educational outcomes, etc., and the same will definitely also go for the future accelerators that will develop technologies that do not even yet exist. And in a study on the future of European competitiveness, Mario Draghi did identify CERN as a model to be followed to maintain Europe's excellence and generate progress, technological and industrial progress. So Ursula von der Leyen also said that CERN is the living proof that science fosters innovation and that innovation fosters competitiveness. So if the technological spin-offs and the return on investment are essential indicators for investing on a large scale, I think there is an even more important reason to pursue research in fundamental physics. And if humanity were to give up the aspiration to understand the universe, we would end up by giving up what actually defines the meaning of human civilization. And it's this desire to explore the unknown, seeking the fundamental laws of nature. This is what guides the future of particle physics. Thank you.
Proprio questo desiderio che
So the wish that has just been expressed and that actually moves research and the progress of mankind is based on reasoning. What do we mean by thinking? Reasoning, it means creating a bridge between what we already know and what we want to discover. AI and physics are two bricks in this building, in this bridge. And so now we will be talking about the relationship between physics and AI and the challenges of AI on scientific and social discoveries. Marc Mézard, 3 Physicists Prize and ex-director of École Normale Supérieure and Università Bocconi, Milan.
Grazie.
Thank you. Well, AI is being much talked about. Well, we use a very little bit of it, and we understand almost nothing of it. And now I'll try to explain why. It is a scientific challenge, one of the greatest challenges for science in the next decades. Well, there are some reference points. AI, there are some landmarks. We have been talking about AI for the last 80 years, but modern AI was created in 2012. So 13 years ago, the moment when for the first time an algorithm of AI that was called AlexNet won a competition, and the competition was image analysis. It was a huge image database. They had to analyze these images. All the best experts of computer vision were on those competitions for years. But then for the first time, this neural network won, and that was AlexNet, and it won with a very big difference vis-a-vis what had been done before. The year after that, in 2013, all competitors had adopted neural networks for image analysis. That meant 2 things. Well, first of all, that it is a new type of algorithm that is extremely powerful, so much more powerful than what existed before, and then that it was easy because in 1 year they all could switch to the new technology. Then, as you possibly know, from that moment onwards, every 2 to 3 years, there was a big success. The first victory at the Go game, and then in 2017 for the AlphaGo Zero, the version 0, it was an algorithm that trains itself without having to watch the matches played by humans. And then for science, another very important moment is the protein folding prediction. So foreseeing how proteins get organized in space. This is a clear achievement for biology and for pharmacy, because from protein sequence we can understand how they organized in space. So what are the elements that are on the surface, and so with what other proteins you may interact. That was a scientific problem that had been asked for many years, and all the best scientists that tried to solve it. So a big achievement was precisely that of using these neural networks. And then we must also mention that your children will be using it every day. It's a large language model, so maybe you use them yourselves. That was another decisive moment. And there were precursors, of course. In the 50s, there was a model of neural network that was called Perceptron, that was funded by the U.S. Navy, thinking that it might be a new model of intelligence. Then there was the Hopfield model that linked neural networks to physical systems, so interaction of particles, and he started using the techniques of physics and statistical physics to organize neural networks. Then there were the Boltzmann machines to train these machines, and then last year the 2 Nobel Prizes of Physics and Chemistry spoke precisely of these landmarks and Hopfield and Hinton for the precursors. Obviously, today we have a ubiquitous use of AI in different aspects of scientific activity on one side, and also a bigger impact on the social and economic life. And much is going to happen in the future. Much more is going to happen in the future. But none of these revolutions had been foreseen some years earlier than when it actually happened. So I like to open in some way the box of AI, showing you what's inside. It is important to have some notion and to know how it works. It is very easy. It is an algorithm. There is an input, there is a machine, there is an algorithm, and then there is an output. Let's make the example of image classification. We have some images as input, cat and dog, and the machine must decide whether it is a cat or a dog. It seems easy, but for many years, researchers in computer vision tried to prepare programs to do that, and they were not successful. How does machine learning work? The algorithm, the machine, is based on these artificial neurons. You see these small elements you see over there. They take the information coming from the left. They carry out a small operation, a sort of summation of the signals they received, and then a thresholding, and then they send it to the other neurons. It is a collection of neurons, each of them doing something very simple. Well, we have this weights. So when I receive the signal from a neuron, I'm very keen. You concentrate on some signals rather than others. So different weights of different signals. And so for each link between 2 neurons, there is a weight, and you must understand how you identify these weights. And there, machine learning enters. Instead of imagining the ideal weights, that what we had been doing in the past, machine learning does something different. It teaches the machine to find the optimal combination of weights, showing a database of images of cats and dogs. And for each of these images, you check whether the machine prediction is good or not. And then you adjust one of these weights. And if it improves the performance, you take that transformation. Then gradually you improve the machine. So there is a machine learning. The machine learns by itself. And it is very simple from the theoretical viewpoint. But this optimization takes a long while, because you can have billion of these weights. So optimizing this function is something that is extremely impressive. What is the big new thing coming from since the 80s? When the first models of neural network were developed, it is the computing time and the availability of these huge databases. I show this image. you have in a logarithmic scale the number of operations that were carried out to train the machine, to carry out this machine learning for the different machines that were the best at a given time since 1985. So we're moving from 1985 to 2012. There is this exponential growth. This is the Moore law. So the computer every 24 months, every 2 years, the computer works at twice the speed. And then there is a further exponential growth, and there AI comes along, and then you have this doubling of the computer power every 2 to 3 months. So there is this rush, really, to reaching larger and larger models. And with these models, of course, data increase as well. So you have huge quantities of data for contemporary large language models, LLM. They take all language data existing on the web, in the web. So modern AI has many different aspects. I'm going to make a short list. First of all, detection of hidden patterns in data, and then classification and categorization, and then prediction for meteorology, for example, and generation, generative AI, and they generate text, music, videos, and so on, and the representation of high-dimensional data. And then we are moving towards decision-making and reasoning. And this is something that is still at the very, very beginning for these last two aspects. Well, there are many scientific questions and issues to be solved. The mechanism is simple, but answering the question, how can we optimize this function in this huge dimension and finding a solution, and how comes that this solution works if I submit a new image? These are fundamental questions, but we don't know the real answer. There are some elements, there are many people working on that, but we are still we have not truly understood that, which means that we don't really understand the interpretation. Once this machine has been trained, we don't know how to interpret it. We don't know exactly how it works. As for the future of AI and the impact on society, there are different outlooks, also by the experts. There are people saying, well, we'll have artificial general intelligence, so the supreme intelligence that will be far more intelligent than we are. And then maybe there are other experts saying, well, that in 3, 4 to 5 years we will have transformative AI. Well, what it means, we have a level of AI that is capable of carrying out most intellectual jobs that belong to our everyday social life. And then there is the baseline AI, people who say, well, that is the 2.0 of the digital revolution, so more data and more computing capability than we used to have. In my opinion, we are very close to getting to transformative AI, and this is something we must take into account for the transformation of society, in terms of society transformation, because AI is going to have a major impact both on scientific activity as such, and so also on the future of research and of R&D. And there are different applications. I'm just giving you a couple of examples: new molecules, new materials, language, and also the dangers, mass surveillance, fake reality. How can you survive in a democracy if reality is faked, if we don't know what is true and what is not, and what is fake? And then brain reading, intentions in the brains of the people, and then autonomous weapon systems, and also the concentration in the hands of a small group of actors, of stakeholders. And the great scientific questions and the challenges are linked to the way in which you work on training in this machine learning. They require many data. And imagine how a child learns to speak a language. He or she generalizes from a few examples. They made very good, very well-controlled examples, demonstrating that when a child learns a language, he generalizes from 2 or 3 examples. Our large language models must have millions of examples to be able to define a rule. So this is the big difference. And it opens up the possibility of having an interface precisely of what happens in our brain versus what happens in AI. It has no general intelligence. It has no organization of the word. AI cannot understand the cause-effect mechanism. So there is still much to learn. And then there is the problem of data. These are very important challenges, especially computational neuroscience, the connections to computational neuroscience, and possibly this is the most interesting challenge. So, interpretability. If you take a well-trained large language models, I have it here in my computer, I have everything, I have the values, all the connections, all the parameters, everything. And I submit a text at the very beginning and I see what happens. I can see the activity of each artificial neuron. I know it all. It is the dream of the biologist, having a brain where you can exactly see the activity of each individual neuron. But you understand very little, because it is the phenomenon that is called emergence, which means that information is treated simultaneously by all the neurons. And this process is at the core of statistical physics, how you switch from the microscopic scale to the macroscopic scale. And this is not very well understood yet. This is an example of a neuroscientist understanding a microprocessor, how the microprocessor works, using all the methods of neuroscience, and they never managed, they never succeeded, even for a very simple microneuro process. And so in closing, it is a technological revolution at the moment, and it is sort of waiting for a theory to be developed. And this technological revolution is extremely important. And an extremely important aspect is the acceleration. Since 2012, well, we have had continuous discoveries at an unheard of space, and it is a challenge for us all, for science, but also for business. You must remember 2 letters in my presentation, I and A, or A and I. It's easy. A is acceleration. Acceleration is a challenge for the whole of society. And the building of a theory, and so the building of a theory. And I is for ignorance, because we don't understand the mechanism. We cannot guarantee anything. We are unable to say, for example, that hallucinations won't happen. In this revolution, Europe has a lot of skills. There are many scientists working on that, but in technology we're backwards. And so we must really do something about it to accelerate all the developments of AI in society theory, the development of new models, and competitive applications. And that is why we must have a way, we must find a way to invest in really frontline AI so that we can have new models. And that is why we want to create a new research center on AI at the European level. And so now I can pass over the floor to Luciano. Thank you.
Grazie.
Thank you very much. Yes, we've heard that in AI, understanding is called interpretability, whereas in theoretical physics, observability is the key word, hence the experiments that are underway. Building a new European center like CERN, but specifically for artificial intelligence, is a possibility. And Luciano Maiani will talk to us about that. He is the Dirac Medal and the Matteucci Medal physicist, a former president of CERN Geneva. Excellent. So this is the title of my presentation this morning, and we're talking about the idea of building a new center in Europe, a new CERN, specifically for artificial intelligence. And I talked about it with a number of people, and this is a discussion that's very much in the early days and is going ahead. I would like to start having problems here with my pointer. Okay, so how did CERN come into being? Edoardo Amaldi wrote a long article on the reconstruction of Italian physics after the last war, and the article begins with the arrival of the news to Europe of the nuclear bomb on Nagasaki and Hiroshima. After the emotion and concerns for the future of physicists, given this disruptive event, Edoardo tells us and shows us that there is an idea that there is a huge gap that was created during the war years between the United States and Europe. So that was a perception that was explored further by Louis de Broglie, one of the founders of quantum physics and a Nobel Prize winner, who in 1949 proposed creating a European laboratory that could have access to more resources than laboratories created in individual countries, and hence it could pursue much higher ambitions. And that idea took hold, and in 1950 eventuated in the American Nobel Prize winner Rabi's presentation in Florence, who said that Europe could create a huge particle machine accelerator as already existed in the United States in various universities, and that Europe could, as I said, do the same. So various options were discussed at the time. One was to strengthen a network of existing laboratories, and the other that did prevail at the end, particularly as a result of the efforts of Edoardo Amaldi and others, the other option was to create a whole new laboratory that all nations could consider their own, so a new laboratory at the European level. And as is said very clearly in a book, The History of CERN, the goal of the idea and the action of Amaldi, Auger, and Kowalski, the idea was to reawaken Europe and convince Europe of the need to invest on a large scale in fundamental physics as had been done already in the United States. Now, obviously, I like to stress that the idea of building a new laboratory was in fact essential for revitalizing national laboratories, which through CERN became the backbone of partnerships and collaborations at the international level throughout the entire world. And this, in fact, is a map showing the geographical allocation of users of CERN based on nationality in 2019. I didn't find a more recent map, but the current situation is much the same. We're talking about a population of more than 10,000 researchers all over the world, and obviously the majority are in Europe, and they conduct their activities at CERN, as Gian Giudice showed us before. These figures refer to private investments yearly. In 2023, these are billions of euros on the part of the United States, China, UK, and then the other countries of Europe. As you can see, we're seeing a similar situation developing as was the case in particle physics in the 1950s. In other words, huge investments in the United States and also in China now, followed by patchwork investments in the various European countries. And this is telling us that we're looking at the same problem as particle physicists in the 1950s. And hence there is a need for adequate investments in Europe to ensure the independence and autonomy of science with respect to AI in Europe. What is the level that we need to achieve for artificial intelligence? Well, Mézard told us about AI, generative AI, based on very complex models that demand investments in the order of billions of euros to create the hardware and software that are necessary. And at the present time, all of these models are directly owned by the United States or China, and Europe can simply use them, borrow them, and the results are very similar to what happened to large-scale calculators or cell phones. In other words, Europe is a client of the owners. Conversely, we think that to ensure the independence and competitiveness of Europe, Europe needs to own a major tool, a huge center for AI, just like CERN did for particle physics. So we're talking about a European center, and it's being discussed at the moment, and it should feature 4 basic elements. Number 1, a huge data center and powerful computers, a laboratory sitting at the heart and bringing together engineers, researchers, and so on, all in contact with private enterprises, public and private enterprises at competitive income levels. There needs to be a strong link with the economic sector to integrate the new AI technologies in the enterprise fabric, and this is a demand that has come very clearly from what Mario Draghi's been saying over the past few years, and there also needs to be a lot of fundamental research, basic research, focusing on exactly what Mézard indicated as the open issues, the questions of AI that still have not got answers. And these are questions that Europe must contribute to answer. How much would all this cost? Well, as yet, a precise estimate has not been come up with about the investment required. However, our estimates are between 1 and 10 billion euros per year over a period of 10 years, and an energy consumption in the order of 3 terawatt-hours per year. And to give you an idea of what that means, and I think this is important, CERN at present, as described by Gian Giudice, has an annual budget of approximately 1.3 billion euros and an energy consumption in the order of 1.6 terawatt-hours per year. And just to give you an idea, the energy production of France is 560 terawatt-hours per year. So we're talking about tolerable amounts. A hub like CERN for artificial intelligence should become a center for research, bringing together national research centers, just like CERN. So the hub would bring in researchers for certain periods from different national laboratories. It needs to work on projects submitted by researchers that would need to be approved by scientific committees set up for this purpose in order to access the computing time and resources, data resources, and it would need to lie at the heart of an ecosystem in which private companies can invest, gaining, if located in Europe, gaining privileged access to the very latest developments and the ability to develop their own applications. What about the model for this type of development? Well, this is the assumption that is being considered at the moment. It would come under a European project framework. So the project would be rolled out by the EU in association, however, with member states and non-member states. And here I'm primarily thinking about the UK, Switzerland, and so on. The budget would be decided by the project members, and obviously it would be managed by a council or a board made up of stakeholders from the various states and private companies. And there would also be a scientific committee whose job would be to study and approve projects that would then be submitted to the Council by the General Manager of the institution. So basically, this is how CERN is structured. We've tried it, we've tested it over the past 70 years, and it seems to work very well. And I'd like to conclude by saying that Europe has excellent odds to succeed in a project such as this. Europe has a very positive track record in constructing new scientific infrastructure, not just CERN, of course, but ESA and the other institutions, the high-power computing in Europe. Europe has proven its ability to manage and to govern funds at the European level. Obviously, when we're talking about suitable goals, suitable targets and goals, and AI is certainly one of these. Europe continues to work in this direction, developing talents, and there has to be somewhere that talents can go as an alternative to migrating towards the United States or the UK, which is the type of drain have been seeing over the past few years. Europe has a very widespread ability to conduct successful supercomputing with different installations here and there, and are already very much at the forefront of the hardware requirements for this sector. And the scale-up of these supercomputing capacities to the necessary level for AI is feasible. Europe has the ability to create a regulatory system that functions effectively. It already has with the AI Act, and is thus will be able to create a European space that is complementary to those created in China and the United States, and that is also reliable. And with that, I have said what I came here to say, and thank you very much.
Grazie. Grazie per
Thank you for this enlightening presentation. We hear about AI every single day. And now we move to business. AI can be applied also to the world of culture or archaeology. Recently, in a trip to Saudi Arabia, I saw the application of Turkish AI to some writings in ancient Ottoman that had never been translated before, that were precisely in this beautiful landscape of pre-Islamic architecture of the Alula city. And with AI and the reading and the interpretation of these writings that had never been interpreted before, that had never been translated before, now we can understand something of the history of this country that, didn't know printing. So they moved from a medieval phase to artificial intelligence. And we can imagine all that you will be able to do with a language model that has our language and our values. And now I give the floor to Valeria Sandé, who is the AD of AlmaWave. Good morning and welcome. The Italian AI, the challenge for technological sovereignty. AlmaWave has created a multilingual Italian generative AI designed with a focus on energy efficiency, scalability, and European data and privacy regulation. Can you tell us about the innovative challenge and the features of Velvet? Well, first of all, it is a pleasure to be here today and taking the floor after those who spoke before me. And here we'll be speaking about the consequences on the market. All this research and this technology must reach our real world. And so practice. We started with language technology a long time ago, more than 15 years ago, actually. And we have consolidated important industrial lab in this area. And for 1 year now, we have been working in generative AI. There is a family of models that is called precisely Velvet, and we have released other 2 models So we have 4 models plus a series of different versions that are called fine-tuning, so they are adjusted for some specific objectives. So a foundational model, starting with data, as the professor has just explained. We are speaking of a machine taking input data and then translates an output, generating a new content, be it a text or multimodal, so image or voice. When doing that, we have followed the European philosophy. So instead of accumulating general data, we moved from open data, but then with the training, we started with 13 trillion tokens. Tokens are just chunks of words. We used 7 trillions because the others did not did not meet the criteria of attention to intellectual property. So they were not open data, truly open data, OMS or privacy criteria. And so we reduced the number of training data to 7 trillion. And the other element we are concentrating on is the weight of languages. We have created algorithms whereby the Velvet models are not centered on English. So we have assessed the weight of different languages, also of the languages that are less represented in terms of data, so more difficult to interpret in terms of data. And so this approach was in the characters of the AI Act, of the European AI Act, and now we have released 4 models so far. This word evolves constantly every day. There are new elements, new technological elements that must be taken into account. And so it is essential never to stop. We must always move forward because everything is based on testing. So what is different in the last 2 models? The largest model is 25 billion parameters, as the professor explained. These billion parameters are serve to optimize outputs, so the responses given by the model, it covers the 24 official languages of the European Union. It introduces new technical functions in terms of reasoning and infrastructural optimization when you want to bring these models to practice real cases that are extremely diversified. The other innovation is that we have released a new, smaller model, 2 billion parameters, that is text to voice. So we started with multimodal work that will be developing in the next months to consolidate our technology. A technology that now habilitates reasoning as well, and that integrates with a number of company applications in the different situations. So in what areas can generative AI be most effective? Automatic extraction of information from text, or as in the case of Saudi Arabia, or the generation of multilingual content. In what areas can Velvet give more value? Well, all the examples you made are okay. I mean, we have been always practical and down to earth in developing the technology. We have been trying to create assets answering very practical possibilities of use. So they were related to different situations such as health, administration, transport, or finance. And in these areas, the essential element is not so much the ALM, the basic technology, but the ability to bring this technology, to translate this technology into practice. And this refers to other aspects of integration and platforms. So platform issues, really enabling us to create conversational agents or navigation in knowledge that we all want, but they can do that in an effective and efficient way, from the experimental phases or a test of this technology to large-scale production. Also means having to solve a number of problems that are extremely important, using these models as technological elements that can activate other AI components to solve specific tasks. Also means understanding how to optimize these resources. So when the model is supposed to do some reasoning, because every level of reasoning implies energy consumption. So there is a platform, guard railing, guardian agents to understand actually if these technologies are working properly, if they are carrying out the task that we want to make an automatic task, and if they are doing so in the way we expect. And then sensitive process, complex processes. First, you have to know the process. So we must not imagine that AI is a magic wand that magically solves everything because we have made a summary or managing a small area of knowledge, extracting content. Implementing processes that are consistent and that work, for example, in the public administration or in sensitive areas such as healthcare means, first of all, knowing those processes, but also being able to transform them and do that with new effective applications, but that may lead also to rethinking the organization itself. And in a word, this is to the last mile, so to speak. This really creates a system benefits. Otherwise, there will be other technological investments with limited value. What matters is reaching the final results and the measurable results so that it gives a real benefit to citizens, clients, or the organizations. Thank you, Valeria Sandei. And
I would invite Diego Galli up to the stage, General Manager of Inuit. Welcome.
Benvenuto. Buongiorno. Allora, il modello di
So the business model of Inuit is based on sharing infrastructure, digital infrastructure, and that is important because it has a positive impact on employment, investments, and more, but also because it generates efficiency for the telecommunications, mobile telecommunications, that are playing an increasingly important role in the digital transformation of Italy, and in particular for our cities. So exactly how does the model work? Morning, everyone. Yes, you're right. As is obvious, it's very difficult for me to take the stage after such illustrious speakers on particle physics, artificial intelligence, and so on and so forth, the great experts in this world. I have a much more basic view of the world. We're talking simply about infrastructure, and essentially we're talking about metal and cement. So our entire world, what we're talking about, and our cell phones, essentially, that we are constantly on, are connected. They're linked thanks to infrastructure upstream of the development model. They lie upstream of the signal, the frequencies of the telecommunications operators that provide services. So infrastructure is essential for keeping the digital eco-structure up and running and efficient and sustainable, both from the industrial standpoint but also from the economic standpoint. So the telecoms industry 10 years ago, in 2025, we're celebrating the 10th anniversary of tower companies in Europe, and they began from the decoupling, the separation of passive infrastructure for telecommunications by telco and tower companies, to tower companies. And there are a number of prospects ahead of us. We're looking at enhanced industrial efficiency. Initially, the towers were simply an infrastructure. They were a tower for operators, and now there are several for each operator. So the model has evolved based on digital technology and the economy of sharing. That is, sharing infrastructure means that infrastructure is more efficient and more sustainable, and the return on investment at the end of the supply chain is better for all concerned. And this is particularly crucial if you bear in mind that in Italy there was a great deal of pressure in terms of economic sustainability on telecom systems. So having an infrastructure, a neutral, efficient, shared infrastructural system really attracts investments and is crucial. And we, in fact, conducted a study with Tea Ambrosetti measuring the savings created by towercos over the past 10 years. We're talking about 15.8 billion euros of savings generated by avoiding duplicated investments. And this is also a consequence in terms environmentally important. And the carbon footprint has improved thanks to lesser use of soil, etc. So it's a neutral host creating efficiency. There's also a financial model upstream of all of this, because separating infrastructure and services means that the infrastructural model follows rationales that make sense financially. INWIT invests 30% of its revenues in capex, and the average industry-wide is 11%. The average for telcos is 15%. So we're talking about high-level investments to create and maintain infrastructure. And these high levels of investment generate very long-term returns, maybe over 10, 15, 20 years through the infrastructural model. Of course, there have to be returns that generate cash flow constantly, and they have to be certain and high visibility. And this is typical of infrastructure, also applied to telecommunications, leading us to another important point, which is that this sector is capital intensive. It demands and will continue to require capital. The infrastructural model can attract capital internationally. INWIT essentially has attracted 14 billion euros between equity and debt from around the world. There are French investors, many American, Australian, Canadian, British, and so on. And they are all making investments that enhance the infrastructural model and create visibility, certainty, and certain returns and low risks, which is very important for pension funds that operate throughout the world, seeking low-risk investments. And I'll close by saying that there's also an element of competency. We've got 25 towers in Italy, 700 indoor coverage units requiring industrial skills, management skills, maintenance, development, and implementation, because the more widespread the networks are throughout the country, there are more than 25,000 points of presence, all connected by electricity and by fiber. And these are the most widely distributed parts of the network that are closer to the end consumers, people or businesses that they may be. So it all looks very simple and straightforward, but it is extremely complex. It generates the ability to, over the past 10 years, create about 10,000 euros, million euros, having acquired the towers from the operators, as I said, over the past 10 years. Well, yes, let me just go into the indoor side of the equation, if I may. So you have particularly systems that feature distributed antenna systems, and these are particularly important with regard to the smart cities concept. And places like Rome and Milan have already gone for them. Can you tell me what part they play in the digital transition, and in the relationship between the public and private side? Yes, the tower model of shared infrastructure generates efficiency, and we thought it would be even more important for the indoor side. And much of the data is shared and transmitted indoors, and connectivity indoors has always been a challenge, and will be all the more so with the 5G technology, which takes even greater effort to get into and through buildings. But we're using the same model for indoor locations. We've got 700 locations, like hospitals, for example, shopping centers, museums, universities, sports stadiums, with mobile connectivity, which is essential for these locations, given the types of uses they make of the data, but also undergrounds. The new M4 underground line in Milan that goes from the center to the airport is important in that respect, and equally in Rome. In Rome, we're steering an even more integrated project for 5G coverage of the new and existing underground network that creates a layer of connectivity for businesses and individuals. And there are 1,000 squares with a small cell technology for dedicated 5G communications, and about 800 Wi-Fi spots with cameras, security cameras, about 2,000 security cameras, and IoT for IoT sensors. So we're talking about an infrastructural layer covering the entire city, and that will bring together services, innovations, and put them at the disposal of individuals and businesses. It's an integrated project that's part of a public-private partnership with in cooperation and supported by the municipality of Rome. So also using resources, financial resources. We're talking about a multi-technology layer of connectivity for today's services and those of the future. So thank you very much. Thank you so much to Inuit and Diego Galli, if you'd like to vacate your seat. And I would invite to the stage Giulia Gasparini. And she'll be talking about the digital sovereignty and AI, the cloud, between innovation and regulation. And Giulia Gasparini is here today.
It's a great pleasure for me to be here today at the Digital Innovation Forum. And it is an essential reference point for the debate on today's and tomorrow digital policies for institutions, companies, and universities that want new growth paradigms of growth for Italy and for the Euro-Mediterranean area at large. Well, the Europe we all wish for is very close to all of us. It is open, competitive, and innovative. This Europe is a place where companies, whatever their size, can grow, innovate, and compete at a global level, and where technology is an engine for growth, feeding sustainability. But we know that Europe is still not complete. Mario Draghi and Enrico Letta recently stressed the risks of a non-action in this respect. Without a single market, a truly integrated single market, without strategic investments in digitization and AI, and if there are no long-sighted policies, Europe risks falling behind. And of course, AI is at the very center of this challenge, and generative AI, even more so. It might generate 600 billion euro extra in European economy by 2030. But today, this adoption is very limited, especially in SMEs. and it is hindered by uncertainty about regulations, lack of digital skills, and difficulty at having access to the most advanced technologies. We need stable rules and proportionate provisions accompanying innovation rather than stifling it. Amazon Web Service is in the forefront when we speak about this transformation. Over the last year, every 65 seconds, an Italian business has adopted AI. So more than 2 million companies in the country are constantly using AI. With a growth rate, an expected growth rate exceeding 30%, so beyond the European average that is 27. This rapid growth in the adoption of AI has exceeded even the speed of cell phones adoptions at the beginning of the year 2000s. The cloud AI has already contributed to an increase exceeding $360 million in GDP in 2023, and on the whole, the cloud will add $3.6 billion to the European GDP by 2030. What you see is this opportunity that is huge, certainly huge. We need a network of digital the appropriate digital infrastructure all over the country. Amazon Web Service has announced the investment of 1.2 billion euro over the next 5 years in Italy, and this will contribute for more than 180 million euro to the Italian GDP, an incredible number of jobs by 2030, in the area of building, maintenance, engineering, and telecommunications. This investment is framed into an increasingly complex geopolitical situation where, all that is a strategic priority for Europe. AWS, so it is the European Sovereign Cloud. This is a structure that is conceived to guarantee a maximum sovereignty on their data without any compromises on performance, security and resilience. It is supported by an investment of 7.8 million euro. Will be operational in Brandenburg in Germany by the end of 2025. It is physically and logically separated from the present region AWS. The European Sovereign Cloud puts together the highest technological standards with the full respect of European regulations. This infrastructure is based on three essential elements: operational control. So this structure will be entirely managed by EU citizens residing and working in Europe, all the sectors included. The resilience of data, all data included, including metadata, such as labels, configurations, authorizations, will stay within the boundaries of the European Union unless the client decides otherwise. Then safety and compliance. It will inherit the safety characteristics with extra controls that are specifically designed to satisfy European regulations. So this approach shows that it is possible, as Mario Draghi underlined, that it is possible to have more advanced cloud technologies and sovereignty control and resilience that are even more sophisticated. A strong Europe must also be able to build a digital sovereignty based on facts rather than on wrong assumptions. The modern cloud setups provide the highest safety standards, data protection and European compliance, showing that innovation and autonomy can go hand in hand. So all these investments are making the industry more modern. They are supporting public services and helping business to innovate in a situation of full safety. But this potential can be properly developed only if we have a new idea about regulation. Regulation should not be seen as an obstacle, but a platform for trust and growth. Nonetheless, we cannot ignore the obstacles that hinder innovation in Europe and in our country. One of them, the compliance costs. Today, Italian business devote 30% of technological expenditures to conformity, and 70% of that amount will increase in the next few years. And of course, this is a hindrance to innovation, especially for SMEs. Every day, thousands of small companies have to deal with fragmented regulations, complex bureaucracy, and technological obstacles. And even large companies and investors must face a regulatory environment that is not foreseeable. And the compliance costs in Europe for technological companies today are significantly higher than in other countries of the world. This is a factor that slows down investment and innovation when Europe should rather try to accelerate. And possible proposals of nectar fee would create an imbalance in peering environment that is extremely competitive and works consequently. So these measures might have negative consequences on the cost of internet connectivity and so on the cost of life at large, affecting the quality and the diversity of digital services provided for consumers. But when the entrepreneurial energy meets habilitating tools, the European potential emerges. In Italy, more than 21,000 SMEs use digital platforms every day to export all over the world. More than 65% of them sell beyond our borders, generating 1.2 billion euro of transfrontier sales just over the last year. These are real stories that demonstrate digitization is not theory, but is rather a force for growth. But we need modern regulations because if we don't have that, we multiply obstacles rather than opportunities. Another crucial element is human capital. So the gap of digital skills in our country and in Europe is still too wide. Training young people, supporting digital transformation SMEs, and creating opportunities for all is a strategic priority and not an aside. Today, to create the potential for AI in cloud in Europe, we must face these challenges with a well-balanced and far-sighted approach. We have had a number of very practical proposals promoting the collaboration between the private and public sector to favor the adoption of new technologies by joint research initiatives and areas of innovation, creating a regulatory environment that is favorable to growth with clear regulations, and accelerating the digital transformation of industrial sectors by developing skills and inserting the new technologies and AI at all levels of education. It is a clear way to follow. We must create simple and confirmed rules, completing the digital single market and increasing competitiveness, creating public-private partnership, translating innovation into practical advantages for all European citizens. The European strategic autonomy won't be built closing doors, but opening doors to talent, investment, and innovation. The Europe we want is a Europe where all SMEs can grow without boundaries, and where business is not afraid of innovating, and where technology is really the flywheel of resilience, prosperity, and inclusion. And so Europe is faced with an exceptional opportunity of guiding the digital revolution and the revolution of artificial intelligence. But if we want to do that, we must act with courage and determination. We must create an environment where innovation can prosper, business can grow, and citizens can benefit every day of the opportunities provided by new technology. This Europe is possible, but it requires vision, courage, and determination to act now.
E adesso noi facciamo un breve break.
Now we have a break, we have a coffee break, 25 minutes, and then we reconvene the session. Thank you.
Signore e signori, potete riprendere i vostri posti in sala, l'evento sta per ricominciare. Grazie. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat. The event is about to restart. Thank you.
Ben ritrovati. Io invito chi mi può...
Welcome back. I'd like to invite everyone to reach the plenary room. We've come at a very interesting moment because it's got to do with our day-to-day life. We've heard the launch of AI mode, that is to say, the new mode of Google, the search engine. I was wondering, where is it? How do I get it? How do I use it? So we'll learn everything about it because we're going to hear from the head of government affairs and public policy, Google Italy, Mr. Diego Ciulli.
Buongiorno.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Let me capture your attention after the coffee break, not an easy task. Let me try to spice things up and share with you something that has to do with the future. But although you do not know it yet, it's already in your pocket. Let me give you some background now. I can say that walking around, I noticed that everyone used PCs back in 1998. So we all remember a bit how technology looked like back then. I noticed this. I wasn't, if you will, fully online because I had to wait until 2009. But I remember that this computer represented a technological revolution back then. Google was set up in 1998, and all of us, and even those who were younger than us, it looked like magic, because in a matter of a few seconds, it enabled users to access all of the global information available, as the slogan of Google still resides. Now, compared to 1998, the world has changed a lot, and also the online world. That search engine taught us a new language. It used to be an archaic technology compared to what we use today. In 1998, 99, up until 2002, we tried to speak to Google, trying to make ourselves understood, like when you're talking to a foreigner, when you're on holiday. So we tried to put in to Google some keywords and try to guess the right keyword to get the right hits. For instance, if our car made a funny noise, we put in something like car grinding noise or I don't know, metallic noise. And sooner or later, we would hit the right article. That's not the only thing that changed from 1998 up until today. Everything changed, and the way we interact with technology also changed. Point one, what is Google's secrets? I get asked this question, and it's nice to share it with you. The key to the success of Google is that the search engine was blank. There were no animations, no ads. There was nothing at all. And why is that the case? Because the internet connections were poor. Back then, I used to live in the countryside, out in the sticks, and that was key to enable searches when the network was a bit weak. In 1998, we used large screens and we used to type in. Today, the mobile revolution is here to stay. And the Meta colleagues will tell you that now we talk to wearables. In 1998, for a number of years, when you looked for information, you knew that that information was contained in a written document, and most likely you wanted a written document, which was basically text. Today, web consists of user-generated content, videos, images generated by AI, and so everything really changes, and technology has changed radically. The only thing that has remained the same is this percentage here. every day on Google, 15% of searches are unique and they've never been seen by the search engine before. Just think of the sheer challenge that this poses to the system. 15% of new queries on a daily basis. How is it possible that people having more than 2 billion users, keep asking for different things? The reason is pretty straightforward. Human curiosity is boundless. And also our method for searching has evolved. We are not happy with hitting, the reply using a keyword. We don't try, that is to say, just using keywords until we hit on the right results, but we try and describe why our car is making a grinding noise, and we expect a result, an answer. That's why for some months now, and actually AI overview is 10 months later compared to the US due to regulatory reasons. Now, with AI overview, we try and answer your questions with a block of text that searches the best of what is available on the internet and provides you with an initial answer. And that was a revolution. In Europe, people search 10% more. You search more because you think it's more reliable, and people tend to put in longer and more complex questions. Now, let me introduce you to AI mode. I don't know if you have AI mode in your pocket. I ran a couple of tests with friends and acquaintances, and some of them had it and some no. Well, if you don't have it today, for sure you'll have it tomorrow. On the search page, you see a little button top right with AI mode written. AI mode is the new version of the search engine that responds or tries to respond to your complex questions. It's like here, I'd like to understand the method for preparing coffee. Creates a table that compares different methods. And with one single search, the engine tries to answer and organizes information in the way you want. How does it work? Since we are here dealing with technology experts, let me tell you, it's not a chatbot. It's different from Gemini. Gemini is based on the training data it has. So it acts like a personal assistant that helps you with creative evolution. AI mode is a search engine, and it remains such. What's new is the query fan out. Google, so far, provided an answer to the question you posed. AI mode is able to have an in-depth understanding of your question. It breaks it up in sub-questions and queries Google all of the sub-questions to provide you with a complete answer. And then it puts everything back together. For instance, I had a Hamletic sort of question here. I was wondering whether it was best to fly or to take a train. So I asked, I need to get to Chernobyl by 10. Is it best to take the train plus taxi or fly and hire a car? So basically the engine looked at the flight schedule and train, and it told me, go by train. If you fly, it will take up to 6 hours. We can also ask follow-up questions. For the first time ever, the search engine doesn't provide you just with one single answer, but you can go deeper. I could have asked, for instance, and if it rains? And then the engine would have answered that perhaps in case of rain, it would have even better to take the train because road traffic increases around the airports, for instance. And then AI mode supports multimodality. For instance, think of a the lens that you use to take a picture of a plant and it tells you how often you need to, say, water it. Well, you can use that on a daily basis. Last but not least, AI mode is not a chatbot. Let me reiterate that. It's a search engine. And what does it mean? It means that the technology it is based on is not recent, but it is a stratification of all of the technology behind the search engine. You use Google because you think that with the first hits, you get reliable information. You think that the information is reliable because for decades on end, our algorithms were fine-tuned to do that. All of this knowledge is included, encompassed by AI mode. So in answering the questions, it includes the quality ranking that's stratified over 27 years. Last item for my side, AI mode is on the open web. It keeps providing links, so it takes you out. And this is crucial to me. It's almost an ideological element, if you will. It must be open by definition. Our interest lies in bringing traffic to independent editors. Each owner of a service or of a store can, have the best information about them. So it's fundamental to be able to collect them and take traffic to the clients. And this is what AI mode does. It's a disruptive sort of innovation, but it is in compliance with the tradition of Google. It's open internet, bring traffic to the owners of internet website. Thank you.
Grazie allora.
Thank you so much, Diego Ciulli. And now let's move to our first roundtable discussion, constructing the new generation of digital infrastructures, reinforcing European leadership in digital networks and connectivity. So let me call up to the stage Claudio Bassoli, President and CEO of HPE Italy. Welcome. Nicola Blefari Melazzi, full professor of telecommunications at the University of Rome, Tor Vergata. Do take a seat. Giuseppe Gola, CEO and General Manager of Open Fiber. Teodoro Leo, CEO of Accenture Italy. And Filippo Rizzante, CTO and board member of Reply. So welcome, everyone. I will sit here in the middle and do come a bit closer. Don't leave an empty seat. And you've got plenty of choice for where to sit. Excellent. So building a new generation of digital infrastructure. Now, we've been hearing words floating about that many people might not have heard before. So let's try and understand how the basics of this highway are being built that is such an important part of our social lives and will be going forward. So Claudio Bassoli, let me start from you. So let's go back to AI for a minute and let's associate it with the subject of networks. So there's a network for artificial intelligence, or is there a network for information, or both? Okay, I would say that with AI, as we've seen, thanks to the World Wide Web, large companies, small companies, whatever they are, use the web and the multi-cloud to access applications that are located in different parts of the world in different clouds. With artificial intelligence, that whole concept has expanded because AI features two important elements as regards connectivity, speed and volume of data, which are vastly more than any other application that's been used so far. So obviously to do all this, there are networks that have to be designed to provide the bandwidth required for AI and also to provide the service quality necessary for AI to function. when it finds the information, and as we heard from the previous speaker, there's this ability to interact within seconds, but that means having processed millions and trillions of pieces of data, and that needs very much more powerful networks. Another important aspect of AI is security. The new generation networks not only ensure levels of security that have been guaranteed up till now, but even more so going forward. They instantly identify any object in any application the minute you connect. And if I connect a camera, for example, it will instantly tell me that I've got a camera connected to the network, wherever that may be, and automatically I create an environment that will enable me to instantly perceive whether there are attacks taking place, typically through cameras, as opposed to other kinds of applications. So it's a network that's smarter, and it enables me to interact with regards to providers using natural human language, not using codes or any other more complex methods. And so it enables me to broaden the technical basis of the people who can support this particular type of network. And these are all considerations that have been put in practice over the past few generations of networks. So the network has to have these characteristics. It needs to be an open network because this is the early days of artificial intelligence. And so we need to ensure that any protocol we use, for accessing and using AI, is based on a network that can host these new protocols safely and securely. And AI as well is significant in this respect. We started using AI in our networks in 2014, primarily for predictive maintenance purposes and also in terms of cybersecurity. And over the last 11 years, it's expanded enormously. We've expanded the use of AI within the network. And all this is essential because increasingly networks have different tasks, like surgery, for example, operations, or in defense or environments, or, for example, in ensuring people's privacy and companies' privacy. Obviously, it's necessary to use AI systems that can process and use information, because we're talking about that, to give you an example of this. At the moment, we're using AI to manage 24/7, every second of the day. We're managing 2 billion objects connected with the network and the net. And of course, this cannot be used by traditional systems or the older support centers. They need to be AI motors that can gather information all the time on the net and then decide how to process it to ensure the net to continue working and avoid attacks and prevent the net from going down, also solving issues that may develop during the course of the day. All right, then let's stay on the subject of networks and move on to open fiber. How is the network developing? How is the net developing? We've heard about the relationship with AI. What do you have to say about that? Well, we are embarking on a parallel development process, also at the service of AI. In other words, we are pursuing our goal of setting up infrastructure throughout Italy in the various parts of the country and projects that we're working on. And at the same time, we are also enriching and enhancing our infrastructure. Over the past year, for example, we began setting up a hedge data center, small data centers located throughout the country. And this gives us a unique opportunity to set up edge data centers with existing infrastructure, because these small data centers are being set up within our POPs. We have the space, we have the available space, and we have TV3, one in Rome, Pescara, and Milan. And by next year, another 16 are going to be rolled out. This will give us the chance to host clients with their calculating capability and their data, and that can be distributed throughout the entire country. And this, I think, is a major transition in the development of the networks, because here we're physically bringing together data and computational power through edge computing to get to users and applications. And this will incredibly increase the quality of the service delivered and provide the bandwidth available through fiber. And physically, that will also shorten the distances of the latency times, that is, the response times of systems, even in a ratio of 1 to 100 over longer distances. This also enables us to develop new applications and a new way of delivering network services, for example, net-based services, and for example, the creation of CDNs, contact delivery networks. And these provide content. CDNs, in fact, are focused on video data primarily, with enabling us to bring videos that clients watch to the people who want to see them. And the response times and the quality of the video service is much enhanced. All of this in an effort to not only create an infrastructure, a passive infrastructure in the network, but in fact a complete, comprehensive infrastructure where the network per se, I mean, we provide a service that we call network area service, where all of our clients and providers can directly install their apps, their services on our network without needing to build their own infrastructure. Okay, so let's get on now to the subject of the edge with Nicola Blefari-Melazzi. What is the edge? And what about the devices? How will it change the world? What kind of opportunities are providers, telecommunications providers, seeing at this stage, at this point in time?
Sì, buongiorno, grazie a tutti.
Hello, everyone. I have a couple of slides, literally. We all know this. We know what cloud is, what the cloud is as massive data centers, basically, that we use to store data. Edge cloud, is a cloud that is on the user side. And the idea is to approach storage and processing to improve this latency. To get to California, it takes a long time. If we have to have a car decide whether to turn right or left, that's not feasible. So the idea is to move everything towards the user. I'd like to say a couple of points and then answer your question. I'd like to frame a bit what I am saying. It is linked to a research project funded by the Minister of Industry, 116 million grant with important players and vendors in the country on this project. Now, I'd like to present you with this white paper. You can download it using this QR code. It's got to do with the future of telecommunications. It's been done between the School of Management, Politecnico Milano, and engineers. It defines 4 future scenarios, not like how can I say, creative scenarios, but based on facts linked to the value chain. We interviewed many CEOs of the different operators and strategic foresight technology, which enables the definition of future scenarios. As I said, we defined 4. Each of them defines 4 variables: technology, the market, the ecosystem, and regulation. We do not limit ourselves to describe these scenarios. We also describe which are preferable, and we also identify the levers, the decision that the decision makers can use in order to shift us towards one given scenario. For instance, the A scenario is the current one where operators fight to get their hands on the resources. Capacity is more limited in Europe than in China and in the US. And then there are other scenarios. I don't think we'll have the time to discuss that now, but you can read them in this white paper. Second point is actually the answer to the question I was asked, and it's got to do with a trend that will radically change the way we use technology. What do I mean by that? The concept behind it is simple. You have the cloud, so large data centers in China or California, very few in Europe. The edge, that is to say, these smaller clouds that are closer to us. The extreme edge, which is even closer, it is on the mobile phones stations and the terminals. That's what we have in our hands. We've seen that AI requires certain training where we basically teach what we want the AI to learn, and then there's inference, which asks AI what we want to know. Today, both training and inference happen in the cloud, but increasingly they will be moved towards us, because when it comes to training, there is no need to have text models. We've got to deal with security aspects or transport, for instance. So training, when applied to transport, must take place closer to the end users, towards the left. The same goes for inference. That must happen in terminals and the extreme edge systems. So instead of querying the large clouds, the answer is generated in our mobile phone. What does that mean? It means that the ecosystem will change. We won't have that many apps or IT systems, because everything will be a single interface with AI. If I want to send a message, I'll just tell AI. I don't need to use the app, and that will change radically the ecosystem. This is an opportunity for European and Italian operators, because since things move towards an area which is still in their control, where they still have access, well, there they can play more of an important role. The bandwidth need increases, the computing capacity increases at their home, basically. Thank you. Let's stay on the edge with Filippo Rizzante. Edge computing is like a meeting point between IoT and 5G. What ecosystem is the result of that? I'd like to thank the previous speaker because he gave us a nice introduction to our topic. Let me tell you what Reply is doing. We received substantial European funds because Europe put together 5 billion funds for a federated European cloud, EPCI. We have the company group, Italian, that was awarded the first part of this financing. As Reply, we are involved in the actual construction of this. The project actually kicked off this year, and we are, if you will, the orchestrator of everything. We make sure that there are federated edge system across the European countries. And the idea is for them to speak to each other. So this is our role, that is to say, a sort of a continuum with the cloud and then orchestrating the different edge systems. Let me pick up on what you said. We developed a number of projects on structures, and then we have a dedicated function in Reply which focuses on large language model, both for training and for inference. So far, in terms of computational capacity, at the edge, we have sufficient CPU capacity for training, and also because you reduce latency when inference is closer to the end user. And that multiplies the number of user case. An open question for everyone here. How can... So let us introduce or play with these new words. So my question is, how can we connect the edge technology with the physical AI? I mean, the extraction of data from the environment, which radically shifts the paradigm. Who'd like to take this question? Well, with mobile robotics, you see that quite a lot because it requires real time. Consider autonomous driving. It's basically mobile robots. It requires real time answers. AI today is focused on the device, but I think that the correct model is to have devices that can talk to each other, hence exchange data in real time, like the V2X protocol, and also dialogue with the infrastructure, like edge infrastructure, to make the systems robust. Autonomous driving has a lot of problems. Think of the test beds in San Francisco or Phoenix, because it doesn't have that whole ecosystem. So I think that the future of IT coincides with the future of many companies. And so the idea is to have smart machines that can do much more for us humans on top of processing data. The idea is to have machines that fix problems. And that is precisely this proximity or edge infrastructure.
Any other comments from the other panelists? Yes, I'd go back to the subject of physical AI. It's the next step versus the agentic AI that we're seeing today. Physical AI will show a world where agents and pieces of software not only interact digitally, working for us, on behalf of us, but they also work in the physical world, not just digital world, driving cars or tightening bolts or whatever. And these are our agents in the physical world. So taking that into the physical world obviously requires connections with the edge, proximity to the device, because we need that also in terms of security, because let's not forget that interactions between physical agents will be interacting with humans. AI doesn't exist separately from us, but with us, and it's there to enhance people's abilities in the digital world, but even more so in the physical world, where there is a close contact with operators that will demand much more security and attention in that respect. Okay, so let's stay with let's move from extracting data to sovereignty and value chains. There are certain examples, like in Germany, where the Defense Ministry is actually funding local areas where they are building and pressing and producing the parts that are required by industry. And it's a bit like the MIT model back then, many years ago. But in this case, it's funded by the Defense Ministry in Germany with a view to achieving sovereignty and control, preventing episodes like what happened in Lebanon, where in various transitions and passages throughout the world, you have interferences taking place and damage taking place. So how do you see the relationship between sovereignty, regulations, and the practical side, the operational and strategic side of the value chain. Well, yes, the subject of technological sovereignty in AI in particular is very much the focus of today's commentary, but that's where I would start. Sovereignty begins as a subject that was of compliance years ago, of regulatory responses. And today, it's a question of strategy and operational control, because AI and digital infrastructures, which is really the subject of this roundtable discussion today, are critical and strategic for countries today. Very much so, as much as infrastructural and energy delivery systems. And so we must be able to defend them, quote unquote, and to control them. And those cases that we're coming across today, and you mentioned the pages in Lebanon, but also exports and so on, tariffs, geopolitical issues that we're seeing, all of these situations call upon us to think about what kind of control we want to have on a critical infrastructure. And to understand what all that entails, I think we need to break it down into parts. We need to look to see what lies upstream of AI. There are layers: energy, chip production, semiconductor production, where Italy and Europe simply could not control their own fate in that respect, in terms of that respect. And so we need to depend upon external agents, no other options. But then you have higher levels, data, talents, and so on. And this, I think, is where we could make a difference. We, I think, need to strive not only to control, but also to own these levels. And this is where we could make the difference in terms of impact on value chains and industry, and going back to the example of Germany. And I think it also offers an opportunity. And as your example says, the possibility is to create European champions, European value chain champions, where European companies can control their own fate and have an impact on productions, manufacturing, even defense in that particular instance, and really leverage our strengths. What are Italy's strengths? Skills, hubs, the value chains we manage, and we cannot give anything up or hand it over to AI. We need to retain the skills to let them grow, to make them grow, and to control our own fate, also in terms of technological sovereignty. Good. Okay, so let's look at the use that we make of these technologies. How can we bridge the gap? How can we bridge the gap of the digital divide? We heard Diego Giulli talking about the new Google systems, and we're familiar with the LLM models. So where do we go? How do we find our way through this entanglement of models? And which ones could we use? Should we use? Should we opt for one only? Or in order to safeguard our infrastructure, our cognitive infrastructure, maybe 2 or 3 options would be desirable. Well, yes, I would say that we've got 2 sides to the issue. We've got the consumer side and the corporate side and the value chain side. So 2 different perspectives. The consumer will look at individual tasks and individual responses, and the consumer will look for the model that best suits them. And these are continuing to evolve at breakneck speed. So the functionalities of different systems are improving constantly. But I think the main challenge is how to use these models. At least our feeling is how to use them in industry and in value chains. And here we're not just talking about choosing the most appropriate model in terms of functionalities, but also of costs, because let's not forget that all these models and the use of these models do not come free. So in terms of overall consumption, there is a cost. And also, we have to decide how to take the models and apply them to the information capital that each and every company has. Otherwise, we're finding ourselves in a world using the same models with the same answers, and companies all saying the same thing and doing the same thing. So I don't think we can give up on having some sort of differentiation in the field of AI. And how do we achieve that differentiation? I think by using the infrastructure and the models for sure, but based upon the data that each and every company has, its heritage, its patrimony in documents and information and unstructured and structured information. We have to capitalize on all of that and put it into the right system and generate value that will be unique for each individual company. Otherwise, everyone will give the same response to every question or query. Yes, there are countries that are doing that. And of course, you're talking about the distinction between companies and individuals. There are some countries that when an individual goes to a company, they have an interview, they apply for a job, and the question is, how well can you use AI on a vertical scale? If you know how to use it, can you use it better than anyone else? And that's very much the way candidates are assessed these days. And then the company, the hiring company, will take the vertical model applied to the applicant and, I don't know, say non-democratic countries, they adapt that to what the government is looking for or wants, and then the governments and companies become instantly totally aligned. And then you've got managers in the Gulf states saying, well, now I want to leave the company. I leave my vertical AI with the company, and then they continue without that person with my replacement. So there are problems like this arising as well. So I'm not quite sure whether we'll ever get to that point. However, in the meantime, I'd like to ask Giuseppe Gola, what does our country still need to do to achieve a successful digital transformation, creating models, maybe not like the last one that I described, but models where there is a greater awareness and fluidity in the digital approach on the part of companies and individuals?
A questa domanda risponderei tornando un po' a monte di...
I would like to, how can I say, to go upstream to take your question. Now, our country and open fiber, and through open fiber, has a considerable fiber coverage in line with the European average, but we're lagging behind in terms of take-up and infrastructure. We still stand at 28%, which is half of the EU average. So we need to do better. We need to make sure that the users actually use this infrastructure. In some cases, digging up to put down optic fiber means bearing 40 euros every meter or so. But if people do not use this fiber, then it's pointless. It's money wasted. So we need to do more. Our job and the work of the operators is to encourage people to switch to the fiber. But we also need something at a higher level, so politics need to support this. We expect the EU Commission to pass or to release the EU Network Digital Act, and that will be a nice nudge to switch off the copper grid, basically. We also expect our country to follow suit, and hence it will implement all of the actions needed for this rollout. We talked about edge computing and physical infrastructure. And I wanted to mention briefly what is called the intent-based networking with Claudio Bassoli. How does this intent-based networking, how can it strengthen sovereignty? I think it's important. It can also be framed or called as adaptive network. With AI, it's very hard to expect what is needed in terms of bandwidth, number of operators. Following our merger with Juniper, we've created this network which is becoming smarter and smarter. Many agents, AI agents, of course, are input into this network and try and understand how it works to try and fix problems. Let me give you a practical example, not only in physical terms of network, but also the connection between the application and the network. If I am on a video conference, the network might have a bottleneck, and it might not be significant for most of the app users on the network. But for me, on a video link, 1 or 2 seconds delay are a problem, and the video conference is suboptimal. Images freezes, the voice is distorted. I just gave you this pretty quick and simple example. These agents basically follow me, so they look after what I'm doing. They are aware I am on a video conference, and their purpose is to make sure that the network, which can be physical or wireless, can provide the level of quality, which means that my video conference can run smoothly. If you then expand the scope, you can figure out how many objects can be involved. There are some 2 billion objects on the network, and this is a small fraction of what will be there 2 or 3 years down the line. So the network, or this type of network rather, makes sure that AI can truly become ubiquitous for all users and companies. This new generation networks are designed to change the cost paradigm, because this can entail a 60% reduction of the operational costs for a network. And some research points to the fact that the return on investment is very high. There are indeed currently operators with profitability issues, and these can be overcome by joining a new era. The topic of sovereignty has already been touched upon. I fully subscribe to what was said. And here too, these technologies can monitor and control sovereignty. Ultimately, if we do not have the tools to control and verify in real time, rules and regulations are just an impediment. We're really out of time, but just a quick question. Is it too late for the Italian digital sovereignty? It's not too late, but we need to be laser sharp focused. It is not a matter of fighting Indivia or whoever. It is actually about implementing AI to our supply chains. So it is about taking our industrial background and using it to make a difference. Thank you. Thank you so much to all of our panelists. You can regain your seats. Thank you very much.
E noi proseguiamo.
And we will forge on with our special addresses. And there will be an interview now with Elio Schiavo, Chief Enterprise and Innovation Solutions Officer of TIM. Tim.
Destra o sinistra?
Sinistra.
Sinistra.
Benvenuto.
So welcome. Thank you so much for inviting me. Okay, first of all, a few comments about what you've just been hearing. Well, I think that in an event like this, when you're the 24th speaker of the day, it's very hard to say something new. Anyway, we've heard many, many interesting things, and I have to say that of the many things I've heard, I find myself in complete agreement. I think that, of course, this is not the first time that I've been attending this event. And every time I come, it's a great pleasure because talking about technology, and here we've got all sorts of experts and insiders, the speakers, but also the participants, the audience. And so we have nothing to teach anyone, but I do think that one thing that might be lacking in what I've heard so far is a sense of urgency. This is a country, Italy is a country, and I think I said this last year, I'll say it again, and next year I'm going to say it again. You can be sure of that. But this is a country that is lagging behind in terms of the digital technology. There is a digital divide, a true digital divide, and both companies and public administrations are using technologies and funds. They are excellent at doing that. But leaving the little ones by the wayside. And I think that a company like ours, Tim, we are system-wide corporations. I think companies like ours should truly make an effort to provide the means and the resources on the technological side and also on the financial side to those who most need to close the gap. This is a gap we also need to close between Italy and Europe. What about the enterprise aspect of all this? Yes, our mission is quite a simple one. We at TIM, in the broadest sense, but also TIM Enterprise, has always placed technology and innovation at the forefront of what it does. And TIM Enterprise, against this background, which in technological terms is becoming extremely challenging, well, TIM Enterprise, in terms of size, capability, number of factories, digital factories, it is becoming the biggest digital platform in the country in terms of revenues, in terms of cloud-based components. And I'm not going to crunch numbers at you because I don't think it's the time or place for me to do that. But I think that today our dimension in this country is very significant, and it is a dimension that we are placing at the service of public administrations, the country, industry, with two distinctive skills. In other words, we are and always will be everywhere. Our network is it's capillary, and we can truly help the country to close the digital divide that I mentioned before. Right. Can we talk about migrating to the cloud? Cloud migration is essential for companies and for public administrations, and it's an irreversible migration in many respects. So how does that tie in with digital sovereignty? And what is your stance with respect to the competitive scenario? Obviously, we've heard many comments on that very subject, but I'll try now to look at things from a slightly different perspective. I think that the overall scenario is becoming very uncertain. In other words, the number of cyber attacks we're seeing is growing exponentially. There are wars at Europe's borders. We've got the question of Trump's trade policies keeping us awake at night, and people not knowing who's paying what tariffs and why and where. So the end result of all of this, putting it all together, requires us, calls upon us to become owners of our digital future, our fate. We need to write the rules together, because there's one thing I feel. I worked for many years in the United States, and there is one America and there is one China, there is one India. In Europe, there are many of us. And if you look at the rules written by the different countries, European security authorities, you look at the statistics and you look at the criticalities, etc. Every country is different. So I think the first thing in terms of sovereignty is there should be clear-cut rules and regulations for everyone that we should all be enforcing and complying with. And then on the question of gaining ownership of our digital future, I think that there are a few requirements. Number one, I think we need to take strategic critical data and keep it safe in our public administrations, and that needs to be done without us being against one another, but all pulling together in the same direction. I like what Teodoro Lios from Accenture said. I very much like that, because I don't think we need to be working against one another. We shouldn't be talking about envy and rivalry. I think we need to pool our resources and manage all of this in such a way that the data, that operations and the technologies are all located in the same place. We can do it with them or without them, in however we want, but we can meditate on how to do it. But it is something we cannot avoid. We must do, because I think there is, as I was saying before, we're lagging behind on many things. There's one resource that really is becoming scarce, and that is time. There is no time to lose. Where do you see us in 5 years' time? If it's even possible to speculate on where we'll be in this uncertain and fast-moving world. Okay, well, I would like to borrow something that Bezos said a couple of weeks ago in Turin. He said, he went up to the stage, and the first thing he said was, "I'm very excited." He said, "I'm really excited because I believe that this is the most interesting time in terms of technological development, because right now everything's moving at supersonic speed." So what is happening? What happens when things move very quickly? Technologies evolve very quickly. What happens is that you have two parties getting really smart, occupy the most space. They're the ones who are already the front runners, which we are, and I hope that in 5 years' time we still will be, or even more so. And then the ones that are the agile ones, the smart ones, that are the guys behind the screen, all those startups up there, young startups, because in a market that's moving so quickly, the quickest decision makers and the most agile decision makers are the winners. Yes, we've seen that. Also, in terms of the war with the Houthis, we didn't even know who they were at one point and what was happening there. And all of a sudden, they, retrieved old Iranian weapons and kept the United States and the world on edge. And so that's another use of innovation, fast movers, right? Well, yes, I would say perhaps what we think, and I'm speaking with the aristocratic we. We believe that I think Tim should grasp whatever opportunities the market throws at it, but it must also try to make this country a better place. I think that we must all wake up in the morning raring to come home at night after work, leaving the world a better place than we found it in the morning. And this is something that I think represents a quantum leap for us, because I'm saying this with all the respect for everyone in this room. Last week, we spoke to the market. We spoke about the TIM enterprise, and we're talking about values in the billions for an enterprise. I mean, we're a listed company. We have a business plan, and we have to follow it, yeah? So our revenues are extremely spectacular, and we are worth 10 times a regular-sized company. And we're working a great deal on infrastructure, on the infrastructure side, because we realize that new technologies will need space. We'll need a place in which to be hosted, and we intend to provide that. But we also think that we need to help the country and the system to meditate on a few things that perhaps they're overlooking, and one is energy consumption. All of this technology that everyone's talking about artificial intelligence and quantum intelligence, so on. It's all fascinating stuff, and we'll use it, we'll need it, we already do. But these things cost a lot of money and consume a lot of energy. So these are developments that will probably involve some big players, and I do hope, for the market's sake, that there will be consolidation in this respect, because you can't have 10,000 small players in this space. There need to be big players. it's like in the United States, the big players. You've got Amazon, Google, whatever, Netflix. The big spaces require big players, and in turn they have to involve all the others, the smaller ones. But the country needs an infrastructural plan, and it needs to consider energy consumption, because all of these technologies consume a lot of energy. So thank you, Elio Schiavo. You can now leave the stage, and we'll press on. I would now invite Guido Barbieri up to the stage, CEO of EI Towers.
Ecco qua, buongiorno, prego. Sempre di qua. Così.
Always on this side, please. The topic of our conversation is complementary to grow. Complementary between whom? Well, hopefully content editors will grow, and complementarity is between categories of infrastructure. Last year, our contribution focused on the power of the AI impact on content production. The app I am discussing here is No Copyright Dilemmas. It is an app that enables to input virtual ads in content. If we were to give a presentation today, impact would be even bigger. So this world is really growing fast, and infrastructure should keep up. What infrastructure? Well, TLC infrastructure and broadcasting infrastructure, which, however, might suffer. I'd like to invite you to read the Astel Manifesto and the strong positions on prominence. These are, if you will, neighboring industries, slightly different nuances, but the upshot is infrastructure might suffer. There's also the regulatory aspect in Europe. In Italy, regulators, and in Europe, regulators are doing quite a lot in terms of prominence. There might be a small contribution from the fact that TLC and broadcast infrastructure had always been seen as competitors, but actually they cooperate, and they should put in a sort of complementary approach. How can they cooperate and actually be complementary? Well, networks today are seeing an explosion of data traffic, an increase in video traffic and AI. Despite of CDN and Edge, nets are saturated. On the contrary, there might be massive investment with long-term returns to avoid the problem. Video that generates a lot of traffic might be helpful, and it might be helped by broadcast networks, because these will maintain their traditional strengths. They are green, efficient, and free. And somehow they are investing a lot in technology investment. For instance, the 5G broadcast, which might, in a way, lighten up the net. We are overcoming a model whereby you get the traditional linear program versus the on-demand content. There is a more cooperative model. Streamcasting, that's a new word which is going around. It doesn't sound that sexy, but it says that there is, if you will, linear content and then additional content available on the network. And this means that there are less space for pure content aggregator and more space for editors. We are great supporters. We are really fans of editors, and therefore we support them in case of strong content to jump towards being editors. I would like to ask our technicians to launch a video to show how much we support the new editors.
La tecnologia corre veloce e noi con lei. Offriamo servizi di trasmissione radio-televisiva su ogni piattaforma. Grazie alle migliori infrastrutture e tecnologie. Nel nostro headquarter di Lissone ospitiamo l'Iliad International Broadcast Center, dove nascono tutti i contenuti della Lega Calcio Serie A. E il nuovissimo canale Radio TV Serie A, che racconta uno dei campionati più iconici ed emozionanti a livello internazionale.
Dietro con questo da fuori! La sposta sul sinistro Nico, scorsa dentro all'area, la sforbiciata!
Forniamo soluzioni complete per la trasmissione e la distribuzione di segnali TV. In Italia e nel mondo. Connessi al futuro.
Invito allora...
So I would invite Lorenzo Dallara from Lega Serie A, the new TV channel. Welcome. So tell us a little bit about how you're cooperating with Italy's Serie A. I'll try to be brief because on days like this, there are two difficult moments, just before lunch and then just after lunch. And so this is, I'm the difference between the person between us and lunch. So imagine what Serie A does. It organizes the Italian Championship and events and games, and that's what it does. But 5 years ago, we implemented a media company, and Barbieri was talking about a new editor. Yes, that's us. We are, in fact, in control of our own future. This is what we've done, very much in the wake of what our CEO wanted at the time. An ex-colleague of mine from RAI, a broadcaster. And for the pictures you saw in the International Product Center that we set up. And initially, the plan was to provide space for this. Luigi Collina, the head of football umpires, came to visit us, and he was quite shocked by what we've achieved. So it's a top-level technology development. The question was where to go. Well, we obviously decided to go to Lissone, to our friends over at EI Towers, with whom we have an amazing relationship. In 4 months, we set up the company, and it's a broadcasting center, a TV broadcasting center. And we're an example for other football leagues. The Bundesliga came along, the Premier League have come along to see how we're doing things. So we've had visitors from all over the world, and they're borrowing ideas from us. So what do we do, basically? In a nutshell, we do it all in-house. So essentially, we produce everything that has to do with the Serie A in the digital world, which is what we're talking about here. Over the course of 4 years, we've gone from 8 million fans and followers to 5 accounts, 2 languages. Today we have 24 languages and 44.2 million subscribers worldwide. So 10.1 million on YouTube followers, and that we're very proud of. And we broadcast highlights out of Lissone. We've got 24 filming, shooting sites, and we do everything in Spanish, Arabic, English, and Italian with native speakers who live with us, and they're all professionals in the field, and they do this work full time, and it's something that we are really excited about. So we provide commentaries for the games for the people broadcasting Serie A games worldwide. We also broadcast films, and we also attended a festival of sporting videos and films. We make our own movies and films, and we're also doing a special on Italian championships, and the Italian Trade Commission is also supporting what we do and supporting what Italy is and what our Italy sport does. So basically what we do is we have 4 control centres where we do remote production. At the moment, we're only showing the games played in the spring season, but obviously we have bigger plans. We also do the virtual advertising, and here we use a great deal of AI, and we're becoming very important worldwide for that. Our TV studio that does virtualization, and we're working for the Japanese Football League as well, who use our infrastructure. And basically, you'll see the advertising from our main sponsors, and internationally there is another main sponsor, and there are 5 different options for adding more sponsors. But this is all something that we can do. We can do 11 different virtualizations at a time around the pitch. And honestly, it's a bit like talking about the metaverse, but this is something that we do on a regular basis. And I'll close with what you saw on the screen, Radio TV Serie A, from the 21st of August. That's when we started. We kicked off in just 2 months. We set up the studios. We've got the directors, the control centres, very sophisticated commentators, and so on. And we're really making a name for ourselves in the world of television. We've got our channel that can be viewed free of charge, and we organise that part of the communication element. And I think we've really realised how very important what we do is. So far, the plan is turning out to be wonderful, thanks to our partnership with EI Towers. They're outstanding partners. We have a very close relationship with them, and in the space of very little time, we were able to achieve a great deal, and much of that is thanks to the company, to EI Tower, whose CEO is sitting just across from me. So be prepared, because soon you'll be able to watch Radio TV Serie A on your cell phones for free. So thank you very much, everyone. And let's now break for lunch, and we'll see you in an hour's time.
Buongiorno, bentornati.
Good morning and welcome. And we start by speaking of space, and immediately I call here Bernard Johan, Public Policy Director, EU Digital and France, Amazon.
Allora, parliamo del progetto.
We are talking of the project here for connectivity and space. A study has been recently published by Oxford Economics speaking about the partnership for some member states. And so we'll be speaking about that with the director. Amazon deals with connectivity via this satellite constellation. What are the specificities of the problem?
Satellite constellation. Could you describe the distinctive?
She's repeating in English what she has just said in Italian.
Thank you very much, Barbara, for having me today, and hi all. So we're discussing infrastructure, right? And of course, when we talk about digitalization, the very basic thing is to have access to the web, wherever you are. And we know that in Europe, in the world, there are billions of households which do not have proper access to internet. And in Europe, we know that there are tens of millions of households who have no access to a proper broadband connection. So as a company which was born online, which is our case, Amazon was founded back in '94 as an e-commerce company, and then we expanded to other businesses. We thought, okay, what can we do to help sort that out? And we realized that in a number of cases, terrestrial communications cannot get to the last mile, cannot do the extra mile that would really truly enable to connect everybody. And space-based connectivity can be an alternative that can come as a complement to that. So that's what we do with Project Kuiper. Project Kuiper is a project owned by Amazon to deliver fast, reliable connectivity worldwide, right? And of course, including in Europe. And we will do that with a constellation of low Earth orbital satellites that will include in its first phase 3,200 satellites. And that will provide services, of course, to households, but also to a number of business and activities that need broadband connection and that today either do not have it or do not have the redundancy that they need. For example, schools, hospitals, very sensitive assets, etc., and so on. And so we are in the process of deploying those satellites. We just actually launched 24 more just last night from Cape Canaveral in the US. And we have reached the 150 satellite mark last night, so that's great. And it's working. It's working. We have performed some speed testing just last month, and we are the first commercial phased array antenna to exceed the 1 gigabit per second mark. And so we are very proud of that, and we are looking forward to launching that service commercially.
Quale ruolo prevede che possa giocare nel panorama europeo?
What is the role what role do you envision Kuiper playing in the European landscape of connectivity and space? And are there any specific plans for or ongoing partnerships with European industry? Now she's repeating in English.
Specific plans or ongoing partnership with the European industry?
Yeah. So I think we can make a difference here in Europe in two different ways, right? The first one is Europe has very ambitious objectives in the field of digitalization. as part of the digital decade, right? What we want is to connect everybody by 2030. What we want is also for everybody to have access to AI, everybody to have access to cloud, and for all of these goals that are the goals of the European Commission, but of Europe as a whole, satellite connectivity can be part of the solution. We have, of course, terrestrial, we have fiber, we have 3G, 4G, 5G, but connectivity is about incremental costs, right? The more you go far away from dense city centers, the more costly it becomes to connect either people or assets or companies. And that's where satellite can make a difference by helping us go from where we are today, which is in the 70%, 80% range, to the goal of the digital decade, as set by the European Union, which is 100%, of course. We have asked Analysis Mason, which is a well-known consultancy globally, to look at what kind of difference it could make. And what they found is that satellites could connect millions of people here in Europe, and that could save tens of billions in public subsidies, because it would be more costly, more economical to use satellites in a number of cases. Overall, they have assessed that 37% of the subsidy that we are dedicating to broadband plans here in Europe could be saved if we integrated satellite into those plans. So that's the first thing that Project Kuiper can deliver. The second one is we rely also on EU technology to perform and to create that system. And in particular, we have entered into an agreement with Arianespace, which is the main launcher here in Europe. That is, in their own words, the biggest one in the history of the European space industry. And that partnership is about launching up to 18 Ariane 6 rockets, so I'm personally looking forward to this. What you have to know is that Arianespace is working with more than 600 SMEs across 13 different EU countries. So that partnership that we have with them is actually a partnership we have with the entire space industry here in Europe. And so we have indeed published that study by Oxford Economics just a few months ago that assesses the impact on the European economy. And what they found is very simple. 26% of our investment is directed to Europe, globally, is directed to Europe. The contribution of that Project Kuiper, to the European GDP is 2.8 billion euros. And there are today more than 3,000 highly skilled engineers and other highly skilled jobs that work on that project or in relation with that project here today in the EU space industry.
Come vede l'evoluzione della regolamentazione spaziale europea e internazionale e quali sfide e opportunità presenta questo per i progetti come Kuiper? Could you share your perspective on the development of the European international space regulations? What are the key regulatory challenges and opportunities that constellation projects like Kuiper face in the evolving regulatory environment?
Well, that's a key question because we need European legislation, the European legal framework, to enhance innovation, to enhance the positive impact that I was just underlining just before. And so we share the objective. What is the objective here? It's to have a safe and sustainable space, and of course a continent that is very central in regulation today, that is Europe, has the power to influence that, right? So we share that objective. Because to deliver space-based connectivity, of course, we need the space to be safe and we need the space to be sustainable. That has to be a sustainable way to communicate here on Earth. So how do we achieve that? Well, we see the role of the EU as a great opportunity because there are a number of standards. There are a number of best practices that exist in the world, but that still are not truly widespread, are not truly generalized. And so the EU Space Act is an opportunity to further spread those standards, to really make one more step into the direction of really generalized best practices in the world. We do that, we can do that through legislation, and that's the purpose here. That can also be done through other, let's say, instruments. We are, for example, we joined the European Space Agency's Zero Debris Charter. So that's an opportunity. Now we have to be very cautious as well, right? If we create rules that accelerate adoption, this will support the digital decade. If we create rules that make it more difficult to use the space to connect people, then it will slow down things in Europe. And I see two risks in that space. One is that we create rules that are asymmetric, that would not be the same for everybody, and that would create multiple issues. I don't think I have time to explain here today, and the second one is we have to make sure that the bar we set in terms of the space industry here in Europe is reachable, right? There are a number of rules, capabilities and innovations that we know that are best in class today in the world. We have to align on them because the space is international in its nature and innovation is also international by nature.
Thank you. Last question. I see that you write by hand
Yes.
on your book. It's
Very
a choice, and why? To someone who works in Amazon and live in digital, it's very weird.
Yeah, that's the question that I haven't prepared, so that will be a difficult one. I will say that, yes, I think technology is not going to replace what we're doing. And that's true for handwriting, but I also think it's true for everything else, right? And there are too many discussions today about fears on AI, on other technologies that they would replace what we do, replace human creativity. I don't think it will replace. I think these are tools that enhance the human creation, and that will not replace human creation.
Thank you very much.
Thank
you for having been with us. Ok, è stato bello così questo fuori programma.
That was, it was nice to have an impromptu question on handwriting. Now let's hear from Fabio Pascali, Country Manager and Regional VP, Italy, Claudera.
Il titolo, buon pomeriggio.
Tutto bene.
Good afternoon. We are going to discuss AI on a large scale. How can we change innovation in a safe manner without risks? Good afternoon, everyone. I do not have any slides. I would like to take you on give you a quick overview. Claudera, what is it? It's a multinational which came to Italy 10 years ago. We've always focused on data and more recently on AI. Claudera transforms your company's data into value. So what basically is data-driven. And we do that with a platform which has some key features. One, it is infrastructure independent. We discussed cloud, we discussed infrastructure, we heard many different speakers. Claudera leaves the customers free to decide where to put it. It can be on a public cloud, Google, or whatever. This freedom is very important. It is specifically important when we discuss AI because, of course, we have a data platform, but also AI platform to do what? The entire life cycle we've discussed today, the development of models, the training and then the execution of models. All of that is done in a very simple way, and it can be done where customers want. And why is that important? Why is it key not to force customers to push data to models, and rather it's drive models towards the customers, because depending on the company, depending on the sort of information, it is important to have the freedom to choose. In some cases, it's key to start.
Utilizzare magari dati non sensibili.
And then there are other situations where data are so sensitive that it is impossible to compromise. So I can manage my AI platform completely on premise. This is fundamental. Some examples from our customers who are using our platforms, say the Milan City Administration, we use it across Smart City. Then we also have Eutelsat. Eutelsat uses us for their quality data. And why not? Also, telemedicine, a national platform. At the basis of it, you have Cloudera. On top of that, actually next week we're organizing an event in Rome. Pagopia, Poste Italiane will be there, as well as Infocamere.
Parlando di AI
Talking about AI, and we've discussed that a lot today, we can share with you what is our perspective. We see that many customers started off with experimentations, in some cases also use cases, and they tapped into cloud services, super fast, super easy. But we noted two aspects. Point one, costs, and two, the if you will, critical areas in terms of security. With public models, AI public models, the cost per token explodes. As you increase the number of models and use cases, costs increase exponentially. So customers need to move from an initial AI to an industrialized AI, which can actually be sustainable. That's hard. Second is the critical nature of information. Some information can be shared, others cannot. So some companies might not want to export their data to train models, or they might not want to share prompts in order to get results from Gen AI outside of the company perimeter. And this is, it makes perfect sense. Say a public company which runs a booking system for healthcare, when it interacts with the algorithm, there you provide sensitive information, name, surname, the tax code, and one's health condition. Of course, the public entity wouldn't want to share this information. Is there a way to do so? Absolutely, yes. You can actually use models within the security perimeter of that public entity. Another key aspect is the so-called lock-in. We don't hear that as much today. We are actually building the future of our companies on applications that get input data, AI, and we want to avoid a complex lock-in, both in terms of infrastructure and applications. Cloudera developed its solutions on open source, and somebody mentioned that, because if you base your solutions on open source, it's got quite a lot of pros. Innovation acceleration. We provide solutions that are perfectly functional, supported and integrated. And point three, no lock-in risk, because at any given moment, our customers can leave our subscription and migrate to a community software. Can I do that on my own? Yes, in theory you can. Companies can do that, but is this the actual goal of a company? Developing a platform from scratch or developing applications using a platform and so benefit from AI applications and data? It is as though I left here and wanted to take a tour of Lake Como. I pick my car for rental and I drive to the river bank. And I get also support during the trip. On the contrary, I decide to take a drive around Lake Como. I go to a spare parts dealers and with a manual I assemble a car, and if I manage to put it together after a long time and big costs, I can start driving without no after-sales support. That's the difference. We help companies achieve their goals faster, both in terms of data and AI. Thank you very much.
Grazie, e allora invito a raggiungermi.
Thank you. And now I give the floor to Antonino Ruggero, who is a partner of our event, and the company is the Bolden Networks. Well, the title is From Connectivity to Competitiveness. So Digital Italy starts with infrastructure. So in the digitization process of the country, what are the strategic objectives that you want to pursue as a company, and what is the role of neutral host you want to have vis-a-vis phone operators? Good afternoon. Well, in Italy, the Bolden Networks arrived in Italy 3 years ago, and and of course we have our own strategy. In the telecommunication world, we are close to the operators. This is very clear at a time, at an important moment in the scenario of Italian telecommunications. There are very important issues on the table: the renewal of frequencies and also the fair share that has been much talked about, and also the consolidation of the market consolidation, and operators are working on that, have been working on that very actively. In the association, we are close to them, we support them, and we want to support this effort. We have an important group know-how. We are leaders in our sector in the US, in Anglo-Saxon countries, and we are bringing this experience also to Italy, supporting the development of infrastructures in an innovative way. Today we are looking at the new frontiers, 5 and 6G, with infrastructures at a very local level. So frequency aspects for 5 and 6G, very high frequency with a very low penetration, and with a strong need at a local level. So we have engineering skills, we have important implementing skills, and also a financial strength that we can give. You are the protagonist of the project Rome 5G that has been transforming our capital. What is the impact of this project, and can something similar be done in other Italian and European cities? Well, we are very proud of this great innovation. The smart city was a slogan, but not much had been done as something existing in reality. And Rome administration was truly enlightened to imagine a revolution, an infrastructure revolution of the city, and we accompanied them, we supported them, we funded this project because we consider this partnership between public and private interest was something our government started, and of course we took this opportunity. The Rome municipality took this opportunity as well, and we created an infrastructure that, well, I may say it is unique in the European scenario. It is a comprehensive infrastructure for the digitization of a city, had never been done before in Europe, and we're very proud of that. And this is something I told the mayor of Rome himself. Many European cities in our parent company in Europe were approached, in fact, to have information about the Rome model so that they could replicate this model elsewhere in Europe. So we are very proud. Italy was in the forefront in this case of infrastructures and telecommunication. There is much more we want to do. This morning, Professor Bleffery showed the future of edge computer and AI. Our infrastructure, apart from automating that is something we did in Rome, cameras for safety, sensors for air quality monitoring, well, it will have other developments. It will have the next string age and the possibility of developing a whole series of advanced services for the benefit of the city and its citizens. And we will have autonomous driving. I mean, Rome has an infrastructure that will still be there and in 20 years. There is a new project for Palermo, for the city of Palermo, and we have already submitted the project and all the documents, and then there is a whole procedure to be followed, but we are quite confident we can have the second project in Palermo. And simultaneously, you are dealing with a digital transformation for strategic infrastructures, so sharing of connectivity solutions with airports, railways, transport. And how will this have an impact in Italy? Italy is closely connected and should become competitive from this viewpoint as well. Well, we are bringing our important international experience in U.S. The Bolden Networks is leader for harbors. Port of America is one of our clients, all the infrastructures in the main American ports and airports. And we are bringing this experience in Italy. We have been working with a number of public agencies, state agencies. We are preparing projects for ports, airports, transport at large, and both in terms of design and implementing and also financial power. We are controlled by an important Canadian fund, and so we have huge resources available, so we can invest more than 1 billion over the next 2 to 3 years. The country needs it. We must go back to where we were, so to speak, in the world of telecommunications. We must prepare Italy to innovation, and we know that innovation will be paramount in the next few years. And the sharing of connectivity, what transformative effects may have in a matter of 5 years. Well, the automation of the large port and airport structures may really guarantee may be really a turning point in the Italian situation. Synergies, I'm speaking about ports now. We are possibly the country that I mean, we are one of the most important Mediterranean countries for movement of goods by sea, and having a digital development of ports, which is something that is simply not there at the moment, that could really be a leap forward towards the future. Thank you, Antonino Ruggero. And now, the floor to Federico Proto, President and CEO of Selinex, Italy.
Buon pomeriggio, benvenuto. Allora,
Right. Now, the debate on the consolidation of telco has been around for some time, just like the requests of operators to guarantee economic and financial stability. What is your view in this area? Very good afternoon, everyone. We work on a daily basis with telco, and we have realized one thing. The investments that telco must do domestically, but also abroad, because, I mean, it's pretty much the same across all of continental Europe. Well, I was saying these investments are not proportionate to the needs, because the development of a broadband capacity involving infrastructure like motorways, railways, is, of course, a need which cannot be put off anymore in a modern country focused on innovation as Italy is. Why am I saying that? These investments are extremely demanding. We have four major phone service providers, and we have 4/5 networks. Now, the question is are investments sustainable to promote innovation with 4/5 networks? Well, probably not. We worked on a study with Mediobanca, and it showed that the EBITDA provides less. I mean, the EBITDA linked to the capex gets less and less as time goes by. So basically, I think what is interesting is consolidating networks and infrastructure. This is not just a wish, it's actually a need, an industrial need. The telecommunications sector is undergoing a deep transformation. So the question is, what role can your company play, and what can regulators like Agicom play here? RANCO is a bad word almost. I don't like it. RANCO, what does it mean? It's a company that, in Italian, deals with mobile network access. Our colleague this morning set up to make the fixed network more efficient to the benefit of mobile operators. The same applies to the active part, because that certainly means having sufficient investment to move to 4G and then 5G standalone, and in the future even 6G. So all of the service evolution. Now, in order to consolidate, to concentrate investment in companies like ours as a neutral, if you will, tower company versus the operators, well, I think that can be a winning solution to ensure this industry can have a future. an industry with a very positive track record, and so I don't see why we shouldn't keep it up. Second part of your question about the role of Agcom, the regulator, the Italian regulator. Well, I think that they play a key role here. It is a very important topic. It's extremely topical. At the moment, we're discussing about frequencies 3G, 4G, so the first block of frequencies that should expire in 2029. But Agcom is forward-looking, and they are already launching a consultation with the industry operators to sound out what we think. Again, this is a key topic for industrial policy. An operator today, in 2025, must know what is going to happen in 2029, because their investments clearly have a medium to long term, and so they need to understand exactly what is going to happen. So the telco regulator, Agcom, was very correct in launching this consultation, and something should happen soon. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure having you. Let us therefore end my session of the day. Let me call to the podium Alessio Iacona, and I'll happily listen. Good afternoon and welcome. We have an extremely tight agenda with fascinating scientific topics, and I'm sure you will be fascinated. Let's start with 3 keynote lectures. 3 major leading international experts will help us understand gravity. It's about black holes, the event horizon, quantum holography, and gravitational waves. I can't really tell you anything about this. I'll give the floor to our guests. We will have keynotes 15 minutes and special addresses 10 minutes. They can be, if you will, standalone or short interviews like Barbara did, and then we will have 2 pretty intense panels. One will be moderated by myself and another one by my colleague Paola. Now, let me give the floor to Thibaut Damour, Nobel laureate and winner of the Dirac Medal and Médaille d'Or. His contribution is black holes, gravitational waves, the new frontier. Professor, that's the countdown, and you have the floor.
Mi dispiace di parlare soltanto in inglese.
Sorry, but my speech will be in English.
So, black holes and gravitational waves. Okay, la prossima. Sì. The story, yes, our story starts during the First World War, when... sì, forse.
Prego.
So come funziona qui? Sì. Ok. Sì, va bene. So, Einstein invented general relativity by pure thought during the First World War. He worked in isolation, and in November 1915, he wrote down these equations. These equations are still our best description of gravity that we have today. Let me explain in a few words by an image what really means general relativity, what it is saying about gravity. It is saying that there is a new chronogeometry of space-time, measuring both distances and time intervals, and that this geometry is deformed by the presence in the middle of space-time of mass or energy distribution, which is this equation you can see in the frame. So these are Einstein's equations, written in November 1915. The right-hand side is the distribution of mass energy. The left-hand side measures how geometry is deformed. In an intuitive term, what Einstein is saying is that space-time is an elastic structure which is deformed when it contains some mass energy. So space is like a gelatin. It's a very rigid gelatin, but essentially it can be deformed when you touch it or when there is something in it. Now we are going to talk about gravitational waves. Gravitational waves is the analog of sound waves for the structure of space. Sound is a wave of deformation of the pressure between, let's say, a dog which is barking and somebody who is listening. And these are waves of pressure propagating. Space, according to Einstein, has this gelatinous structure, and when you move it around, there are waves of deformation of space that propagate. They propagate very fast because space is very rigid. They propagate at the same velocity as light. For many years, Einstein predicted from his equations, a few months after the creation of general relativity, the existence of gravitational waves at some level. It took more than 50 years for people to understand how they could be measured, because first they looked so small that people did not bother about measuring them, and then there was the issue whether modern technology could really see such small signals, and you have important contributors from the experimental point of view. Essentially, when a wave, gravitational wave passes, it changes the distances between objects in one direction and squeezes in the other direction. Okay. Now, there exists a network over the planet of several detectors. There are 2 detectors in America, one in Italy near Pisa, a French-Italian detector, European detector, and one in Japan. The principle of these detectors is to have laser light moving between 2 mirrors, and this makes an interferometer, and when a gravitational wave passes, it changes the length of the 2 arms, and therefore it changes the fringes which are created when the 2 laser beams meet again. Okay. Now, the gravitational waves which we have detected, and the largest you can really create on a reasonable human timescale, are extremely small. They correspond to making a change in the distance between 2 mirrors of the size of the billionth of the size of an atom, okay? Something incredibly small, I mean the billionth of what is an atom when the mirrors are made of atoms, actually. It seems impossible to measure, and this was measured by a combination of technologies. Some of the technologies are quite old, like the concept of interferometers. Other technologies are very recent, although the concept of laser, which is essential here, was invented by Einstein in 1917, which shows the long time it takes for a theoretical idea to become a concrete technological thing. And more recently, LIGO Virgo succeeded in getting an improved detection rate by using quantum properties of light, by using quantum squeezed light in the interferometers. Okay? So this was the story of gravitational waves. Now, black holes. Black holes were also mathematically discovered within 2 weeks after the discovery by Einstein of his equations by Mr. Karl Schwarzschild, who wrote down this equation that you can see, framed this equation. But this was like just a mathematical thing, and it took more than 50 years to understand that this thing could be a real object, that it could be created in the universe, and that you could see it or hear it. And here you have the faces of some of the people who made important contribution, starting with Oppenheimer, actually. Indeed, the basic results in 1939 of Oppenheimer was the following. What is really a black hole? A black hole is created when you have a dead star somewhere. You have a star at the end of its nuclear life. It gets cold, and then its internal pressure has diminished because it has no longer nuclear resources, and then it starts collapsing under its own weight. But when it collapses, it does not go to one point. it deforms so strongly the structure of space that there is a region around the black hole, around the dead star, which is now called the horizon or the surface of the black hole, which is actually a bubble of light which tries to escape from this very strong gravitational field region. It goes out locally with the speed of light, but in some sense space is falling in, and therefore this bubble of light is staying put, is standing still. Okay? So this is, and inside the black hole then there is a further structure which is a singularity where space and time disappear. But what we care about is the horizon. Here is a small movie of what happens now when you have two black holes. When you have two black holes going around, they change locally the structure of space. Remember that space is gelatin, and which can change its structure when you have matter moving in it. And then what you have seen here is that the two black holes go around, they go faster and faster, and at the end the two black holes get so close that they merge and form one final black hole. I'm showing this because this is the signal which has been seen. Nearly 300 such signals have been seen, and there are a few signals of when you have the coalescence of two neutron stars, but the gravitational signal emitted through this merger of two black holes is illustrated on this slide. We can divide this signal in various parts. During the first part, which corresponds to the left, yes, maybe I have a laser here. Here. Anyway, it does not show, but it's not so important. On the left, when the two black holes are far away from each other, they go around rather slowly for millions of years, and then, because they lose energy and angular momentum, they get closer and closer, so they go faster and faster, and this generates a wave of deformation of space, this sound in the structure of space, which is like a sine wave. And then things get faster and faster when the two black holes get closer. They are the last orbits, and then the two black holes merge together to form one final black hole. And a very important concept which has been first understood by Vishveshvara in 1970 is when you have a perturbed black hole, it has a kind of modes of vibration like a bell. If you have a bell that you ring, then this bell will emit some sounds and ring down, because the sounds emitted by a bell, it loses energy, so the sounds, they decay in time. Okay, so the final signal from the merger of two black holes is made of a superposition of these modes of vibration of black holes. Now, how do we know that we have observed these signals? Now, this signal has been observed 300 times with 300 different systems of binary black holes, usually located at something like 1 billion light years away. So the black holes have 10 or 30 times the mass of the sun, but they are very far away, and the gravitational waves come to us after 1 billion years, and it's an extremely weak signal. So we remember that what we have seen, that this signal is made of the first part, which is an in spiral, then the merger, then the ring down due to the newly created black hole. On the right, you see the first detected gravitational wave signal on the 14th of September 2015, so that was 10 years ago. And in this first signal, first you see that it is rather noisy. Okay, the real signal, after actually filtering a lot of things, if you take the broadband signal, you see nothing, because the signal is totally lost in the broadband noise. But if you filter the noise, you can see that there is indeed something which vaguely resembles what is on the left or what is below. What is below is the, let's say, the mathematical template, the physical prediction of what is contained there. But in this first signal, although there was a very strong proof that you could, that this was the merger of two black holes, you could not see what happens at the end after the merger, when the two black holes have merged, created a final black hole, and then this final black hole is vibrating. Okay. An important event happened a few months ago. on just nearly 10 years after the discovery of the first gravitational wave signal, on the 14th of January 2025, okay, just a few months ago, a new signal has been detected, and this signal is the loudest gravitational wave signal ever detected. It has a signal-to-noise ratio of 80, okay, so there is a zero probability that this is a fake signal, and the fact that this is such a strong signal, you can see it here. What is shown here in the real signal is these gray things that fluctuate around the red signal. The red thing at the bottom of the slide is the mathematical reconstruction of what should be emitted by the merger of two black holes. Let me mention at this point that the prediction how to compute, starting from Einstein's equations and solving them to compute this very complicated process of the merger of two black holes and what they emit, took many, many years of work by many people. And actually, what was important there was analytical methods, which were, hand calculations or calculations done by human beings with some minimal computer aid from the algebraic manipulation point of view. And this was first predicted, this full signal, in 2000, before supercomputers could compute this process, because the process is so delicate from the mathematical point of view that when people put it on supercomputers, for 30 years, the computer crashed after a few seconds. You could not compute what happened when two black holes moved around. But finally, in 2005 and then 2006 and 2007, it was possible to have a stable supercomputer code that could compute, and it agreed very well with the analytical prediction and could improve it in the parts where the analytical computation could not be very secure. And this leads to the type of red curve that you have here. This red curve, called waveform model reconstruction, is a template which is predicted by combining analytical and numerical methods. Now, what I want to emphasize here is the last part of the signal, which, as I said, is the part where the final black hole created by the merger of the two black holes is created, is now much more visible. Okay, you can see that the noise is going around this, and it has been possible by analyzing this signal very accurately to prove that indeed this object has created a black hole, and that the properties of the vibration modes of the black hole you created are in full agreement with the predictions of Einstein's equations of 1915 and the solution found by Kerr in 1963. So in a sense, if in the analogy where gravitational waves is the sound of space, okay, in the first part of the signal, we have 300 times heard the sound of space created when two objects move in space. And in the final part, recently, with good accuracy, we have seen the cry of a newly born baby black hole. You create a new black hole from two black holes, and this baby is not in its final state, it's not happy, and it cries. And we have seen the precise sound of this baby-born black hole. In what sense? Is the end? I'm nearly at the end. Okay, I will not describe which detail, but the point is that the accuracy with which you can say this is 2%. So we know, we have heard black holes and newly born black holes at 2%. The last point is, although generativity is giving us our best description of gravity that we know, there are some dark clouds on the horizon. There is a dark cloud on the very short distance physics. Okay, what happens to gravity when you go to 10 to the minus 33 centimeter? Nobody knows, but it's clear that there are quantum effects which start dominating gravity, and we don't have the final word. But there are also puzzles on large distances. Those puzzles are called dark matter and dark energy. They are there, but we don't understand their nature. And this is good, actually, to have some puzzles on the horizon. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor. Thank you for being with us. Io ringrazio molto il professor Damour perché ci...
Thank you, Professor, because you shared with us many things. One of the take-home message for me is that scientific research is the result of the contribution of many people, and that is like a total sum of activities. And so ultimately we can hear the sound of space and the first cry of a baby black hole. That is quite a strong message. But without further ado, actually talking about black holes, perhaps some of you remembers the picture of the first black hole that we discussed, that was discussed a few years ago. And it was all related to our Horizon project, and the godmother of this is Professor De Laurentiis, whom I invite to the podium, and I'd like to give her the floor, the event Horizon. I will be super fast. I'll try to be faster than light. Are you ready? Are you ready to leave the Earth and travel to outer space outside of our galaxy? Not working here.
Ok, è andato? Ok, qui partiamo dal deserto di Atacama.
This is the Atacama Desert. And there we have one of the major telescopes we have. So we move to Galaxy 87, where you will see slowly but surely, you will see the heart of this galaxy. And so the first direct image of a black hole. We're getting closer and closer. This is M87, and it is the first direct evidence of the black hole's existence. What does this image represent? It represents the shadow of the event horizon, which is the darker area inside this donut, if you will. I will tell you more in a moment. You are probably wondering, how did we manage to succeed something like that? As Professor Damour said, black holes are black. You can't see them. But there are some direct or indirect ways, like the gravitational waves, that can reveal their presence, their existence. Another key way to spot them is to trace the orbits of the stars around the black hole at the center of our galaxy. Our colleagues Andrea Goetz and Reinhard Genzel for 16 years monitored these clusters of stars, and they noted the presence of an orbit perturbation. They do astrometry, and so they traced the orbits of that little star, you know, the yellow one that gets closer to the central part of the black hole. So you can see that the star changes the speed of the orbit. And so they figured out that the heart of our galaxy, there was a supermassive object of 4 million of solar masses. And then there's a direct method that we use. We used test particles, photons, so light particles that move around the black hole. Black holes have a specific trait. They attract everything, including light. So what happens? They attract all of the gas and the surrounding materials, and they create a sort of luminous discus. And what happens? It gets overheated, and somehow it can be seen because it emits radiation. And so we can see it at the electromagnetic wavelengths. And the fact that we are dealing with the black holes is that photo ring you see. It is as though it was basically the digital print of our black hole. The dark area is the shadow of the event horizon, and that whirlwind of material produces that sort of luminous donut, which is the growth area. The shade is not always as you see it. This is a simulation below. It might look slightly different. It depends on the position of the observer, and it very much depends on the position of the black hole compared to our position. As I said, the digital print of the black hole, this ring, is interesting and is shown in this other simulation. We change the frequencies, the wavelengths, but what remains is that small ring of photons, which enables us to identify the supermassive objects. Now, to try and make you understand what we're dealing with. Here we are very close to massive gravitational forces, which creates the black hole by attracting dust and gas and everything it can swallow up. So it swallows up everything and captures everything. The light particles, what do? Well, they move around the black hole. Some of them are captured and some not. Those that are captured create this trough, and thus they create the shadow area, whereas all around you have that luminous ring. Otherwise, we would have no other way of seeing this object. But actually, what technology enables us to cover these distances, I didn't tell you something which is very important. The M87 black hole is at 55 million light years from us, so it's very distant. And what we see here is the angle resolution of this object in the sky. So we need some radio telescopes. They are like antennas or parables, like dish antennas that perhaps you see in some movies starring Jodie Foster. We actually have one in Sardinia, and they enable us to capture random signals, radio signals, excuse me. The resolution of these telescopes very much depends on wavelengths and the width of the diameter of the radio telescope. And we need to do our maths, because to cover these distances, so to see very small sources, you need to have millimetric wavelength. And another element that we garnered from our studies is the following. For our radio telescope to have a clean image, mind you, the radio telescopes must go through the interstellar gas, the atmosphere, everything to grasp that signal. So 1.3 millimeters enables us to have a rarefied, transparent gas, and hence it enables us to capture the source close to the event horizon. Our calculations tell us that we need a telescope. My image is stopped here, I'm afraid, but the upshot was we needed a radio telescope with a diameter as large as the Earth diameter. That was impossible, so we figured out another solution. That is to say, connecting different telescopes. We connect different telescopes across the Earth. We had 8 stations. Some of them have different antennas, and so they connect in pairs, one by one, and they create the sort of networks. They are synced with laser clocks, which have a mistake of 1 second every so many years. So we also take into consideration the rotation of the Earth. Now, what happens? Look at the central picture where it says UV coverage. It's a sort of virtual satellite dish. it shows that the more radio telescopes we connect, the clearer the image. And the small ellipses that you see there show the pairs of radio telescopes as the Earth rotates. The larger the UV coverage, the better the quality of the image. It's a bit like when we want to write a symphony. If we put two notes for two musical instruments, it's too partial, you don't get the full symphony. So you really need to link up all of the network of telescopes to get a very high resolution for images. Think that this technological feat enables us to see like the size of a donut as large as the Earth. Imagine how sensitive this tool is. After capturing all of our data, well, we need to physically interpret the result as a team of people, including myself. And we create a number of models, like Professor Damour showed. We take the analytical calculations and we simulate using supercomputers. If you see there, GRMHD plus ray tracing. This is hard because we're not only dealing with general relativity by Einstein, but we're dealing with magnetic fields and plasma. So that really is very complicated. After we have created a number of theoretical models where you change the plasma parameters, the parameters of the inclination vis-a-vis the observer and the parameters of the black holes. And mind you, we need very powerful supercomputers to do that. Well, we can interpret our results. I need to perhaps oversimplify what I'm doing so that it can speak to you. It is a bit like when you are at a stadium or a large place and we want to identify the picture, say, of a terrorist or anybody, and the image is out of focus like that. And so we ask the codes we created to find the top 10 best matches for that daisy image, hazy image, sorry. So what do we do then? Well, we compare these against the theoretical model. If there's a 100% match with the observations, then we can say that it all adds up. I would like to finish off with this video. We confirmed Einstein's relativity. This is very important because in a strong field, Einstein's relativity might not work, but it actually does. And I'd like to show you what actually happens. You can read it for yourselves. I'll keep quiet and I'll let you enjoy the pictures. We made a simulation to try and show you how these objects behave.
Ovviamente le differenze di colore,
of course,
di temperatura, no? Per
the different in colors
che cosa accade.
Show the difference in temperature.
Questa è una peculiarità di
This this is quite peculiar because also the trajectory of light is deviated by black holes.
Beh, qui lo rimettiamo nella sua posizione.
Here we put it in the right position, as it is in the sky. And if you have an amatorial telescope, you can actually see it. And let me finish off my presentation by saying that this is the outcome of the work done by a fantastic team, because scientific discoveries don't happen just like that. It takes a whole team to get there. Thank you.
Solo un istante. Quante persone ci sono nel suo gruppo? Quante persone?
Allora, sorry, how many people do you have in your team? Well, almost 400 scientists. We started with 30 with this idea of seeing black holes. I worked for my whole life on that. When you say that we demonstrated Einstein's relativity theory, yes, maybe an applause. That was confirmed by gravitational waves. Einstein was right. He was right. He was right from the very start. Thank you. As you see, we are getting a lot of knowledge from this podium, from this. Then another keynote lecture, and now I invite Gerhard de Hooft, Nobel Prize in Physics, Professor Emeritus of Theoretical Physics in Utrecht University. The title of the lecture is Holography.
Lei ha do you have a presentation? And you can... Toccalo, lo do io a lui. Perfetto. Via, prego. Ok. Esatto. Vedo che ve la state ben cavando.
So, thank you very much. It was a bit difficult for me to accept the invitation to talk about holography in this particular community, because it really covers better a branch of theoretical physics that has little to do with the black holes observed in the universe, because they are billions of times smaller in our case. Then we have more difficulty understanding what really happens. Where do I change the slides? So, this, okay. So yes, if you look, so I have to make a more general introduction to this topic. If you look in the past, both in science and in technology, the major steps made by people who learned how to be precise and how to correct mistakes made in the past. We are very ambitious. The question is, what mistakes are we still making? What mistakes are we still making today? They are countless. And yes, as for technology, we wish to be able to travel to outer space. We want to clean up the mess we make on the surface of the planet. We want to keep control of the quality of food and our water and so on. You all know this. We want to use better methods to learn how to do things correctly. And I want to emphasize during my entire short talk here that precision is all that makes the difference. So both in technology and in sciences, if we find better ways to make observations and better ways to derive the relation between observation and experiment, then we'll get much better results. For instance, in physics, and now I come to the real problems that we are encountering in theoretical physics, we want to understand where the end is of the laws that we understand today. So in the cosmos, the end is, well, literally the end of the cosmos. Where are the boundaries of our universe? Are there any boundaries? We don't know this, but we would like to find out. And a similar difficulty is there when you go to smaller things. We are used to talk about atoms, which are, have dimensions ranging to about 10 to the minus 10 meters, that's an angstrom. But you can also look at the particles inside an atom, the protons, the neutrons, the electrons, and they govern a domain of science that is still almost 100,000 times smaller than those atoms themselves. So see, we can go to tremendous changes in distance scales, but here we reach an end where we know for certain how to do things right. No, I'm going to go, how do I go back? Yes, here I am. So the ultimate size of fundamental physics theories is something very different from both atoms and cosmology, because we can go down in sizes by a tremendous amount, and the only thing you have to do to figure out where the smallest distance that you can study in physics, where that is reached, it is actually what we call the Planck length. The Planck length is a certain combination of fundamental constants of nature. You see here the h bar, the g, and c, the velocity of light, where you put in certain combinations. One particular combination is to get a constant, a number, which has a dimension of a length. That number is 10 to the minus 35 meters. Maybe for some of you that doesn't mean very much, but that is a tremendously small distance, even if you compare it to the tiniest particles that have been detected by mankind so far. This is much, much smaller. And you can make different combinations of the same kind, where you can look for the smallest amount of time that you ever can encounter in the universe. Well, that's the amount of time that the light ray needs to go through a length scale of 10 to the minus 35 meters. That's 10 to the minus 44 seconds. That's a ridiculously small time unit. You never encounter that in any other branches of science than right here. So, where am I now? Yes, the tiniest possible thing that you want to study has these dimensions. And then you can ask, what are the objects that we see in there? What are the sizes of the movable parts in nature? That's the real question we ask. And the answer to that may very well be a very tiny black hole. And now I'm making a connection between the technology of observing black holes in the universe, as you heard in the previous talk, to the very tiniest black holes that you can imagine in particle physics. And that's tiny black holes take the size of this Planck length. We believe, for very good reasons, that there's nothing smaller than a Planck length. You can't really talk about physics anymore. But we can talk about things which are nearly as small as that. And the remarkable thing is that the equations for a black hole are such that, yes, you can make things as small as a Planck length. They are the tiniest possible black holes. Yes, so what we really want to know there is at that particular time scale and distance scale, like the Planck time and the Planck length, what are the tiniest moving parts of the universe? And our belief is, if we find an answer to that kind of questions, we might end up with the fundamental laws of nature, which cannot be changed or improved anymore. So we see in a very big distance, we see a sort of end point of the science that we like to do. So, physicists are doing calculations in something that they cannot see here. And then the problem is, if you can see it, if you cannot check it experimentally by observations, we are easy prey to make mistakes. And the question is, are we stuck? And when people talk about making bigger and bigger particle accelerators, for instance, the question is, are we really doing any new physics or not? Or are we nearly to the end of where you can do observations? And many people have been very critical in the topic of theoretical physics. They say we can never study smaller distances than the elementary particles. So we can never study what happens at the Planck scale, because we cannot compare our findings with observations. And it's a very important point that, that you have to remember, that if you can't do observations, you're likely to make big mistakes. And indeed, this is exactly what I'm experiencing today, that many papers about these tiniest black holes are really wrong, because people have no good idea how to compare what they see with experimental observations. And the tiniest particles where we do know this are these fundamental particles, and you can now picture them as being elements that you can put in blocks as toys that you can play with. And physicists love to make toys to play with these particles and to know exactly how they behave. So their internal moving parts are very well known. But if there are also moving parts at billions of times smaller distance scales, then it means that in reality, these things are far more complicated than you might think. And the problem is, are we doing things right? Well, I want to show, no, it's not that easy. We're making mistakes. And yes. The first fundamental new observation in the topic of very tiny black holes was done by Jacob Bekenstein, and then his result was further improved by Stephen Hawking. And what Bekenstein discovered is that a black hole is not only a region of space and time that can absorb particles without ever sending them back, but black holes can send back the particles that you throw in. You throw a particle through its horizon. You've heard what a horizon is for a black hole. You throw it right through, and then ordinary laws of physics seem to be telling us that nothing returns. But if you're more precise in your observations, you discover things do return. If you look at the way this goes, is that these things are actually radiating with a finite temperature. They are not infinitely cold, as people sometimes thought, but now it's realized that they have a finite temperature. And the smaller these black holes are, the higher the temperature. So that changes everything for us. And what you see here is the expression that Stephen Hawking derived for the temperature of a black hole. And I'm going to conclude, yes, but maybe that he made a mistake. And the mistake is not in the calculation itself. The calculation itself was correct. But the mistake is in what does the calculation mean? What does it tell us about the tiniest black holes? And one thing that could be done is that Hawking could calculate the entropy that goes into a black hole. Well, to explain the word entropy, that would be too much here. It's a complicated notion in theoretical physics, but you can roughly say that entropy is the amount of information that you have in a system. So if you have a bucket of water, or you heat it or you cool it, the entropy changes accordingly. It tells you how many fundamentally different distinguishable states can this object take. And so yes, how do you count entropy? And the laws of thermodynamics apply as much to very, very tiny objects that have the size of a Planck scale, as to very large objects like a galaxy or so on. So it's all a question of counting how many different quantum states do we have to describe a black hole. And that is where the word holography comes in. We call this holography because we found something very alarming. I said we, of course, it was basically Bekenstein and Hawking found something that's very alarming. They say the number of moving parts that you see in an atom, in a black hole, is not what you might think it is. It's not that you calculate how many moving parts are there in a tiny volume, and then you multiply that with the volume of the black hole. Then you get the wrong answer. But you get the right answer if you replace volume by surface. And that is very similar as what you do when you take a holographic picture with one of these fancy cameras that you can see sometimes. So to emphasize that feature, we call this property of tiny objects, again, holography. So this is something you want to use to do technical calculations. Holography is a lovely thing that you can yes, well, the holography is an important thing that you can use in many ways in theoretical physics. But very often you get that if you realize that the outcome tells us that the moving parts in one picture all lie on the surface of a subject, and sometimes in another picture the moving parts are filling the entire volume inside. That's what you have with holography, and that's what we want to apply and understand to describe the black hole. But then the existing theories here have one big problem, and the problem is we cannot make any observation. It's far too small for any instrument that we can imagine to check whether what we are doing is right. And you can practically be sure that what we are doing is not right. And so what I would be emphasizing is that the temperature of the Hawking radiation sent out by a small black hole is not the number that Hawking derived, although it could be that number. It depends on the theory that you have. But having big discussions in our community about how much information is there in a black hole, is it denumerable or not? Are things absorb black holes such that they are never coming out? What comes out, according to Hawking, is pure thermal radiation, carrying no information. But that's really a dangerous thing to say in theoretical physics. Even thermal radiation contains information. So many of us don't believe that was the correct answer that Hawking was giving. But he said, if I give that answer, then I can calculate everything, and also the temperature of a black hole. But now, let me see now. Yes, I actually want to go one step back, but maybe it's not. Okay. Yes.
Let me try. This way. This way? Look at it.
Okay, yes.
Is this one?
Yes. Okay,
Perfect.
this is good.
Thank you.
So, imagine, the question is asked, imagine that the cavemen of the past were actually blindfolded. How much science would they have been able to develop? And the answer is, of course, very little, if anything. And what they did find out was probably completely wrong, because they have no idea about the size of our universe or even the size of the planet that they live on. And the result of here is now that we get a big discussion in our field, which is what is exactly the temperature of a black hole that it emits when it becomes very, very cold. for ordinary physicists, it's rather easy to estimate that temperature because it's just the inverse of the size of the black hole in ordinary data, because when you have a very small object, it mixes radiation with different amounts of energy, so that the average energy becomes the temperature. The smaller something is, the higher the temperature is it generates. So in the case of the Hawking black hole, the idea is that if you do the calculation in a slightly different way, such that the black hole does return information to us, then you get a different value for the temperature. And in particular, you get the temperature is twice the original answer. But we have never been able to see literally these tiny black holes, so we don't know who is correct. Is it that Stephen Hawking in his original calculation was correct, or should he say, no, black holes can return the information in a way that we can calculate, and then you need this extra factor 2 in the temperature. So, as we have never been able to observe them, we can't make out for sure. So this we leave for the future, but the point is that to get such questions answered correctly will be a very important progress in theoretical physics in general. We want to understand those equations. We want to know about the moving parts of our universe. So thank you very much.
Let the man take your computer and give it to you. Please. Lo recuperi tu il computer? Grazie. Allora, io ringrazio molto il...
I would like to thank Professor Toft because he has told us about, again, black holes. We listen to science, and now let's move to the institutions and other representatives from entrepreneurs. Now, I'd like to call to the podium Under Secretary of State for Technological Innovation, who is in charge of all of these topics, Mr. Alessio Butti.
A cui tocca il compito oggi di fare un po' un riepilogo di quello che sta.
You have the task to wrap up everything we've said and take a look at the future. Very well, thank you. I was a bit worried. After black holes, we're going to listen to politics. Well, actually, what we gathered is that our society is undergoing major change. We're not worried, though. We are in good hands, because ultimately all transformations were driven by science and by innovation. Renaissance was mentioned many times. The Renaissance with the printing press enabled the publication of the first books, and so mass culture. It had an important impact on society. Then, the 19th century, here, the homeland of Alessandro Volta, we learned about the transformational power of electricity. We are celebrating the 200 years anniversary of Volta's death. He is perhaps the most contemporary scientist. Let me think here of the interface between brain and computer. Without Alessandro Volta, we would probably not have the current revolution that we are living now. And then also the 20th century is the century of electronics, of computers, and that's quite a key presence in our life. We are now living the era of data. Data travel on infrastructure, on networks, and artificial intelligence should give us the ability to control the change that is underway. I believe that actually, for starters, I believe that you should see some slides in the background now. And we're here to share with you what we've done over the past 3 years and to illustrate what we are going to do for the next 3 years that have already been planned. And this is very important. We are trying to change the relationship between citizens and the government. We're trying to do that thinking a bit out of the box. To put it very, very simply, in the past, the idea was for the state to say, do come to us. Today, we overturned things. And the idea is we get to you where you need the government services. And we did that with our initiative called Wallet. We might have the citizens go to the relevant offices, queue, present tons of paperwork, etc., and then upload them on their devices. On the contrary, we changed things over. So we basically enabled your average citizen to use all of the attributes that they have uploaded onto the system. There are now more than 10 million people. This is really a sea change, a cultural change. And it is a step that enables us to make people understand that that the right can be enjoyed pretty simply. So the digital world has changed also the perception of right. Citizens must be able to access and enjoy their rights pretty simply. We reformed the digital ID. It is still pretty complicated, but with a single digital identity, we enabled people to access public administration and services that are also provided by private entities. We changed the idea of identity. It is no longer a document for the identification of a person, but it is also a document useful to bring people and the state much closer. The civil and military authorities that are sitting here today know that very well. They are aware that what we are trying to do is extremely useful. I would like to mention the so-called Send platform. People were a tad lukewarm at the beginning, especially local administrators and mayors. They used to say, oh, that is interesting, to have a platform to notify legal acts, including fines or tickets. Does that mean I will be fined more often? Well, that might happen. However, today, no local administration would go back and cancel the Send platform. Now, a couple of words on the national data platform. We received it with 0 entities that are part of it. Today, we are about 10,000. And the exchange of information is massive, 800 million documents. What does that mean? That for nearly 810 million times, the public administration has saved phone calls, interactions, and so on. So basically, we reduced hassles by 807 million times. We launched a method. It is an important method. A method which means that the government tries and understands people's hassles, people's needs. We have just passed a law on AI. Italy is the first country in the world to have regulated AI domestically with an act, a law, following the AI Act. We did it to basically clarify the importance of technological and digital sovereignty. And we did that because our country has some specificities that cannot be encompassed by the EU AI Act. Italy is Italy. It's not because, we want to do things differently, but it's just because we wanted to put our research bodies, universities, to speed things up, basically, through AI. And AI enables us to embrace a concept that is really close to my heart. That is to say, the agent government, a government that respects people's time, because time is really a scant resource in our daily lives. Time and data. And what does this agent government does? We changed the, if you will, the parameters of public administration. In the past, it used to be documents. Now it is event-driven. When a child is born, this factor must be communicated to the public administration, and then accessing grant money, benefits like joining the immunization program, including it in the health file, and then applying for parental leave. People mustn't think of all of this. The central government does that, and they do that through the central platform, which is perfectly interoperable. We would like AI and algorithms should be the colleagues of public administration managers as well as corporate managers. When it comes to health, we are developing a new concept, proximity healthcare. This is fundamental because we can provide telemedicine services, teleconsultation, and so basically treatment follows people. It's not the other way around. This enables us to push for the digitalization of health. It means that our hospitals can free up some time and availability, and hospitals can focus on what they're supposed to be doing, that is to say, acute settings, whereas chronic diseases are for community management. And in order to get there, we do need digitization. The electronic health record is part and parcel of our new culture, and also of the average Italian citizen's culture. People can have access to their medical records, their medical history, and their medical documents. Physicians are also allowed to access this so that they can provide better care. They can adjust treatment, for instance. In the field of medicine, we're also doing amazing things with wearable technology and sensors. Nanobots are injected into the bloodstream so that it can exchange information about a given disease or a condition. We can do that. We can do that because we really are focused on innovation in this country, and we have amazing areas of excellence in Italy when it comes to healthcare. Thanks to connectivity, thanks to the 5G, for Milano Cortina 2026, we will use drones to transport, say, a heart defibrillator or a life-saving medicine, as well as, say, life-saving technology in hard-to-reach areas. This is what technology, this is what innovation is about. This is what we've done so far, and this is what we will continue doing in the future. A couple of words now on our approach vis-à-vis Europe. Everything I've described go towards one direction, that is to say sovereignty, both in technology and in digital terms. The idea is for our country to be in Europe, to stand in Europe proud. And we've done that thanks to the amazing leadership of our Prime Minister. She certainly showed a forward-looking perspective on the international arena. But let me get back to our technology. In the past, we were somewhat skeptical with the previous Commissioner Breton to levy a tax on OTT and telecommunications operator. Well, Italy started to change the paradigm and thought that perhaps it was a good idea to present technology solutions that would bridge the gap between OTTs and technology operators. We talked earlier about edge computing, and then at a European level, they started taking our ideas into consideration. And the idea of this fair share was basically defeated. Why? Because during the European consultation, the regulators and the consumers said precisely what we had been saying for 2 years. That is to say that we wanted a cost-benefit analysis of the application or implementation of the fair share, because that would have been negative for users. We wanted a technological alternative that actually was produced. We need to work on the single market. It mustn't be the total sum of 27 different markets when it comes to telecommunication. We need to improve the roaming reform. We need to improve the management of frequencies. Let me take advantage here because there are some operators here in the room. My attention, my focus is really on the consultation by AGCOM on the topic of national frequencies. It will end in 2029, but it is important to get there all together. We need to share our thoughts. The state will have to be, if you will, a bit less demanding when it comes to the management of frequencies, but in the same way, we need to understand that the operators must invest more in 5G and 5G standalone. I met, and please bear with me for another couple of minutes, I met Commissioner Virkkunen in July. It was a very interesting conversation we had. It was really enlightening. Italy is very well looked upon for everything I've just described, and I will also wrap it up on Thursday and then with the startups on Friday. We discussed quantum. You know that we released our quantum strategy. It was approved by the Interministerial Committee, which I chair. The president of the council asked me to illustrate it. Italy now has a quantum strategy. Earlier, it had the AI strategy that brought about an act, and today we have the quantum strategy that must bring about amazing innovations in economic and entrepreneurial terms when it comes to education as well. We have now the Q Alliance. Here in Chernobyl, we signed an MOU between two of the leading companies in the world, IonQ and D-Wave, an American company that works with a specific type of technology, and a Canadian company that works with another sort of technology. For the first time ever in the world, these two technologies have been combined. The two companies, for the first time ever, talked to each other. They didn't know each other before. We were the authors of this meeting. The government chipped in, and we were happy to do so because we're happy that foreign investors come to invest in Italy on our terms. And we are thrilled that they picked Italy and that they picked Lombardy with its network of universities, of associations, of entrepreneurs who are extremely responsive on these topics. We also put forward some requests. Number one, we wanted it to match our strategy, and the agreement is complete there. Also, hiring 100 researchers, and most of them were supposed to be Italian, because we really want to keep our researchers, our Italian researchers here, because they receive amazing education, and we want to keep them here, because normally they just go abroad, because they are paid better and because the opportunities are better there. We need to operate a U-turn here. And this will be open technology. I don't deal with specific projects, I deal with visions. The idea is to create infrastructure in Italy that will not only be like a data center. Of course, traditional data centers are useful, but the idea is to combine what comes from AI and combine it with computational capacity. This is a world premiere, really. It will be open for our companies. It will be open to our research entities. Our strategy is crystal clear: sustainability, transparency, accountability. The efforts of this alliance were to take place only in civil applications, because we are convinced that technology at the moment can be an instrument for peace and an instrument for progress and peace. Now, the topic on hand is really fundamental, because we are living at a crucial moment. Let me address our foreign friends who decided to use Chernobyl and ComoLake to pass on an important piece of information.
Project. It's a statement of vision and courage. It tells the world that Italy is not watching the future as it unfolds. Italy is building it. Here in Chernobyl, surrounded by beauty and history, we are opening a new chapter. A chapter where science, ethics, and innovation come together to serve humanity. The quantum revolution is not about machines. It is about people, researchers, students, entrepreneurs who believe that knowledge can change the world. And today, through the Q Alliance, we make a promise. But Italy will stand at the center of this revolution with open technology, with open minds and open doors. Are we up to the challenge? Thank you so much.
Grazie. Grazie al senatore Butti, al sottosegretario.
I wish to thank the Undersecretary for telling us what has been done till now, and also insisting on this alliance, the Q Alliance, which is an extraordinary achievement, and that happens here in Italy, as the Senator just said, and we'll be speaking with the protagonist of this technology in the first round table that will take place later on. We are late. We are exactly 1 hour late in the program. And now we give the floor to Anasi for Niccolo De Masi. Well, good evening. Speaking after Nobel Prize and after Mr. Bhutti, the Undersecretary of State, I mean, it's somehow difficult. Well, first of all, I'd like to welcome all the guests here, some very good friends. Undersecretary Mr. Bhutti, thank you for his generous hospitality. This is my third presence here at ComoLake. Thank you for the continuity, first of all, of this invitation. And I wish to thank the colleagues of the Department for Digital and Transformation, my friend Angelo Borrelli. And there is the top communicator Marco Camisani Calzolari, who is an expert in cyber communication and who supports what we do in our agency. So the cyber security. Helping everybody, citizens, business, public administration, to protect themselves from the cyber threat. What is the intrusion of in our information capital, and of course the Agency for Cybersecurity. It is an institution, the agency is an institution of our country to protect the digital surface of the country. This digital surface of the country is essential in critical infrastructures of Italy. Well, essentially, but not exclusively, because we all have a device, a computer. We have something that can be exposed to digital threat, and and information is, of course, priceless, because all data.
È legata non solo.
Well, this is linked not only to our security, our privacy. We have seen that this privacy is challenged by this intrusiveness, these people who are spying on our lives, the digital assets we have in vital areas, communication, banks, transport, and of course finance, and also public administration, sensitive administration, defense, the Italian Space Agency, the cybersecurity agency that must also protect itself, not all other critical infrastructures. I cannot mention them all. It is a very long list. However, I like to start, from Lombardy. We are in Lombardy, and today we have the pages of the main Italian newspapers telling us something that happened yesterday at the Assolombarda Assembly. They spoke about competitiveness, innovation, and growth. These are the three terms that were repeated again and again during that assembly, and I was given this piece of information by an economic newspaper, major newspaper, Sole 24 Ore, in its essential pages, competitiveness, innovation, and growth. And during that forum, they spoke about artificial intelligence and exploitation of AI for the benefit of our business, of our companies. And what really was important there is referring to an initiative that was at the very heart of what the president of Assolombarda said, Mr. Bisi. He underlined this new tool that will be made available to the local community, but also to the national community, considering the importance of Lombardy for the development and growth of our country. And it is an initiative that is called Forgia, 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 IA stands for, in Italian, for artificial intelligence. So this is the tool whereby the computational power, as the Undersecretary told us, will give us better knowledge and better ability to effectively manage productive processes within supply chains. So AI is a great tool for growth for our companies, but not only companies. It is a tool for our research centers, our universities, and our public administrations, because, of course, they manage and they keep an enormous quantity of data. And this, together with the computational power coming from supercomputers, quantum computers that we will have when we have a national ecosystem that will also use these extraordinary supercomputers, but that is something that is already there. And I like to go back to one of the most extraordinary successes of our agency over the last few months. We have, together with other agencies existing in our country, the Institute for Nuclear Physics, CINECA, that was the center of this initiative, and others, with whom with this initiative, we identified a call by Europe whereby we had 400 billion euro, 200 of them co-financed by Europe, to create a factory of artificial intelligence. Factory for artificial intelligence that, as our Undersecretary mentioned, is an open place, is an inclusive place, because it is the actors there will be not only the representatives of our agency. This thing will be in Naples. We will have this supercomputer in Naples. And so the possibility of, well, we have this initiative, and so we have this place that is both open and inclusive. And there we'll have all the people coming from the agency, so our super experts of my agency, of this cybersecurity agency, but there is also the possibility for business, research bodies, public administrations can exploit this computational power to grow together. And this factory, it is precisely the factory for AI. This will be, is already there. It is something on the go in our country, and this has not happened by chance, because if we read the latest news in the press, we discover that, as the Undersecretary just said, Mr. Butti said, I mean, we have seen that this country, despite all the opposite narrative that sometimes we happen to listen to, we have extraordinary excellences. On Monday, yesterday, another newspaper, important Italian newspaper, the Corriere della Sera, in the pages for innovation and economy, they published a page that was devoted to supercalculation. And I'd like to remind you all that our country is an ex-nation. It is one of the 4 nations in the world that has reached the highest computational power. And on top of this list, we have the United States, of course. It's normal. They started years ago. They have a power that is, out of proportion vis-a-vis ours. And then Germany and Japan. But the gap, as the Corriere della Sera wrote, the gap is not as high as one might expect. If we consider in numbers that are huge. We have about we have enormous numbers. 1 billion. That is why it is called X nations. They are called X nations. We have still some deficiencies vis-à-vis Japan and Germany. 1.1 Italy versus 1.5 gigaflops Germany and 1.16 for Japan. So we're not very far away. What do I mean by that? The reference to the AI factory. So this comes from the news. I mean, the article was published yesterday. We have already reached a considerable level. Under Secretary Butti, Mr. Butti said some minutes ago that our government and then Parliament approved a national law on AI. Of course, it's an enormous step forward for our country towards a governance of AI, being an effective governance, and this can produce useful results for the whole country. And it's an honor for me to take up one of the essential roles that has been specified by the European law. We are an authority to control, supervising authority for the market. And there is a piece of legislation that came into force a few days ago, and our agency has an even stronger role. So we have a supervision on the market, vigilance on the market, and we must also promote the development of AI in terms of cybersecurity. So developing developing artificial intelligence, of course, is linked with cybersecurity. And of course, we can never forget the problem of cybersecurity. And the European regulation states that the agency that carries out this vigilance, the agency must also deal with serious accidents to the systems to AI systems. And a serious AI accident means something that is extremely dangerous for the life of a country, because we apply AI in a sort of horizontal way. It is a cross-cutting thing that we use everywhere for healthcare and for medical devices, and so the control of medical devices by AI models, and also in three essential pillars: defense, space, and cybersecurity. Sorry, and security, not cybersecurity. And these are three essential aspects that are linked. And this is a great moment for technological innovation. I'm a man of letters, of humanities. Now, thanks to my agency, I can also read in the future of these extraordinary technologies. However, we cannot possibly forget that this is a very important moment for mankind, and also to keep mankind on Earth. And we must also try and understand how to protect ourselves against cyber threats. So the three pillars I mentioned: defense, space, and security. These three pillars are the three pillars that can guarantee the maintenance of the security of our critical infrastructures in our country, but they can also guarantee a future well-being, peace, and prosperity against this threat that I want to be an optimist. I mean by that technological innovation, technological progress is something for man, for the benefit of man, so that man can progress, can move forward, rather than going backwards. We have here Nobel Prizes, outstanding scientists, but I'd like to go back to the greatest scientists we have ever had. Albert Einstein used to say that the next war after the nuclear war would be carried out with slings. I don't want to get there.
Abbiamo avuto degli scienziati, abbiamo avuto dei rappresentanti delle istituzioni, tra l'altro è bello sapere che, diciamo così, il nostro vivere digitale è così ben presidiato con questa visione così ampia. A questo punto io vorrei invece chiamare sul palco Marco Camisani Calzorali, che ci conosciamo da tanto tempo, è un amico, un applauso, grazie, esperto di Ethics Profile.
And I would like to say, to focus on your topic, which is about trying to understand where we need to look if we want to use technology and AI in the best possible way. I deal with the ethics of AI. I worked with the committee created by Senator Butti, and I saw that they really factored that in. AI without ethics, it's dangerous because it looks inwards with its bias and its mistakes. The principal point I would like you to think about is ethics and the value. But yes, the values and the ethics of whom? I'm doing so because I believe that that is really needed if we don't want to go back to using slings, as you said. We need customized ethics. And the reason is pretty simple. We are living in a world of artificial decisions, in the sense that the decisions are made by AI. I ran a bit of an exercise to figure out how artificial intelligence chooses for us. I looked at the topics of our conference here. Today, we tend to delegate to AI quite a lot. Those who have a job interview, those who are treated before. Imagine that CVs are pre-selected by AI. And people now develop services to make sure that CVs people are designed in a given way. So it's AI versus AI. But when AI decides, it's not a moral decision, it's probabilistic, it's statistics, it's based on probability. And that's the point, because we, on the contrary, have a conscience. Behind each connection, we have AI, because it decides where data are sent to. And think, for instance, of the shadow ban on social networks. For those of you who know, I looked into mobility and transport. There, too, behind each journey, there's AI who optimizes traffic, pathways, they coordinate ports and airports, energy as well. AI does the balancing and matches production and consumption. It decides which failures need to be fixed. They decide when to stockpile and when to distribute. And the same goes for the public sector. Everywhere in the world. In Italy, we are at the cutting edge. We've heard that. I've recently moved to the US, and there It's all paper-based. They use fax. You think that the US is super advanced. That's not quite there yet. AI and public sector. Well, that drives calls for proposals, grants, and the same goes for banking and fintech. They pick up fraud in real time. They grant loans. You might come across as somebody who is doing something wrong, and you can't get away with it because AI decided. And the same goes for healthcare. Probabilistic systems read the bios, the CVs of physicians. Amazing systems, but they do not share our value. I wrote a book, Cyberhumanism, it's called, Ciberumanesimo in Italian. I referred here to the moral machines of the MIT, where you have the car, the big moral dilemma. Who saves the car that is self-driving, where it's faced with an elderly, a child, the passenger, and the system says there is no alternative, either I avoid one or the other. In Asia, the passenger saved. In the Western, they tend to save the pedestrian. And in India, it's the cow, because the cow is more valuable than a dog, say. AI can learn everything, but it can't choose any ethical value. Indeed, it needs training. And training, if you will, dampens the side effects so that we give AI human targets. But who does that? Well, in a way, Microsoft. They even have a center that is called Social Technical Alignment, but there still are human values for Microsoft. The same goes for Google and OpenAI. They all have, if you will, their own team, and they either don't know how to do it, this is the case of OpenAI, or the decisions are made with their system of beliefs, and everyone has their own systems of beliefs. Each culture has their own ethical values. An Hinduist would save, say, a cow, but a Muslim wouldn't save a pig, for instance, and so on and so forth. We Catholic would place forgiveness at the center. An American or a Japanese physician might react differently faced with the same clinical case. Hey, this is me, and I think it's important to pass on this message. And today we can say that I believe in this, I don't believe in that. And this is the meaning of the cyberhumanism that I try to come across in my book. But the point is that today AI might perform physical choices. Now it's just decision making. We might have some human-shaped robots at home that will do things and look after our babies, and they will go shopping for us. I thought of a solution, but I am here to provoke ideas, to give you food for thought, basically. And really, I'm asking you to think about this. We really need to create our ethical profile and apply it to AI. I started my work. I created a website called ethicsprofile.ai, and the idea is to create an ethical profile. Sometimes it's even funny because playing around is interesting. It's encouraging people to do it. It's even higher than the desire to do something ethical. It's, again, this is about our systems of belief, our values, and that goes beyond ethics. And after answering a few questions, and last but not least, the option to define frameworks, I want to comply with the AI Act, the Italian law, which was passed by Senator Butti. I want compliance with the GDPR, and after you've created your profile is matched, and you can is matched to your own AI system. This is a road with personalized ethics and AI. We are going down a road whereby we delegate to third parties. And so we don't have control over this. data are polluted today and tampered, and we don't know how they can be hacked. The prefect earlier talked about security. And AI also deals with the cybersecurity infrastructure of our country. So it's really paramount for each of us to basically think about our own values and of mankind and of ourselves. So let me finish off by inviting everything. I am around here. If you want to be involved in institutions, private parties, I think this is a key topic. I am here. Thank you very much.
Grazie Marco, che chiude con questo appello che vi invito a raccogliere.
Thank you, Marco. Now, very rapidly, because we have a series of contributions and then a couple of interviews, and then we have the round table for a dialogue.
John Kavanagh, data protection and security expert of TikTok, on the stage. Please join us, Mr. Kavanagh. His talk is entitled Data Protection as an Enabler of Innovation. You have, no, this one, you can close it because I belongs to Marco Cazzolari. Do you have a presentation? No? Okay, so you have the microphone, so you have the stage. I'll be back in 10 minutes.
Thank you. Is that the timer? Okay, good afternoon. First, I want to thank the ComoLake team for the opportunity to sponsor this year. This is the first year that TikTok has sponsored this event. I've personally found the event really impressive in terms of what you're intending to cover in the agenda this week, and I think it'll create a lot of varied discussions that are important to digital innovation. Whilst I'm the first speaker from TikTok this week, my colleague Luana, who some of you will know, based in Italy, she's appearing on a panel later this week where you'll get to hear even more about our approach on data protection and cybersecurity. We also have an exhibition booth this year just outside, so please come by if you haven't already, and you can learn some more about what we do. So this conference is about digital innovation, so I'm going to start with a quote from Mario Draghi's 2024 report on European competitiveness. Mr. Draghi said that EU's competitiveness will increasingly depend on the digitalization of all sectors and on building strengths in advanced technologies that will drive investment, jobs, and wealth creation in the EU. And many of you will know that when it comes to digitalization, that comes with the use of personal data. And when we have use of personal data, that's when data protection and the regulation of it kicks in. And that's where I think the nature of this conference as a dialogue can matter to this subject. So we know that using personal data has opportunities for us as a business and also for wider society. But it also has challenges, not least in maintaining user understanding and user trust in how their data is used. So data protection as a discipline is well established. There's long-standing academic interest, and we have powerful regulators in place for many years. I should note I used to be one for over 10 years in the UK. So this has very much become a dialogue like this conference, and that's why I think data protection suits this conference. So I'm going to deliver just one small part of that dialogue with some perspectives from us as a business. So at TikTok, data protection is part of our culture and built into what we do. That's both ensuring we have safeguards in place for our users, but we're also offering our users the tools they need to understand and control how their own data is used at TikTok. So I would summarize it as transparency, choice, and control. They're the essential elements of how we embed data protection in our corporate culture. And data protection is something that we design in as part of our cross-functional product development process. New features in our products consider data protection right at the development stage. That's from both a legal compliance and a user privacy experience perspective. And whilst that speaks to what we do as process as a business, let me cover our culture too. Data protection is embedded into our culture. At TikTok, every February is Privacy Awareness Month. That's a whole month of interactive sessions and guest speakers covering privacy and how it interacts with new technology. And that's an important cultural foundation within the company and one that we build our compliance processes on. We also see data protection as a facilitator of our growth, ensuring that our platform is secure and that it's offering transparency of our users in a way that gives them trust and allows us to grow. And Italy is lucky to have one of the best known data protection regulators globally in the form of the Garante privacy. The Garante has been at the centre of many discussions at national EU level in recent years on responsible innovation and on protecting data in new technologies. That includes their active stance on setting out expectations on the use of generative AI. Early insights into regulators' thinking on new technologies like this helps us all. Business opportunities arise when we have clarity, and regulators like the Garante play an important role in reducing the grey areas and bringing clarity to businesses. The Garante's Pasquale Stanzioni recently described the GDPR's central objective as to create trust in the digital society by combining the guarantee of rights and the promotion of innovation, not either or. He said that the GDPR regime empowers organizations to use personal data in a system that provides oversight and redress. The text of the GDPR was finalized in 2016, but it remains highly topical. Legislators future-proofed the GDPR in as far as possible, so it remains a law that is both technology neutral and principles-based. And as a business, that means that we're continually adjusting how we work to follow those principles whenever we use personal data. That includes our 12 billion investment in Project Clover, our European data sovereignty and data security program. Project Clover facilitates our continued growth as a business in a trusted manner by enhancing our security protections around European users' data. And in terms of innovation, through Project Clover, we're pushing out privacy-enhancing technologies, new ways of using data, such as in a de-identified format. We also recognize that accountability is an important part of data protection. And as part of being accountable as a company, we're opening ourselves up to third-party scrutiny. So a major part of Project Clover is the industry-leading level of third-party oversight that we've put in place. NCC Group, a respected cybersecurity company, validates the gateways to ensure European user data is protected, that those gateways are secure and working as intended, and they look at the technology behind all our product updates to ensure no unauthorized access to European data is possible. We also work with the ethical hacker community, who are often the first to identify new and malicious attacks. So through our bug bounty program with HackerOne, we reward ethical hackers for identifying security vulnerabilities in return for a bounty payment. You can read a lot more about both those projects on our website or come and speak to us at our exhibition booth here this week. So I've said that the GDPR as a law remains highly relevant 9 years on from when it's written, but not everything about the GDPR is currently optimized, as the Draghi report and the European Commission's 2024 review found. Both regulators and business recognize that some aspects of the GDPR remain unclear, and they would benefit from clarity in how regulators should interpret the law. Take, for example, international transfer of personal data. We know that the global digital economy relies on billions worth of data flows across borders every day. However, the GDPR at present does not have a definition of what constitutes an international transfer. Regulators themselves have raised this ambiguity with the European Commission as an area of the law where it would be helpful to validate that the regulator's current interpretation is as the legislation intended. Regulators would also benefit from greater understanding of new business uses of personal data. And what that means in practice is speaking to the business community regularly, especially in the early stages of new use of personal data. Businesses too have found that since 2018, when the GDPR came into force, certain areas of the law create burdens without there being a clear benefit arising for individuals. So we are hopeful as a business that the European Commission's current digital simplification agenda will lead to more multi-stakeholder discussion. That involves businesses, regulators, and privacy advocacy groups, all as part of the discussion, on areas where the interpretation of the GDPR can be further clarified and made fit for purpose. That should include international data transfers, where the burden on businesses has been particularly heavy in recent years. And at national level, we're really interested in the development of regulatory sandboxes in data protection. Data protection sandboxes can provide a safe space for businesses to test new uses of personal data in a commercial setting. They give direct scrutiny by the regulator and real-time feedback. And both sides benefit. For the regulator, it demystifies what businesses are actually doing with data, and for businesses, they understand the regulator's perspective. And for the public, all this takes place in a safe sandbox test environment. So we welcome collaborating with industry peers in Italy on encouraging further pro-innovation regulation like this, and hope that others in attendance in Como this week will share our view. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kavanagh. Thank you for joining us. Dunque, il prossimo intervento invece è una breve intervista.
The next is a short interview.
I'm inviting Andy Haywood, Head of Sales and Marketing B2B Europe, Samsung, here on the stage. Please. Please, have a seat.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for joining us. So, Mr. Haywood, let's start with your role in Samsung. What does it involve? What do you do?
So in terms of the role, actually my team are set up as the European Centre of Excellence to help all of our regions, all of our subsidiaries understand the entirety of Samsung's B2B portfolio, so all the technology, all the software, all the solutions, and help them frame them in a way that addresses customers' issues in a simplified version of what could be a very complex piece. So if I try and put that into context, I'll give an example. Let's say you're a major car producer and you want to do some new car showrooms. So we can help at a very early stage by, believe it or not, building the car showroom, putting in place system air conditioning, introducing SmartThings Pro as a way of managing all of these things. We bring in professional displays to advertise the cars. We give staff the tools that they need to manage their workflow, so note PCs, desktop monitors, etc. All of this is plugged together with, let's say, state-of-the-art software like SmartThings Pro and highly secured within an environment to ensure that we can measure effectiveness, we can measure customer footfall throughout a car showroom, and most importantly, that we can start to show savings for product efficiency. Now, that's just looking at one car showroom. If you're a major franchise, you've probably got several of these car showrooms. So leveraging the power of the networks that have been put in place for the automotive manufacturer, we can bring all of these things together and report on every aspect. So, I say, everything Samsung do B2B.
Samsung is a huge organization, we all know the brand, but what is the Samsung USP?
Well, when most people think of Samsung, they think of mobile phones, TVs, domestic appliances, everything they can see at home.
Devices, right?
The devices, and that's Samsung's consumer electronics division. Some people in the room may also be familiar with our professional displays and possibly even our air conditioning solutions. But actually, when you take a step back and understand more about Samsung, you realize that, well, maybe you didn't know this, maybe you do. Samsung built the world's tallest building, the Burj Khalifa.
Of course.
So that was done by our construction and trade division. Did you know that we also built one of the Petronas towers? So, yeah, just something out of left field. Our heavy industries division builds some of the world's largest container ships and the cranes that load them. Our aerospace division builds helicopter engines for the likes of Bell. Our healthcare and medical divisions build state-of-the-art ultrasound and radiology machines. So, Samsung is a massive emerging organization. We have over 60,000 people in research and development, and globally we've registered almost 500,000 technical patents. So the USP of Samsung is probably we do what others can't.
Yes, sir. So the title of your special address is on harnessing the power of your network. Can you tell us more about Samsung involvement in networks infrastructure?
So when we get involved in networks and infrastructure, we tend to break things down into three core areas. So we look at future-ready infrastructure, we look at collaborative ecosystems, and we look at cloud services. So if we kind of do a slightly deeper dive into future-ready infrastructure, we are talking about scalability of networks and emerging networks and making sure that the network is going to be fit for not just what it's meant to do today, but what it's going to do in the future. So if you look at Samsung's networks team themselves, they specialize in 4G and 5G private networks, and we're now investing very heavily in the emergence of 6G, which we think is going to be an incredible game changer for all types of industry. But it's not just a case of deploying the network, because that's an enormous cost. What we are also able to do is ensure that there's a return on investment of that network. So we also...
How do you do that?
So we bring in the integration of devices and cloud services to address specific business problems. So if, again, let's say that you are a high street retailer and you want to address three core concerns. So let's look at staff retention, store efficiency, or staff empowerment. They seem like simple things, but once you've got the network in place, you can then start to bring in place the efficiency management of things like air conditioning through SmartThings Pro to ensure that the air conditioning within a store is run optimally, because that's one of the single biggest operating costs. Closely behind other operating costs are things like staff retention. It costs an enormous amount of money to train new staff on how to use technology and how to get the benefit from things. So we ensure that stores get the right tools and the right amount of those tools to ensure that staff are retained. And if you are front of house staff, then you're leveraging the networks to ensure that you can either address concerns from the customer in front of you around a product query using generative AI off the phones or mobile point of sale. So that's a kind of retail aspect of it. The other way that we tend to get involved in enabling an ROI on networks are things like US Department of Defense. We can't go into detail, obviously, around that side of things, but the US DoD selected Samsung as its partner because we were the only organization who could meet all of their security requirements. So that's kind of a really challenging piece, but because we've got security enabled at multiple levels within our devices, and therefore within the network, we can meet those stringent requirements. That kind of leads into the second piece about collaborative ecosystems. Working closely with public and private sectors to ensure that best of breed solutions are developed and brought into an environment, whether that's private customer, public sector, for example, healthcare, or a mix of the two. So again, if I were to sort of talk about vertical solutions within healthcare, and I can leverage a specific example. So UMCG, who are probably the largest hospital in the Netherlands, have invested massively in their infrastructure, deploy state-of-the-art networks, and we're then struggling to maximize the potential within those networks. So we can put in our healthcare solutions and we can use things like SonoSync to ensure that ultrasound or radiology scans are sent to the right areas immediately from the machine. But it's actually doing things a little bit differently within the network. So patient recovery is a key aspect of things. So it's things like leveraging wearable technology and introducing gamification to speed up patient recovery. Again, this all doesn't sound like it's part of the network, but it's a fundamental part to enable physiotherapists to work with their patients and ultimately to move the patients out of the hospital itself and back into their residence for the final piece of healthcare so the next people can come through.
One last question. You mentioned it before, if I'm wrong, but do you have an experience center where you can see all this integrated solution working together?
Yeah, so we have just introduced or just opened 2 new experience centres, one in Frankfurt and one in Warsaw. These are state-of-the-art solutions where everything we've just been talking about and so much more can be demonstrated live and in front of customers. And obviously, if people would like to know more about those things, they can contact the local Samsung rep or, of course, speak to me.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you
very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dunque, adesso, visto che
Right, so we've heard quantum technologies mentioned a few times, particularly applied to computing. And I would take the opportunity now to call up to the front Niccolo De Masi from IonQ, the CEO of IonQ. Now, you're going to be talking about ushering in the quantum economy in Italy.
Wonderful. So I'm going to talk about a different topic than you've heard in the last few minutes that very much picks up on the warm welcome and hospitality of Senator Butti. And I want to thank Senator Butti and his team, in particular Tony Legata, for such a tremendous partnership as we've kicked off with the Q Alliance earlier today. And I want to thank Senator Butti for his warm embrace, literally, maybe last hour. I'm going to spend most of my talk on the opportunity that we have with Italy to drive a new renaissance. Io sono italiano. I'm an Italian citizen. I'm a proud grandson and son of a naval officer. And I'm excited about the fact that Senator Butti and Italy have passed a policy this summer and have kicked off an opportunity to do something truly historic with IonQ in the quantum sector. My thesis for today is that the next renaissance is quantum. It has the potential to transform every industry in Italy, from automotive to logistics to, of course, defense, to healthcare, pharmaceuticals, material science, and sustainability. In fact, despite the fact that IonQ isn't solely focused on sustainability, we actually do more than almost any company you'll ever meet to improve sustainability. And that's because our machines are hugely energy efficient. Our latest one that we announced last month is as powerful as about 1 billion GPUs that our friends at NVIDIA might wake on certain problems. We are working on carbon sequestration catalysts. We're working on new batteries. We are working on new photovoltaics. And we're working on logistics, as well as things like satellite gas leak detection. And so in totality, sustainability is an important thread for us and for Italy, as is defense and, of course, creating new life-saving drugs. Now, all of you know that Italy was the birth of the Enlightenment and the birth of the Renaissance more than 600 years ago. And we ignited art and science and human potential on this peninsula in the 1300s. We had the Industrial Revolution kick off, arguably in Italy as well, in the 18th and 19th century. And Italy has been a tremendous leader in the 20th century information age. I believe the 21st century is entirely about the quantum revolution. And we will redefine growth sector by sector, not just in computing with IonQ's quantum systems, but also in sensing, cybersecurity, and networking. Italy led the first Renaissance, and together we can lead the quantum Renaissance. Now, IonQ is a company of about 1,100 people and 1,100 patents. We're the largest player in the quantum sector, pretty much no matter how you want to measure it. And I'm proud of the fact that I'm an Italian citizen and we employ dozens of Italian citizens and PhDs. In fact, I think we have more PhDs at INQ who are Italian citizens than probably any startup in Italy in the quantum sector. We're the world's leading quantum company, and we've been at this for 30 years. And I'll show you a timeline of that in a second. We have about a $30 billion market capitalization. We are traded on the New York Stock Exchange. We have about $3.5 billion of cash. And we were the first company to IPO in the sector anywhere in the world. When I look back at how far INQ has come in the past 30 years, I'm keen to point out that not only do we consider ourselves the leader in computing, but also in networking, sensing, and security, and we're the only player in the world that connects these together. So we can do quantum computing, networking, and sensing both on the ground and even up in space, where we own a satellite signals business. Over the last 30 years, INQ has taken its research out of the lab. We were the first company who had machines that turned on, that are true quantum computers in 2017. We were on all the public clouds in 2020. And in 2025, we have proudly shown 3 examples of pure quantum advantage, both with GTC and NVIDIA in March and again in June. I'll come on to these examples in a second. We are a true entangled quantum computing company that delivers Bell violation inequalities, as was shown by our founder back in 95, 98, and 2001. And this gate model gives us incredible flexibility. So we can impact every optimization, drug discovery, chemical modeling, defense, material science, logistics problem that you can imagine. And it unlocks huge economic growth for Italy, sector by sector. We're also big in the security services. Our INQ federal business has the former director of IARPA, the former director of the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, and the only 4-star general in the United States who has served in 2 services. He is the founder of the Space Force and was previously a 4-star general in the Air Force. So we care a lot about the importance of quantum computing, cybersecurity, and sensing as pertains to the defense sector in this country. Our customers around the world are in many sectors. And I'm going to double-click on our most recent example of pharmaceutical drug discovery because it's just so remarkable. On June 9th, we unveiled this partnership with NVIDIA, AstraZeneca, and Amazon Web Services, where we showed a 656x speedup. This is literally turning more than a year of computational work on a classical computer onto a day or less on an INQ machine. And the exciting thing is, we did this on last year's hardware, last year's technology. This was not done on the new machine we unveiled a month ago, which is 250 million times more powerful than this one. So our new machine is something like 36 quadrillion times more powerful than we believe any other true quantum computing gate model system on Earth. And it is going to change the world step by step, starting with every application that runs on it right now in the cloud. And we're selling these systems to nations and customers who want to be a piece of the future. Now, the quantum economy and the quantum renaissance in Italy has many layers to it. It's not just about industry, it's not just about data security and computing, but of course it's about ecosystem collaboration. And with this, Italy has a tremendous advantage, and it's truly exciting to be here on a historic day with a historic partnership with people who recognize the importance of playing the game where the puck is going. We're proud of the fact that as we're celebrating Volta, INQ has worked on important battery technology, next generation battery technology that plays to not just sustainability, but also the raw power of your engine. And we've been working on this battery technology since our IPO. And we couldn't think of a better way to celebrate 200 years of Volta's legacy today with the Q Alliance, as well as our announcement that we continue to make tremendous exciting progress on this battery technology. I'm going to close where I started, which is Italy led the first Renaissance. And I would argue that it led the agricultural revolution, and it has led in the information age. And INQ is here because we want to ignite the quantum renaissance. And that's not just about cybersecurity and sensing and GPS and gravimeters. It's about the application layer. If you think about the Renaissance, we don't remember the people that invented the paintbrushes and the trowels to make bricks. We remember the people who painted the Sistine Chapel. And this is very much what I urge all of Italy to do as we come together as a nation. There are 24 universities behind me. That's a tremendous amount of intellect and a tremendous amount of potential as we generate the next generation of PhDs, postdocs, engineers, and I would argue entrepreneurs and artists. INQ will provide the machines in partnership with Italy. We want you to create the applications. We want you to paint the Sistine Chapel. We want you to capture all of the value that can come from quantum computing, networking, and sensing on the world's most powerful machines to impact every aspect of the Italian economy. There isn't a single part of the peninsula that won't experience job growth, economic growth, and frankly, an opportunity to lead the EU. And it is with that I will urge you to help me ignite this quantum renaissance and carry this back to government research labs, universities, and companies, because the future is quantum, but the future is really about quantum applications. And that's what we have to learn to do, and that's how Italy can lead not only domestically, but across the EU, and I would argue, can lead the world. Thank you very much for your time. I look forward to seeing you at the cocktail hour.
Thank you, Mr. De Masi. Thank you for showing us the way from the Renaissance to quantum revolution. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure. So, we had one of the greatest players in the world about quantum, and so it's time to invite on the stage another one. I would like to join me, Alan Barrett, CEO D-Wave, please join me on the stage. Give it up for Mr. Barrett. Your talk is entitled Realizing the Value of Quantum Computing Today.
Yes, it is.
The stage is yours.
Thank you. Okay, can you all hear me? So first of all, it's a real pleasure for me to be here with you all today and an honor to be in this group of scientists, researchers, public sector officials, and business leaders. I also want to thank Tony Legata and Senator Budi for all the work that they have done to bring quantum to Italy. And I'm thrilled to be a founding member of the Q Alliance to help really accelerate quantum within Italy and within this region. It's been an amazing year for quantum computing. Over the course of the last roughly 10 months, we've seen a rapidly increasing realization of the maturity of quantum computing and the value that quantum computing can bring across businesses, governments, society today. Not 3 years from now, not 5 years from now, not 10 years from now, but today. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that in just a minute. But I'm really proud to be able to tell you that D-Wave has been a key element of driving that maturity. Earlier this year, we launched our 6th generation quantum computer. It's called Advantage 2. It's a 4,000 qubit quantum system, the largest quantum computer in the world. Moreover, earlier this year, we published in Science the first true demonstration of a quantum computer solving an important, useful, real-world problem that cannot be solved classically. Full stop. This is a problem in the area of magnetic material simulation, computing properties of magnetic materials, different types of magnetic materials, that our quantum computer was able to compute in minutes, and it would take nearly 1 million years to compute classically. The first true demonstration of quantum supremacy. It's what everybody in the quantum industry aspires to, and we achieved it earlier this year on our Advantage 2 quantum computer. But if computing properties of magnetic materials isn't real world enough for you, we also showed how you could take that same computation and use it to create a hashing function. And then how you could use that hashing function to create quantum proof of work for blockchain. So proof of work is what's used, for example, in Bitcoin today for Bitcoin mining. The problem, though, is that that computation, SHA 256, is very compute intensive, consumes an enormous amount of power, and is not quantum safe. Eventually, it will need to be replaced, or it will be broken by a quantum computer. We've been able to show how you could transition that to a quantum proof of work which would have two important characteristics. One, it's quantum safe. Two, it's very energy efficient. As Niccolo said a few minutes ago, quantum computers consume far less power than classical computers. In fact, if Bitcoin mining was being done today using that computation rather than SHA 256, we would be consuming about 1,000 times less electricity in mining. And this is critically important when we talk about sustainability and challenges with the energy grid. Our quantum computers are also commercial today, in the sense that there are companies that are using them today as part of their business operations to solve hard computational problems to improve their business. Companies like NTT Docomo, the largest cellular carrier in Japan, using us to optimize cell tower resources. Ford Otosan, a joint venture of Ford Motor Company and Koç Holdings in Turkey, using us to optimize how automotive bodies are assembled through the manufacturing process. North Wales Police in the UK, using us to optimize forward placement of public service vehicles to be able to address incidents much more quickly. So these are the largest and most powerful quantum computers in the world. They are the only quantum computers that can solve problems that cannot be solved classically, and they are the only quantum computers that are actually in commercial use today. And as part of our participation in the Q Alliance, we will be making access to these systems available here in Italy to promote research on new quantum science, on business innovation, and on helping to train a quantum workforce here in Italy. And of course, this is just the beginning. Our next generation system will have 100,000 qubits, from 4,000 to 100,000. And you might ask, well, how do you increase the number of qubits that much in just one generation of the system? And the answer is, up until now, it's been about more qubits on a chip. Our next generation system will be a multi-chip processor, interconnecting chips together to grow the size of the system. With 4,000 qubits on a chip, we don't need more than 25 chips to get to 100,000 qubits, and we've already demonstrated how to interconnect the processor chips and preserve the quantum properties across them. So we're very excited about where we're headed with these quantum systems. And then, of course, there's new applications that we're working on, both on our systems today and on the future systems, particularly in the area of AI, machine learning, and inference. We've already shown how you could use our current Advantage 2 quantum system to dramatically speed up the training of a certain class of AI models. They're known as restricted Boltzmann machine models. Very computationally intensive, so they're not widely used, but with the quantum systems, they can be trained very quickly and with very low energy consumption. And now we're working to show how you could use the systems to train other AI models. For example, diffusion models and transformer models, the current models that are primarily being used for large language models. Think about it. Leveraging the quantum systems, we could solve many of the electricity grid challenges that are being faced today for AI, machine learning, and data centers. So, as I said, we're really excited and proud to be a member of the Q Alliance. We will be bringing our systems into this environment for access by researchers, by scientists, by business people to start accelerating the quantum activities here in Italy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett. Thank you. Dunque, abbiamo avuto su questo palco due delle più...
So we've had two of the leading companies involved in quantum computing on the stage, and now the time has come for a panel discussion to meet with some of the players in the field, and we'll be having a bit more of an engaging conversation with them, and it'll only take a few minutes, but hopefully we'll learn a lot from it. And this panel discussion is called Pan-European Forum of the Quantum Industry, bringing together industry, politics, and research to how, in order to make Europe a leader in quantum technology, what are the challenges, what are the difficulties, and how can we build the future that we want to see. So I'll invite our guests up to the stage, and then I'll introduce them one by one. So Fabio Beltram, Alessandro Curioni, Tommaso Macri, Erwin Owen, and Marco Pistoia. Welcome. Right. So I'll sit here on my stool, which is the place I prefer, and we'll have a little chat. So we're talking about a sector, an industry that is turning out to be truly fundamental, and it's been developing at the speed of light, and it's entering programs of all kinds that we're using, as we heard from Alessio Butti just a few minutes ago. And why don't we introduce ourselves? We're being streamed, so I would like to first of all ask who the people are who are sitting on these armchairs. I know who you are, but not everybody might. So what about you, Professor? Would you like to start? Yes, I'm Fabio Beltram. I'm a professor at the Scuola Normale in Pisa, but I'm here wearing my hat as a scientific coordinator of an initiative of the NQSTI, and I'll tell you what computing can be for us, and what we can do with it for the benefit of Italy. Yes, that's exactly what we are interested in, hearing what we and you can contribute. Alessandro Curioni, good evening, everyone. I'm Alessandro Curioni, in charge of research at IBM for Europe, Middle East, and Africa. And I'm also in charge of global development of algorithms and applications of quantum computing, and that's me. Tommaso Macri, Executive Account Manager for Q-Era Computing. I'm based in Boston, Massachusetts, and I grew up academically and personally in Italy, and at the moment I deal with planning and seeking growth opportunities for QR computing worldwide. Okay, Marco Pistoia. Evening, everyone. I'm Marco Pistoia, Senior Vice President at IonQ, the company that you heard Niccolò De Masi talk about before. I was born and grew up in Rome. I went to the Tor Vergata University there, and I studied mathematics. I have a degree in mathematics, and then I went to NYU, and I continued studying mathematics, and I spent 24 years at the IBM Research Center in New York, 5.5 years. Oh, very close to Alessandro, yes, indeed, although geographically he was a bit further away, or he is a bit further away in Switzerland. And also carried out research for JP Morgan Chase in charge of quantum computing for a few years, and now for the last 3 months I've been with IonQ. Okay, Mr. Owen.
Your token non-Italian speaker here. I apologize for that. I lead the advanced computing business at D-Wave Quantum, and in doing so, I travel the world and I speak to both governmental and private institutions about how our quantum computers can help their environment, their ecosystem, their economies, and so on. I have very little connection to Italy, other than I will say quickly about this region. I've been coming to Lake Como since I was about 3 years old, and I proposed to my wife 32 years ago on a balcony at the Grand Hotel Villa Serbelloni in Bellagio.
So there's a bit of Italy.
Yeah, that's
very good. It's a very good start. Oh, okay.
Excellent start, indeed. So, we've introduced the people up here, and I ask them to introduce themselves because it makes it all rather more personal. So I would start again with Professor Fabio Beltram. And I'd like to ask him a question. So here we have with us 4 companies that are truly the best of quantum computing, seen from every which direction. It's one of the technologies that we're keen to know more about. So as an academic, before telling us about what project you're working on, could you help us understand the difference between quantum computing and quantum technology? Can we really start from the ground up? Thank you. Okay, that is actually a very good question. And I would say that it's a simple answer. And Alessio Buzzi actually said it himself, and so did Niccolò before. Quantum technologies encompass a very broad range of methods and protocols and ideas that can be applied to many, many different fields. And I can safely say that all of the industrial value chains are touched by quantum technologies in different ways. So let me give you a very simple definition. Quantum technology is a method that generates a macroscopic functionality to a system, whether it be machinery, complex equipment, or a device. So it adds macroscopic functionality depending on a quantum non-traditional source. So it used to be something like a niche technology, but today it's present in our everyday lives. So I know that's a very generic description, but it tells us that whatever the process is, whatever the supply chain or value chain, all of them can benefit from this kind of input. And it's not always revolutionary, it's not always a game changer, it's sometimes a technological upgrade, and that is where the competitiveness of many industries will be able to battle. For example, let's give you an example. We were talking about image diagnostics. Well, you don't have to throw away the overall architecture. In many cases, all you have to do is replace one part of the system, the most sensitive system. But if you replace an old sensor with a new sensor, quantum-based, then you will enhance the sensitivity of the system by 1,000 times with no extra costs. And if you are moving in that direction, you'll win, and if you don't, you lose. Hence the importance of quantum technologies in many, many different fields. Right, so as you were saying this, Professor, I saw Alessandro Curioni nodding, and I see he agrees with you. Did you want to step in here? Maybe not right now, but I would like to broaden the field, or to narrow the field to quantum computing. And we'll try and come together and talk about technology first, in the first round, and then we'll see how the technology can be used to build European leadership. We lag behind in the past in various areas. Let's try not to miss this train. There are many options, opportunities. We need the technologies, we need investments, and there's a lot to discover here. But what is so revolutionary about quantum computing? Alessandro Curioni. Good question. Well, it is truly a revolution, and I sometimes say that quantum computer and new AI are the 2 biggest revolutions in information technology over the past 30 years. And I say probably similar or comparable to the invention of the microprocessor or the growth of the internet. So the question is now, why is it so transformative? Because for the first time since we started computing, we've changed the way we represent information, we depict information, because information data is really nothing but zeros and ones repeated many, many times over, and the zeros and ones map our reality, and then we compute. So it's, yes, it's all binary, isn't it? With quantum computing, we take that a step further. Instead of having zeros and ones, we've got a sphere, we've got all the values between 0 and 1, repeated millions of times, infinite numbers of time, and then the zeros communicate with each other. So that what previously was simple becomes just a little more complex, but what was difficult before using traditional methods becomes much easier, much simpler. And that is why quantum computing is truly a game changer. It's not what a lot of people say. It's not just an accelerator. You know, we had CPUs and now we've got a different kind of accelerator. No, it's a change in the actual foundations that we base calculations on. So it's the complexity of the algorithms that are changing. What about, say, developing new drugs? We haven't yet got there. I mean, I don't want to promise more than I can deliver. But when it's all up to scale, it will be possible. Today, these achievements are possible, but much more challenging. So we're talking about new materials development, seeking hidden data in small amounts of very complex data. These are, I would say, all applications that will revolutionize computing. And you're using the future tense. But I know that you have a very clear roadmap in your mind because you're in charge of that at IBM. And when we use the future tense, we're saying there will be a revolution. It will be a game changer. But we're not really quite clear about when. So those machines that you're saying can do all this are on the horizon, but when?
Funzionare significa una cosa ben precisa, ok? Impattare significa un'altra cosa. Stanno già impattando oggi. Ci sono delle applicazioni in cui siamo tutti qua, in cui in un modo diretto o indiretto viene creato valore. Solo pensare che noi dobbiamo rivedere il modo in cui facciamo computing e ripensare algoritmi che abbiamo sviluppato 30 anni fa ha un grossissimo valore. La rivoluzione arriverà quando possiamo fare veramente il quantum computing universale, error corrected e fault tolerance alla fine di questo decennio. E questo è il motivo per cui dico rivoluzioneranno quando stanno già impattando adesso.
Solo per fare un ultimo passo in avanti, poi parliamo di strategia geopolitica, e questo tipo di computer per voi hanno una caratteristica precisa, cioè uniscono due tecnologie diverse, i computer che sono fault tolerance, corretto?
Certo, ed è una precisazione molto importante. Il futuro del computing non è solo quantum, è quantum più classico nel modo più sinergistico possibile. Ed è lì dove c'è la grandissima opportunità per tutti di creare un valore non 2 volte più grande, ma infinitamente più grande. Reinventare il modo in cui facciamo computazione sulle basi, portando insieme classico, quantum e l'impatto che avrà poi sulle AI, ovviamente.
Grazie. Tommaso Macri, Quera ha scelto una tecnologia specifica su cui sta investendo molto, che promette molto bene. Vorrei che lei ce ne parlasse e ci raccontasse anche poi quali sono, secondo Quera, secondo Quera Computing, i settori più maturi in cui investire in questo momento, quali sono le applicazioni. Partiamo da questo, poi approfondiamo, perché poi a ciascuno di voi chiederò qual è la vostra visione dell'Europa e della strategia che serve, e so che qualcuno di voi anche magari avrà, diciamo così, delle critiche da fare, ma parliamo innanzitutto di quello che fate.
Certo, Quera Computing è un'azienda innanzitutto che è basata a Boston, il nostro quartier generale a Boston, lavoriamo a stretto contatto con Harvard e con MIT e abbiamo un approccio molto science-based. Science-based significa molto radicato alla ricerca accademica che ci permette di costruire quelli che sono i building block, quindi mattoncini di Lego per costruire questo computer che sarà scalabile, quindi con un grande numero di qubit, da un lato numero 1, e 2 resiliente o resistente agli errori, che è il concetto di fault tolerance che è stato menzionato. Ora, per mettere a punto questi, o per meglio, per combinare questi due aspetti, noi utilizziamo una tecnologia specifica che si adatta molto bene a queste due caratteristiche, legata o che viene dal controllo di quelli che sono chiamati atomi neutri. Gli atomi neutri sono semplicemente degli atomini che noi controlliamo dal punto di vista classico con dei laser e con degli elementi ottici, quindi con lenti, fotocamere, potenzialmente circuiti integrati su cui corre della luce per intrappolare ed andare ad accoppiare i livelli interni di questi atomi. Ora, perché questi sistemi sono particolarmente utili a raggiungere questi due obiettivi? Prima di tutto perché esistono delle dimostrazioni oggi, fatte da Coera insieme a dei collaboratori accademici, con sistemi da migliaia di qubit. I sistemi che esistono sul mercato tipicamente posseggono alcune decine o poche centinaia di qubit, noi abbiamo dimostrazioni di alcune migliaia di qubit. E pensiamo che mantenendo questo tipo di architettura, senza stravolgerla, si possa arrivare a centinaia di migliaia di qubit senza dover connettere varie QPU, ovvero Quantum Processing Units. Il secondo elemento è legato al fault tolerance, è legato alla possibilità di correggere, quindi fare detection e correzione degli errori. Ad oggi i computer quantistici sono troppo rumorosi, che significa che il tasso di errore è tale per cui ogni qualche centinaio di operazioni il computer commette degli errori, ma applicando delle tecniche che sono chiamate correzione quantistica degli errori, è possibile ridurre drasticamente questo tipo di impatto dovuto agli errori. Ecco, Coera si impone come leader scientifico-tecnologico in quest'area, che permetterà poi di poter fare il salto di qualità alla terza fase, che è quella della commercializzazione e impatto nella vita pratica di questi computer quantistici. Quindi quali sono le aree, in qualche modo in inglese si usa questo... Esatto, in inglese si usa il termine low hanging fruits, cioè i frutti un po' più maturi da cui possono cadere, che possiamo cogliere per vedere dei risultati. Ad oggi applicazioni in ambito scientifico, quindi principalmente sistemi complessi di materiali, per esempio, che possono essere
scienze dei
simulati.
materiali, scienza farmaceutica.
Scienza farmaceutica lo porrei già come un obiettivo di medio termine.
Okay.
Lungo termine direi il problema della fattorizzazione, che impatterà chiaramente settori critici come quello della crittografia. Quindi una tecnologia in questo momento che è fortemente posizionata, radicata da un punto di vista scientifico, ma che può essere trasformativa per poi creare un impatto pratico di lungo termine molto solido.
Non ha detto una cosa, se ricordo bene la tecnologia, ma giusto l'aggiungo io, questo tipo di tecnologia, una volta a regime, non richiede raffreddamento criogenico.
Esattamente, dal punto di vista dell'architettura ci sono delle semplificazioni rispetto ad altre piattaforme che ci permettono di essere molto più compatti, molto più economici, quindi anche dal punto di vista del consumo energetico. Non pensiamo che sia necessario costruire un computer che abbia le dimensioni di un centro di calcolo classico ad oggi, nemmeno delle dimensioni di un campo di calcio, ok? E questo permette chiaramente un forte risparmio, quindi una tecnologia, se vogliamo usare un termine più di marketing, molto più green rispetto a quello che altre piattaforme stanno proponendo.
Ok. Mr. Owen, you were had on the stage.
Abbiamo ascoltato il suo CEO pochi minuti fa, che ci ha spiegato molto bene la visione dell'azienda. Io vorrei un pochino ascoltare da lei che cosa è la Quantum Real Life per D-Wave, cioè la vita vera quantistica. Che cosa c'è dietro a questo messaggio? Certo, ho ascoltato con attenzione quanto hanno detto i precedenti oratori e vorrei chiarire bene cosa si intende con vita vera, Quantum Real Life, perché questo è molto futuristico, quello che ho sentito finora. Manca ancora un po' di tempo. Questo Quantum Real Life è un quadro creato da D-Wave e che si basa su 3 pilastri principali. Sono dei modi per stabilire se un'azienda che usa il quantum computing ha effettivamente realizzato il potenziale quantistico oggi. Questo è un aspetto di cui D-Wave va molto fiera. E voglio enunciarvi questi 3 pilastri e riprendo un po' quello che ha detto Alan poc'anzi. Primo, dimostrare che è possibile risolvere un problema vero del mondo reale in un modo in cui i computer classici non possono. 2, fornire questi computer in modo, diciamo, reale e rapidamente. E questo è un altro aspetto di cui D-Wave va molto fiero. Noi ovviamente abbiamo dei servizi diciamo, che garantiamo ai nostri clienti in questo senso. Le risposte che noi forniamo sono veramente in tempo reale. E poi il terzo pilastro è questo, cioè questa azienda ha delle applicazioni nel mondo reale e le organizzazioni commerciali che utilizzano le soluzioni ibride o quantistiche di D-Wave nella loro produzione o nel workflow. Attualmente D-Wave ne ha 3, NTC Docomo, Ford Otosan in Turchia e Paston Food Group in Canada, e noi ne abbiamo molti altri. Questi hanno applicazioni real world.
What's the real role?
Qual è il vero ruolo di questa tecnologia?
The technology we have today, or is a technology we should use to enhance what we already have?
So again, our belief is very much enhance, and I think responding to Alessandro, talking about a very hybrid future, and that's absolutely what we see. I didn't say it in my introduction, but as I go around having the conversations I have, there's a very strong message that the interest right now is high performance computing plus quantum integration. So yes, so we see CPUs, GPUs, and QPUs all working together to provide solutions to hard problems.
Yes. Allora, I switch to Italian.
Okay, let me go back to Italian. Why don't we go around the panel again? We've spoken about, no, just a minute. I do apologize, Marco Pistoia. I missed you. I skipped you. Okay. Can you tell us what your vision is from the technological standpoint and what applications you think are perhaps the most feasible that you're putting onto the market? We know that they are specific and we've already heard a bit about them. So, all right. It is, I think, interesting to say that at this panel discussion, 4 companies chose 4 different technologies, the 4 of us, which tells you how very early days it is. But it's nice to see that diversity, because the companies all produce quantum computers, but our technology sets itself aside from the others. We've seen IBM with supercontacting circuits, neutral atoms, D-Wave with their circuits, but it's a different type of computer. It's a Miller, a quant. That's right. And IonQ has decided to use ions, trapped ions. Trapped ions. So ions are the atoms that an electron has been taken off, and once you've removed an electron from an atom, it becomes positive because the electron is negative. When you remove it, there are more positive charges than negative, and so the atom, without an electron, can be manipulated with electromagnetic fields and laser and so on. And so that gives rise to a qubit that is very easy to handle and has a coherence time of 5 seconds approximately. Let me explain what the coherence time is. As Mr. Curioni was saying, a qubit is not in a state of 0 or 1, but it is 0 and 1 at the same time. And that state is not permanent because because the effects of the external environment has a role. It creates an interference. And the state of superpositioning of 0 and 1 only lasts a very short time. And in that very short time, you have to follow the whole program. So our computer has about 5 seconds. That's a very long time, given today's technologies. But another thing we have is wall-to-wall connectivity. Qubits are connected to each other, all of them, which produces, well, an extraordinary velocity in bringing the particles together in a form of entanglement that is truly unique because we've got wall-to-wall connectivity. And it works at ambient room temperature, correct? Yes, that's right. We don't need to take our computers to absolute zero, and they work like it consumes about as much energy as 10 hairdryers. In fact, the same computational power, computing power, in a conventional computer would be the equivalent of 1 million GPUs, calling for the size of a football pitch. And it consumes as much as a nuclear power plant. So there is a huge saving in terms of the environment. Time is running out, and I'll ask you very quickly, just in a minute and a half, to tell me what your piece of advice you would have. But the question is, what application are you using now and that is making this technology very, very effective right now, today already? Well, as Niccolo De Masi was saying, we worked with AWS, NVIDIA, and AstraZeneca, and we demonstrated a benefit, a quantum advantage of 126 times faster in chemical calculations that can lead to new materials, new drugs, and so on. And then I come from finance. I worked at JP Morgan on quantum computing, and there's a huge advantage also in financial applications. Banks are regarded as the #1 industrial sector due to a benefit from quantum computing because banks have all of the computational and complexity-related issues, and the time of computation for banks is crucial because things have to be done instantly. Banks cannot wait a second, minutes, not even seconds, because things change truly from 1 minute to the next. Professor Beltram, tell us a bit more about the NQSTI project. It comes from the CNR, yes, the Italian Central Research Center. Yes, a number of strategic issues have been focused on for Italy. One of them was quantum science and technology, and it was embedded in a project called NQSTI. And I'm happy to hear what decisions we've been making over the years. We opted for a strategy. Yes, what we tried to do was find the best that was available in Italy, given all of the technology platforms that have been described here, and we strengthened all of those platforms, reinforced them, and found quantum farms, we've called them, that are operating in Italy. And again, what is crucial for us is having taken Italy to a position, a pioneering position, and I was very happy to hear about the Q Alliance and Italians being hired for that, because there are Italian talents and there are universities that have produced brilliant experts in all of these platforms. So in a nutshell, what I was saying before is that we've got the firepower, we've put it out there, and money can now be spent elsewhere, not just on quantum computing, which is obviously important and sexy, but you can also spend money on other technology fronts and on other value chains, and that is exactly what we intend to do. Alessandro Curioni, a very simple question for yourself.
Una leadership europea.
Una domanda semplice che richiederebbe un'ora, però
in questi casi si
insomma,
dice ringrazio per la domanda.
Ringrazio per la domanda. Vi ho detto che sarà una rivoluzione. La monetizzazione, la creazione di valore sarà 3 pillars. Uno è l'hardware, uno è il software e gli algoritmi, l'altro è l'ecosistema. Per l'hardware non siamo Alice nel Paese delle Meraviglie, siamo rimasti indietro. Si può recuperare, si deve recuperare, ma siamo rimasti indietro.
Abbiamo tutte aziende americane.
Per il software e le applicazioni e gli algoritmi è tutto un mondo da creare. Possiamo creare come la Silicon Valley in California, una Quantum Valley in Europa, in Italia, qui, se prendiamo le nostre menti, le mettiamo lì e le sviluppiamo sull'ecosistema. E in questo c'è una cosa fondamentale, la formazione delle persone. Dobbiamo incominciare a insegnare anche dalle scuole superiori cosa significa computazione quantistica. E questo è anche lo scopo della nostra attività che abbiamo deciso di portare qui a ComoLake, che chiamiamo Quantum Lake. Incominceremo domani a insegnare a 400 studenti delle superiori di questo distretto cosa significa fare quantum computing e poi lo porteremo a tutto il resto dell'Italia. È una cosa piccola magari che però avrà dei risultati e un impatto dal mio punto di vista enorme.
Bisogna partire da qualche parte per fare la cultura di queste cose qui. Invece qual è la strategia europea per il quantum secondo Quera?
L'Europa finora ha cercato di stimolare fortemente gli attori propriamente europei attraverso iniziative...
Parliamo di hardware in questo caso, parliamo soprattutto di hardware, no?
Parliamo di hardware in particolare, certo, però anche sulla supply chain, quindi sulla filiera del quantum, c'è stato un forte investimento in quella direzione. È molto bello, è molto interessante, siamo molto, abbiamo visto con molto interesse le iniziative del governo italiano, soprattutto recentemente con la strategia nazionale, con gli annunci di oggi e sperabilmente altre attività che verranno nelle settimane a venire, la possibilità di poter in un certo senso invertire la rotta e cominciare ad essere più collaborativi attraverso in tutta la stack del quantum, hardware, software e applicazioni, creando e rinforzando l'ecosistema dal punto di vista del talento e delle collaborazioni internazionali.
Vero. Mr. Owen, what do you think that is that Europe needs to build a quantum leadership from your perspective?
So first of all, I listened to Alessandro and I can't help but agree with him in terms of really making sure that the local workforce and the local research environment has access to the necessary tools and education to be ready for the future. I mean, one thing I do find interesting about this panel is that the quantum computing companies here are all US-based. And the reason I highlight that is because I think the other thing Europe needs to do in some areas when it comes to investment is to have less of a not invented here attitude and really embrace the quantum platform technologies that exist wherever they come from. Because on top of that, you can build with the right education, the right research talent, the right entrepreneurship, you can build what will truly be the future. If I think back to my history of helping to commercialize emerging technologies, whether it's the Unix operating system or the Java platform, these are things that on their own mean very little without the addition of very, very smart people building incredible things on top. So I think that's where Europe can really focus, and I'm very happy about the Q Alliance, and I think that is the start of something very significant, and I would like to see more of those alliances grow up around Europe. And then the role of a company like D-Wave is to be here to support that and provide the platform.
To integrate your technology with their infrastructure.
Exactly, yes.
Yeah. Marco Pistoia, e invece per...
Marco Pistoia, to wrap up, can you tell us a bit more about the roadmap for Europe and its vision for creating European leadership? I mean, how do you see it? Well, I agree with what Alessandro Curioni said, because I think you all agree, right? Yes. Well, that's wonderful. And that leaves a bit less time for what I wanted to say. However, I will add that it is important to invest in, how do you say it in Italian? Education, training, yes, in training. And I think that that education should start at the secondary level. People need to understand quantum computing, perhaps using simple words, much simpler than at university level. But I think it will be possible to close the gap with the United States. At IonQ, we intend to invest in Europe, particularly in Italy. We are a company that is the biggest pure quantum company worldwide. We want to invest in Italy. We've got a very large number of Italian employees already. 10% of our workforce is Italian, and we intend to invest and to bring quantum computers into universities, to industry. We want to collaborate via Q Alliance and really bridge the gap that has separated Italy from the rest of the world. Italy could become a center of excellence in Europe. Sometimes, you start a bit further behind and then you manage to catch up. So I'd like to thank our panelists, Fabio Beltram, Alessandro Curioni, Tommaso Macri, Owen, and Marco Pistoia, for bringing their expertise to this panel and for telling us truly complex things very simply in 34 minutes, although there were 5 of you all taking the floor. So thank you so much. Thank you for being with us.
Grazie. Potete scendere da...
Thank you so much. Let me say goodbye to you all. It's always a pleasure to see you. Thank you so much. Right, upwards and onwards, because we still have a little way to go. We now have a keynote speech. This will take the form of an interview, and I'm delighted to introduce up to the stage someone who we know, Paolo Trevisan, Chief Technology and Information Officer of the National Strategic Hub.
Ti vuoi accomodare? Ci mettiamo qui che siamo abbastanza tranquilli.
Okay, so I think we can sit here and relax as we have a little chat. Would you like a glass of water? No, I'm good, thanks. And we can, as I open the bottle. Okay, so the title of the special address is the role of the Italian Strategic Hub. So essentially, what are the main features of the hub and why is it important to create sovereign digital centres? We've just had a roundtable discussion about the future of quantum technologies and computing in the future. And of course, we had 4 US-based companies taking the floor. And Owen also said that Europe has to now understand that it needs to take its technologies from wherever the best ones are located to create that network that we're all hoping for. But this is a little bit more a focal element for us. Yes, the National Strategic Hub was created in 2022. We've been operating for 3 years, and despite efforts made over the past 3 years, we're still a startup. And that's okay, partly because we're receiving a great deal of support. Most of the department was here today, and we still have 10 good years of work ahead of us. And that really gives us a long-term view of strategy and future developments. But let me tell you what the main characteristics are. Maybe the first 4. Security, number 1, and Frattasi was talking about AI and cybersecurity. Reliability and resilience in the delivery of services, and again, also resilience in the field of quantum computing. And today I heard a few comments on efficiency. So it goes without saying, were I to tell you what the main features and distinctive features of the hub are, I would add, maybe mention at least 5. The first would be infrastructure sovereignty. So in Italy, there's much talk about data centers and networks. We have 4 data centers, latest generation, interconnected amongst themselves with architectures that I myself, I come from 20 years in the biggest global consulting firm, and I know that I can say that in terms of reliability and resilience, truly we are unique. So that's the first comment. Number 2, we're the only ones to have been to received level 4 certification and energy certifications and targets going back to sustainability that are truly significant, bringing me to how much our data centers consume. Our power usage efficiency is quite extraordinary. And perhaps the next most important element is data sovereignty. And that means managing public administration data from all aspects in terms of data transit, data storage, and data processing. So in line very much with the CN requirements that Frattasi was talking about, we operate in the field of cryptography, where the codes, the keys, are only available to the public administration. The systems managing the cryptographic keys reside in our centres, and they are located in bunkers at our premises. So the question would be, what are the benefits for the public administration? Well, these are some of them. In fact, we today are the only people in Italy who are pioneering in this area. And then, of course, management sovereignty. So in terms of security systems, the way we manage service security, our systems are operated throughout Italy by our own industrial partners. So we have Telecom Italia and Leonardo. So big names in service security, absolutely. And perhaps another distinctive element we're proud of is that we're the only company in Italy, in fact, in Europe, who run this service on a multi-cloud basis. So it's a cloud-based system where we manage our own systems within our own premises. And you may recall last year we were in Milan and we were talking about this. And perhaps the last, but certainly not the least important factor, is that we are a public-private partnership. And as such, we have a great advantage, which is that we can work with the industry side at a very high, fast pace. The ecosystem that we work within and with, and I checked this just the other day, we're talking about partnerships with over 100 companies, partners. So we have a countrywide, regional, and also local network. And I think these are the main features. So we still have another 3.5 minutes, and I have a couple of questions for you. You've already touched on it, but what are the big advantages for the public administration? Well, number one, quality and security of the services we deliver. And secondly, standardization, process standardization, and process simplification. When we are called upon to migrate data within the public administration system. So at the analytical, processing, and various systems that are highly structured and have been for a couple of years now, and that adds to the speed with which things happen. And in fact, this brings me back to what we were saying before. It's an ecosystem project. We're not just talking about partners, but many, many other players and actors And just to give you a concrete example, right now we have 100 migrations running in parallel, and this is not a common situation. I have no recollection of anything like this happening. And sustainability, again, let me comment on sustainability. Apart from our energy efficiency, the energy efficiency of our data centers and the KPIs that are very much ESG based, we've developed metrics, calculation, and energy efficiency metrics. We have our carbon calculations that consider the energy efficiency, the use of our energy, and the emissions of greenhouse gases. And the first public administrations that we migrate are saving tons of CO2. And we're also working out what the best channels are for conducting those migrations for public administrations. And on top of that, today, we've got 550 authorized partners, of whom 230 have already migrated, and that number will be 280 more next year in compliance with the Recovery and Resilience Plan. And we have a new service catalogue that we've been working on for the last 3 years, and truly, I think we're achieving outstanding results. You have another minute to tell us what direction you're moving in and what impacts there could be over the coming years. We've rolled out the Innovation Hub in July, so that's quite recent. We're working on 4 areas that are touching on many of the things we've heard talked about today. Number 1, artificial intelligence, of course, and on our new catalogue, we have quite a number of AI services that we're offering. We'll be announcing one very soon with the national large language model. And then we've got open source novelties. We have much to do. We're developing software architectures, open source architectures that will ensure the sovereignty we were talking about before. And then we have the early quantum testing with quantum key and encryption developments. And then Let's Know. And we're working with in-house systems. We're completing on relationships with POC, and next year we'll be ready to develop the model that we'll be talking about at next year's Digital Innovation Forum.
Allora, abbiamo ancora uno special address questa volta.
Right, we have yet another special address, which is really special. I have 2 people to call on the podium. We have Bruno Sendon Martin and Albergo Sevega. Please sit down here.
Sarà anche un'intervista un po' ibrida perché la faccio un
This is a bit of a hybrid interview. It will be a bit in English and a bit in Italian.
Building the future of AI glasses. Did you have the translation? No, so. Ok, va benissimo. Allora.
No need for the headsets for one of the speakers, apparently. We have 10 minutes. Please start the timer. I am very much interested in glasses. As you can see, I am wearing. And so we have this joint venture between Meta and Luxottica. So big tech company and a company that produces eyewear. And so they merged forces to build a new product so that AI can be incorporated in day-to-day life of people. So all of this was brought together in a device that we're all used to use. So it wasn't about introducing a new company, a new instrument or a new habit, but rather using something we're very used to. I, for one, can't go without my glasses. So tell us a little bit about this cooperation. Of course, you can reply in English if you will. Can you tell me a little bit about the partnership with EssilorLuxottica?
Successful. So why is it? Why do you think is it? How did you do it?
Okay, well, sorry, first of all, for answering in English.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. I came all the way from Silicon Valley. This was a unique opportunity, and I really appreciate the opportunity to talk about our partnership with EssilorLuxottica. It's been really successful. We've been working already for 3 years, and we have a very long partnership for 5 years. And it's been a great opportunity to combine the edge technologies that we are developing in Meta from the point of view of the hardware, of our family of applications that you are all familiar with, WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram, combined with the unique design and specialization on very detailed and very precise manufacturing that Luxottica is bringing. This is something that is very unique. I mean, in Meta, we've been looking to do something with glasses for a long time. I've been in Meta for 8 years. When I joined, we were already looking into that, but we were not. We need to partner with Luxottica to succeed. And it's been really...
That's very enlightened, because usually tech company try to do everything inside them, everything with their, their tool and what they have in-house. That's the first.
It's been a path that we work together. Okay, there's the path of us understanding the market and understanding what it is. A device that packs a lot of technology, but it's a device that is personal, that you express through this device, because it is your glasses and it's a very natural interface. And it's been great to see the evolution and the potential that Luxottica has to move from being the #1 glasses company in the world to be also one of the top tech platforms in the world. In fact, Mark Zuckerberg mentioned that this is a great opportunity for Europe and for Italy to have companies like Luxottica that can do, like, for example, what Samsung did in Korea that transformed the whole country. And also, I think this is a very good opportunity for Europe with AI. AI glasses, we call them AI glasses. It's the natural interface, it's becoming the natural interface. And this can be the participation of Europe in the next iPhone moment.
Alberto, invece, dalla parte di EssilorLuxottica, collaborare con Meta e quindi rinnovare...
Now, when it comes to the Luxottica parts, and so integrating pretty consolidated product for you because you've been producing glasses for ages. So creating a new object, what did it entail?
Well, obviously, it has offered an opportunity to convert the smart glasses market to a global phenomenon. And we really are transforming the way people interact with the technology, and through the technology interact with the world around them. So the way we see it, this partnership has enabled Luxottica to exploit our expertise in the design of glasses and vision technology, and also our distribution network that is present throughout every corner of the world. Meta, on the other hand, has contributed with its expertise to the development of software and hardware, connectivity, artificial intelligence, in addition to their leadership in social platforms. Let me add a couple more points that I think are important, and Bruno mentioned it before. That is the maturity of the market. The first generation of smart glasses paved the way, but then with Meta, we really, in the space of very few months, sold as many glasses as had been of these glasses as had been sold in many years before. And also, I think the importance of Ray-Ban as a brand is crucial too. It's well known worldwide. It adds credibility and desirability to the product, and again, tears down barriers that may exist versus a new technology like wearables. So we created an object that is an extremely appreciated by our consumers. Maybe there's time for another couple of questions, one each, but this is an important leap for you because you come from producing glasses and frames and selling them to consumers, and you're moving into technology that requires constant updating of new versions, more powerful versions, etc. So it's a completely different way of conceiving the product and also the distribution and the relationship with clients. And it's taking you very much into a very futuristic world. It all becomes multifunctional and multimedia. So you've got the Italian craftsmanship embedded in a technology that is global, but in fact American. And so the question is, let me ask Bruno, according to Meta, why are they investing in AI glasses? Why are you bringing together AI and glasses? Why is that the future?
So we call it AI glasses. We don't call it smart glasses anymore. And that's because this is the way we're gonna interact with the next computer revolution, okay? We've been looking to screens for decades, and we're gonna pass to be immersed in the screens. Right now, as I'm talking to you, I'm seeing my tips for this discussion. The next thing I need to talk to you is about these glasses, the Meta Ray-Ban displays.
So you're visualizing your notes.
I'm visualizing my notes as I'm speaking with you. Yes, which is very practical,
That's
by the
smart.
way.
That's really clever.
So this is, but I'm interacting with you, I'm talking with you, and I have my interface. This is the next interaction. So it's an interaction into being more embedded. It's an interaction, a natural interaction with the AI. Why? Because these devices can see what I see, can hear what I hear, and that can be fed to your own private AI and can learn about you. And you are gonna have your AI helping you in the future. And we're also opening this to all set of applications. We have fitness, we have education, we have, for example, one very important, accessibility. We have applications helping blind people. So this is just, we are just scratching the surface. In fact, in our event this year, Connect, where we announced these glasses and the new Oakley models, we also announced our new development kit, in which we are starting to partner with selected partners in the world, some here in Europe. And we are really excited about these form factors because we are really convinced that this is the future.
Yeah, few points. Alberto.
So Alberto, moving on to you. People are talking about strategy, about Europe, about entrepreneurship and the ability to create global developments, and you're a global brand. So being number one in the field of AI glasses, formerly smart glasses, this is it something that we can capitalize on? I mean, could it become an overwhelming trend that will drive other companies in the same direction? Is it a benefit that we can capitalize on? Yes, it is. It's an advantage that we certainly can leverage. And I think that the success of this product is proving it. Because upstream of that success, there are R&D centers located in Italy at Luxottica that have contributed to miniaturizing the hardware embedded in these glasses. There are R&D centers in France where we've been developing the lenses with color displays embedded into the glasses that Bruno's wearing. And certainly this tells us that there are skills and talents that enable Luxottica to be leaders in the field of smart wearables. But we didn't stop with the partnership we have with Meta. At the same centers, we have been developing other smart glasses platforms. Some are revolutionary. We have now glasses in which there are hearing technologies to and also vision correcting technologies embedded in the glasses. So we have the creative side of these developments. And this will enable Europe truly to lead the world in the field today and in the future of these technologies that are human-centric technologies. And I think I mentioned it earlier on. Let me say it again. There is a blend of design and technology, and they go hand in hand to truly generate a global impact. So thank you very much, Bruno Martin and Alberto Sevega.
Grazie, un piacere. Allora, siamo quasi alla fine di questo lungo pomeriggio.
Okay, we're approaching the end of this long afternoon, but now we still have a couple of special addresses and then the last roundtable discussion with the scientists that we heard from the lectern earlier this morning. So now I'd like to ask Ludovico Diaz from NTT Data Italia to come to the stage and make his presentation. Thank you very much for being with us. Your presentation is about digital metamorphosis and accountability and how AI is changing our everyday life. You've got 10 minutes. Thank you very much. Well, in the next few minutes, I'll try to give you the perspective of something different, a company like NTT Data that's part of a multinational NTT. It's a Japanese telecommunications firm with revenues in the order of $100 billion and that spends a sizable portion of its revenues in R&D. And it took Japan in the forefront of the adoption of new technologies, followed by the rest of the world. At the Osaka Expo, not this one, but the 1971, NTT presented the first prototype of a cellular phone and of a video conferencing system. And that's a company that invented emoticons and emojis in 1999. And also, it's a company that has a Japanese heritage. So it has a mid to long-term view and mid to long-term investments. And it sees a social investment responsibility in the impact it has on people's everyday lives. So the mid to long-term view does not prevent us from adopting innovations for the benefit of our clients. And I'll just mention one example since I don't have much time. And it's what we did last year for Rome, a project we called Julia, a chatbot available to people, so citizens, locals, or tourists, 32 million people expected to be in Rome for the Jubilee, that provides information in real time and certified information on healthcare, transportation, hotels, museums, and etc. And we were able to do that. As far as we know, it's the first live producing solution of its kind. And it's also a solution that does not just use an LLM motor, but a data lake that certifies in real time the data that it delivers. So when someone asks for an ambulance in real time, they get an answer and know how long they'll have to wait. So essentially, we're talking about solutions that are not just in the lab, but in the field with benefits for companies, the companies we work for, and for society in general. So we're using AI not to replace, but to enhance, not to divide, but to include, not to consume, but to regenerate economic value. So responsible use of technology doesn't just mean being inclusive and bias less, but our Japanese DNA very much helps us do things the right way, because the future says that technological infrastructure, current infrastructures, are not sustainable as they are from the economic standpoint or energy or even the environmental standpoint, meaning that if all the digital solutions that people are talking about and all the potential that AI is promising were to fall or to be made available to people everywhere, the energy available today in the planet would not be sufficient. And therefore, we would have to decide whether to deliver energy to our data centers or to people's homes or to industry. And that's why NTT, back in 2020, rolled out an initiative called ION, Innovative Optical Wireless Network, whose goal is to go from a technological architecture today essentially electronic in nature, based on electrons, to one based on photons. Because electrons have a mass, as you know, and therefore transporting them requires energy, whereas and generates heat, which in turn requires more energy to be dissipated. Whereas the technology we develop and are developing uses photonics, not just as happens today within fiber optic networks, but also within data centers, within motherboards and processors. And this will make it possible to reduce by 2 orders of magnitude the consumption of energy. Hence, energy consumption will be 1/100th of what it is at present, and will also reduce by an order of magnitude the latency in producing benefits for telemedicine, covering vast distances, or for running a car or a robot with a latency of 0. And Italy will be able to test all of these solutions in the very short term, because we recently announced, and I'm very pleased to say it again here, we announced an investment for the creation of a data center in Italy. NTT is one of the leading managers and producers of data centers worldwide. About 1/3 of all data centers were built and managed by NTT Data. We have about 160 worldwide, and so far we did not have a data center in Italy, and we've just finished the acquisition of a plot of land near Milan, where we will be building, over the next 3 to 5 years, we'll be building a data center. It'll all depend on the red tape and so on, but we'll be building our first data center in Italy. It will have an energy capacity of 130 megawatts, so basically more than twice as much as the current data centers, the biggest data centers operating in Italy, and it will host AI solutions, high-performance computing, quantum computing, and all this for companies and for public administrations. So essentially the challenge we see before us is on 3 levels. To see these developments as an opportunity and not a risk, to steer it responsibly with a solid, robust infrastructure, and generate positive impacts for everyone, citizens and administrations alike. Thank you very much, Mr. Diaz.
E allora, manca...
Right, one more contribution and then the round table with our top scientists. I will then leave the moderation to Paola Catapano. But quickly, a one-to-one interview with Alberto Boffelli, Chief Corporate Officer of FiberCop.
Benvenuto. Allora, dunque.
Right. This meeting is, this interview has a title, FiberCop, Enabler of the Country Digitalization. Perhaps, can you share with us a couple of words on what is FiberCop and what does it mean to be an enabler for a country? Good evening, everyone, for starters. Today has been extremely interesting, and being the last speech and coming after the Meta wearable is tough. Oh, mind you, there is still a great panel with our scientist colleagues. Anyway, it's not easy to come at the end of the day. So, what does it mean to be an enabler? You know, there are no solutions, there is no calculation, there is nothing unless you have a digital infrastructure. Now, FiberCop is in charge of providing precisely that to Italy. It was set up on the 1st of July 2024 as a wholesale operator in Europe. 4 billion sales, 18,000 employees in Italy. Our goal is to provide a platform for an inclusive, efficient, and ubiquitous digital network that can cover all of Italy. The size of the digital network is over 26,000 kilometers of fiber, optic fiber, and we will reach an extra 2 million buildings. We will get to 2026 to complete our resiliency plan with a total of 20 million buildings connected to the fiber optic. But now, we said that FiberCop combines tradition and innovation. What does it mean? The telco world in Italy is really a center of excellence, and it's been the heart of innovation. FiberCop is a spin-off from Telecom. We had most patents than any company in Italy, and we created the infrastructure, the technological infrastructure. So we have the responsibility to build on this massive technology heritage and to set the new frontier for innovation. Starting from a copper network and switch to optic fiber means making a system more effective. We use more than 1 terawatt, 1.5 terawatts of energy. Once we switch to optic fiber, we will save 50% of energy, which means more efficiency. And just to give you a few numbers, moving from a copper wire to optic fiber means to use much more band capacity, more speed, and so in a more ubiquitous network. So you are on the front line to counter the digital divide. Correct, yes. Italy has been divided into black, grey and white areas. In the white areas, the digital divide is a big challenge. But as we've seen today in Chernobyl, technology can only occur where there is infrastructure. So our priority lies in connecting Italy. Question. I'm asking the technicians or the coordinators, can you make sure that Paola Catapano, is ready to step on the podium? Because we have 6 minutes left. Okay, perfect. She was wearing the microphone. Excellent. Excuse me for this digression. You told us a lot already. The rollout of fiber is one of the goals of the National Resilience and Recovery Plan. How did you structure it, and what are your priorities? Well, of course, we want to take the fiber to buildings where there are tenants or owned actively used, basically. We have a fleet of cars that patrols Italy to basically make sure we roll out in a smart way. So, of course, we bring the fiber to places where households live. So that is one criterion for bringing the fiber. Second point is to make sure we achieve the National Resilience and Recovery Plan objectives, and we're perfectly on track. This also means that we need to bring about cutting-edge technology. We want to use the micro-trench technology so that we can disrupt as little as possible the road networks. So basically, you guarantee minimally invasive solutions. Yes, that's correct, because rolling out fiber is a bit disruptive. People come across constant building sites. With this micro-trench method, we only need to cut the tarred roads for a few centimeters, and so it's pretty easy, if you will. We increase the efficiency of the systems, of course, as being an enabler, and we also assessed our social and environmental sustainability with the SBTi program, and we also are planning to use photovoltaic panels on our central or command centers, control centers, excuse me. As of 2030, we will produce our own energy. So ultimately, we will have a sustainable and ubiquitous network. Sustainability is a vision that truly is pervasive. Solar panels that make things work are away from the cable, but still they contribute to the overarching goal. Yes, absolutely. With optic fiber, messages travel with electric power impulses, and so we do need electricity. And if you can generate green energy from solar panels, it is even better. We have 2 minutes left. One last question. After you've rolled out fiber, what is going to happen? Well, we still are hard at work. 2 million of new users per year to get to 20 million in 2027. Next, our DNA is really the logistics of data, moving data in a safe way. On top of that, there will be an extra layer. So management and logistics of data. It's not just data exchange, but it's also computing, which is part and parcel of the solution. So we really want to integrate what we do with the telco cloud. So using our massive infrastructure with 14,000 control centers, we will be able to provide proximity solutions to where data are generated. So we guarantee fast connection, good latency times, but we also manage data locally for our customers. And let me add, we are going to power all of that with renewables. So really are exceeding yourselves. We tried to use the resources that technology transition from copper to fiber has freed up. So we freed up terawatts of electric power and hence the capacity of our people. 18,000 people all over Italy is quite a distinctive trait. That means we can provide proximity services, and we want to build on that. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Allora, mentre mi perdo il
So I will take off my mic and call Paola Catapano up to the stage. She'll be moderating our last panel discussion. So I'll hand it over to you. And we're bringing together our scientists to talk about emerging technologies and fundamental physics, to emphasize this almost invisible bridge, but actual link between the things we've heard about today, black holes, gravitational waves and so on, they seem so far away from our everyday lives, and yet these are revolutions that have changed our lives culturally and socially. And so we don't have much time left, but we'll make the most of it. Yes, we've heard about pure scientific research, and now you're taking us from the lab to real life. Also following Professor Moschella's presentation today. He'll be with us a bit later on to conclude with a few pearls of wisdom. Thank you so much. Let me hand over to you. Yes, so now I'd like to invite up to the stage our extraordinary discussants. So again, first and foremost, Professor Gerardus Hooft, Nobel Prize winner in physics for understanding
of theoretical physics at the University of Utrecht. Please take a seat. And col professor Hooft io parlerò in inglese, ma c'è la simultanea per chi non fosse.
I will be speaking English, but there's the Italian translation. I am honored to invite here Marc Mézard. He currently is professor at the Bocconi. He's a statistical physicist, winner of 3 Physicists' Prize, and ex-director of École Normale Supérieure. And he also is one of the most influential voices of contemporary science when it comes to AI. Next.
Gian Giudice, Director of the Department of Theoretical Physics at CERN, and also a member of the Accademia dei Lincei, and an outstanding speaker and writer of best-selling books. Thibaut Damour, an expert in gravitational waves and black holes, Albert Einstein Prize, Dirac Medal and Medaille d'Or, an excellent speaker of Italian. I believe he'll be speaking in English, and I'll be asking him questions in Italian. And last but not least, Maria Felicia De Laurentiis, theoretical astrophysics, professor of astronomy and astrophysics at the University of Naples. And Luciano Maiani, former general manager of CERN, former president of the Department of Nuclear Physics, and also the Dirac Medal winner for a very important paper on theoretical physics that predicted the existence of the charm quark, as we call it.
Because we discussed a bit in preparation of this presentation, I was very much struck by something you wrote to me. In my field, the connection between theories of fundamental physics and emergent technologies is weak, to put it mildly. And also you spoke a lot about AI. So I would like from you just share your thought with everybody today on this subject. And for you, I prepared, I needed a clicker actually, but maybe you could send the next slide. I prepared a slide with a quote that just disproves a bit what you said. This is a quote by Faraday, who, after making fundamental discoveries that led to the use of electricity in every house at the end of the 18th century, was asked by the Minister of the Treasury of the UK, of the United Kingdom today, the Kingdom of England, who said, "What is the use of your experiment?" And Faraday answered, "Well, one day you will be able to tax it," without even knowing himself that this would be electricity, but...
Exactly, this is a well-known quote. And it is also very important to notice how progress takes place in technology, in science, in all our activities, and how this progress is essential for the future of mankind. So we want to continue this way. Now, I was also thinking a lot about AI, artificial intelligence, and my greatest mystery that for me that I don't understand is what takes it so long for the machine builders to make something intelligent, because what is so difficult about it? Then I developed a theorem about this which should explain this, but I'm not sure whether the theorem is correct or whether it works, but it looks like it's working pretty well. And that is, if I divide the world into a biological world where structures arise because of a mechanism called selection of the fittest. So animals have big ears if they need to listen, hear lots of things. They have big eyes and so on. And some animals have wings and some don't. And it all comes up by natural selection. But my theorem is this, that if you compare something that was made by man after having studied and understood all the science, will be orders of magnitude better than the things that biological systems could arrange by selection of the fittest. Think of flying. Once humans understood how to make an airplane, in the beginning it took decades for people to build an airplane that could be powered by a human being. And it didn't work. But finally, when it worked, humans quickly outperformed the animal world by a big margin. That is for flying, but it's also for seeing. The best telescopes now made by men will outsmart or outperform the telescopes in any biological system. I think the same holds for intelligence. Intelligence made by man will outperform the human intelligence that biological processes produce in our minds. Our minds have some intelligence, but that was a biological effect, so it grew very slowly. But once we understand the science, it will grow very fast. So an outcome of this theorem is then that apparently we don't understand intelligence. So that's my bottom line. There's still something missing. And I can imagine many things that are missing in our intelligence. But again, it's very hard to beat nature here, but it should be possible.
Thank you for this very good start of a discussion. We will follow up with Professor Mesar, who is an expert in AI on this, but in the meantime, I have prepared some slides for Professor Maiani. We have here a touch screen that was used at CERN and developed at CERN in the 70s to operate the superproton synchrotron. At the time was the largest accelerator of the laboratory, 7-kilometer circumference compared to the 27 of today, but it worked entirely with touches. When iPhone, Apple didn't even exist, another incredible development from CERN, the web, created by a physicist, 28-year-old Tim Berners-Lee, with that paper that was very special. Not many people could understand him, but he changed the world with his invention that he did for physics, but it left the laboratory. And last but not least, the LHC computing grid. Now, this lab was created, and its mission today is still fundamental knowledge, understanding the tiniest blocks of matter, the forces that make the universe work. How can you explain that these incredible transformative discoveries come out of fundamental research?
The difficulty of fundamental physics is to have the tools that perform enough so that you can obtain your scope. For instance, with LEP, there was the difficulty of organizing very large collaborations, and that led to a new way to communicate between people, which is the World Wide Web.
Much more efficient.
And we know now that the World Wide Web can be used for many other things, and has become an element of our life. Another thing came with the LHC, which was a machine which produced an enormous amount of data. And there was the problem to deal with this data, to organize them and to distribute between the community so that we could understand what was going on. And that at the time it was developed a new concept which we call the grid data system, which consisted in sending the data to a common place from which it could be distributed to the various collaborations, etc. And that was done all over the world, because there were group collaborators which are, for instance, in Latin America, in Brazil, etc. The data grid was a really new development, and it evolved then later in what we now call the cloud. The cloud is something everybody is used, is a storage of enormous amount of data. You can put your photos into the cloud, or you can ask the cloud information that would never be contained in your personal computer. In fact, there was an interesting book at the time of the data grid which said that with this concept, the housewife could have enough data to buy actions on the market. And
shares,
that would never be in your personal computer. And I think that this idea of the cloud has diffused all over the world. We use it. I put my photos and my text, etc., in the cloud regularly. And it's one of the possible outcome of fundamental physics. So fundamental physics is very difficult, and we have to develop new ideas to cope with it. And these new ideas have, most of the time, very nice applications in the real life of everybody.
Benissimo, ti ho fatto parlare in inglese, Luciano. Adesso, sì, va.
Okay, Luciano, I made you speak English, but that's fine. No problem. Let's go back to Italian now. And
fundamental physics.
Exactly. Tempore latino.
Absolutely. So let's go back to a few concepts that have come out with Marc Mézard, and talking about the enormous amount of data produced by the collision, by the HCR databytes, immense amounts of data. And how can artificial intelligence help science that, in fact, generated it? And how can artificial intelligence help science in general? And it's a somewhat provocative question from Gerhard Toft on artificial intelligence. Well, yes, I agree with Gerhard on one thing. We really don't understand AI. It is a challenge to understand intelligence of any kind. It's a huge challenge for science in the future. But going back to your question, I would say that there are two major directions in which AI can go and be useful. One is the canny way to find correlations between data, between in large databases, looking for correlations that may be concealed in particle physics, for example, or protein sequencing, for example. If you want to understand the form of a protein, then there are correlations that are quite subtle, and sometimes we don't. I can't manage it manually, but artificial intelligence and machine learning can show us how. With the transformers, the famous transformers, that are structures used in large language models that allow you to find hidden correlations. So that's the first use case. And the second is exploring vast spaces, vast amounts of space. For example, in the game Go, as I was saying this morning, at one point, a way was found to train the Go to play games with humans, and they were found to be the best players of Go, and ways of playing Go were discovered that are hidden, that you put this little stone here and it seems bizarre. And it didn't seem to have learnt it from anyone over the course of 4,000 years that people have been playing Go. Nobody had ever seen the likes of it. And from the mathematical standpoint, it's likely that the number of Go games that are possible is huge, and we've only explored a very, very small percentage of them. And the same goes for mathematics. If you think about it, the number of mathematical demonstrations that you can come up with is enormous, and we've only explored a very tiny portion of that. And, it's always being on the shoulders of giants. starting with the discoveries of our predecessors and then moving a step beyond them. And that's what we do in science. So I'm convinced that for mathematics, at least, the use of AI will enable us to explore pathways in mathematics that have never been seen before. So I think that we're about to see a new way of using and leveraging mathematics. The question may be, will the same go for theoretical physics? I think this is a rather more complicated question because maths is a closed system in terms of language and the axioms and the moves are all well defined in maths. In theoretical physics, the rules of the game are less well defined, and then you've got experimental data that needs to be absorbed, and it takes longer to find applications. But I'm sure we will sooner or later. Thank you.
Porta da Gian Giudice.
That brings me to Gian Giudice. Let's talk about the boson-Higgs question. In the past, we saw some formulas that changed the world. Maxwell, the electrodynamic laws in 1860, a few years later, the discovery of electron, and then all of a sudden, the world stops using fire and candles and the likes, and from these two discoveries, one a formula and one a practical discovery, everything changes. The world changes. Electrical power was born, then the radio, television sets, etc. And then the physics revolution. After electronics, with the Higgs boson discovery, can we expect the era of bosonics? Allow me for this term, I'm not even sure that it exists. I guess the comparison is correct. When electromagnetism was initially discovered, nobody could have thought of electronics as we see it today. But as you said, Faraday said, no, I don't know what the practical applications can be, but one day you will tax them, which means that there will be an impact on society. Faraday said something like that because he understood that when mankind is faced with fundamental scientific questions, the likelihood to have a massive impact, not only in terms of knowledge, but also in terms of practical applications, is something else. And this is precisely what we are seeing today. Let me answer. I don't know whether there will ever be bosotronics or bosonics, but what I know is that we are faced with fundamental scientific questions. And it is very likely that the transformations we will see will not only have an impact on the physicist's knowledge, but they will go above and beyond. The point is that today, to develop fundamental science projects, you need sophisticated programs, and they require technology to overcome frontiers. Fundamental physics has this pull effect of pushing beyond frontiers. For the future machine we want to realize at CERN, the technology is not even there. And we are betting on the fact that technology will push things beyond frontiers. So it's like you need to define the needs, your technology needs. The example you made earlier with the World Wide Web is very fitting, because the World Wide Web did not require knowledge in the terms of the particle physics. That was irrelevant, for that purpose. But the role of the physics of particles was to really drive this technology, because physicists had needs that didn't exist in our society. And so basically, they needed to develop a technology to satisfy the physicists' need, and then it had quite a disruptive impact.
So, always starting point, Gerhard Hooft. He also said, talking about AI, the engineers who made it need to burn nuclear reactors to generate the most basic intelligence that they can display, while we humans seem to need hardly more than a good breakfast. So in your case, your personal contribution to the discovery of the gravitational waves, black hole theory, what was more useful? A supercomputer or simply a piece of chalk and a blackboard like this one?
In my case, yeah, a piece of chalk and a blackboard, but the piece of chalk and the blackboard were essential to have discussions in general with people, because there is this mysterious thing that when you have several people who have different background, they know different things, and they start discussing in real time. With chalk, then new ideas pop up. And even today, to have the best understanding of what happens when two black holes go around, merge, physical ideas, the intuitions, simple equations, sometimes more complicated equations, sometimes with the help of supercomputers for checking something and getting a precise answer is useful. But I hope, like Mark, that in the future, AI and large language models could discover new structures. There has been a recent work a few months ago where in a very high order perturbative computation of scattering amplitudes, large language models could discover new structures, new symmetries that were hidden. So we are not yet there, but maybe one day, because otherwise it's striking that, for instance, the idea of black holes, although this was invented by human minds, it took 50 years for human minds to understand what was there. If one day AI can say, here's a new concept that you have not seen yet, then that will be very interesting.
And I really hope it's going to happen. Parlando di buchi neri, ovviamente...
So talking about black holes, I will talk to Maria Felicia De Laurentiis, and let's go back to talking about black holes. And you very clearly explained how they were discovered and partnerships and so on. I was quite impressed by what you said, but what was the greatest difficulty in creating a telescope as big as the Earth, putting together so many telescopes, and it's all extremely complex? How did you manage the enormous amount of data that you then used to take that photo? 55 million years. I could barely imagine. There it is. That's well, obviously the first problem was connecting the radio telescopes, because they needed to have a certain type of quality. I mean, they had to be very high up, where the atmosphere is clearer and more rarefied. And secondly, they had to be synchronized, because all of these radio telescopes are found in different places in the world, and they have to be able to work as one radio telescope. So they have to simulate a gigantic telescope. And what did we do? We had to take every one telescope and mount high precision clocks on them to avoid errors, macroscopic errors, because each radio telescope individually acquires the data, and that was another problem. So you had to connect the data on hard disks, and that's another big problem. We had to transmit the data that was collected, and the normal internet lines were not enough, were not sufficient, because we're talking about petabytes. So 5 petabytes of data, which, I mean, if you want to quantify that, is 5,000 recordings, MP3 recordings, over 50,000 years of recordings, of MP3 recordings. So we haven't yet come up with a solution, quote unquote, to process and to transport the data at high speed, so we had to put them on hard disks and physically carry them put them on planes and take them to the locations where the data was then converted and processed and managed. So even the actual data processing itself, the calibration, is a complex thing. It seems easy to make a picture from this data. People think it's easy, but in fact, you need to build algorithms, special algorithms, enabling or that are sensitive enough to all the details to take the radio waves and create the real image. And there are still many, many challenges lying ahead of us. So I think we have less than 3 minutes. So I shall conclude our panel discussion here. We've looked at some of the difficulties that exist on our path, but progress is being made in technology, mathematical modeling, and mathematical instruments towards achieving the goal of photographing, taking these photographs or discovering another Higgs boson. So now let us conclude with Professor Ugo Moschella, who came up with the idea of this panel discussion, invited us all to take the floor. Thank you very much. You have 2 minutes, a bit more than 2 minutes. Okay, I'd like to make a couple of comments to conclude today's proceedings, and they came to me as I was listening to you. Now, the first point I'd like to make is I remember that at the end of his life, Schrödinger wrote a book called The Nature and Greeks. Now, the person who invented quantum mechanics, why was he thinking along these lines? Well, the presocrats were the ones who first said that nature can be understood and can be understood based on certain basic elements. And the arche was water. He wasn't far from the truth because everything is made of water. Hydrogen is 75% made, which is similar to us, and he wasn't far off the mark. So why did Schrödinger refer to Thales of Miletus? Can we do without our imagination, human imagination? I mean, can we talk about black holes without imagining what they are? Perhaps, but what we can't do is acknowledge that reality is comprehensible. It must be comprehensible and explainable in terms of a mathematical discourse. So that's something we cannot do without. This is certainly something we cannot do without. But then I'd like to tell you a funny story, as it were, to conclude. We've seen that major discoveries were made in 1972 at CERN. The touchscreen was invented there. The web came from CERN. Many things came from CERN. And perhaps CERN can be criticized for making other people wealthy thanks to their discoveries, but not CERN. CERN is available to everyone. So again, I'm going back to Thales of Miletus. Aristotle recounts an episode in the life of Thales, which is this. He rebuked Thales for being poor, concluding that philosophy was worthless. Now, Thales was an expert in things of the heavens, and one year he understood that there would be a great crop, and he said it would be a good year for olives, and he bought up all the olive presses. And then when it came time to pick the olives, there were no more presses available, and Thales made a bucket of money because he bought them all just when they were needed. So the point was that he could have been wealthy when he wanted to, but he had different interests. Well, thank you very much, Ugo Moschella. Thank you to all of our panelists. Thank you to all of our discussants today. And I'll give the floor back to Alessio.
Andiamo via anche tutti noi.
Restituitemelo. Grazie. Allora, noi ci siamo.
Very well. Just one final point. A video message from Mr. Urso, the Ministry of Made in Italy and Entrepreneurship. It's a quick video message, after which that will be the end for today. I would like to thank Chair Franceschetti and Undersecretary Alessio Butti for this kind invitation. I apologize for not being with you because of institutional commitments. We are about to pass the finance law. ComoLake is a key platform of dialogue between the research, the professionals, public entities, and entrepreneurs, all meeting here to look into the digital transformation. This is a major challenge for everyone, including our companies. Italy has been the first country in Europe to pass a national law which is fully aligned with the EU regulation, which we actually contributed to draw up in this very room when we met with Bruno Le Maire, Ministry of France, and ABEC, the then ministry, to provide guidance to the EU Commission. This national act regulates, governs this context with principles, legislative power delegation. Undersecretary Butti followed up this proceeding in the Parliament. This law places at the center an anthropocentric use of AI. And special emphasis is placed on accessibility, security, and privacy protection. We are the homeland of Leonardo, and the Vitruvius man, which symbolizes everything that is made in Italy, is also the epitome of technology. So man takes center stage for everything, as depicted by Leonardo. Moreover, in addition to further technology and digital innovation, we put forward a grant for startups and companies to support technology transfer and the development of strategic supply chains to encourage the competitiveness of our company. Thanks to the National Recovery and Resilience Plan, we are building a solid, competitive industrial setting to make the most of quantum technologies and also promoting research development. And so that basically is the backdrop for the technology, the quantum technologies that our ministry is currently working on. We're also working with our Prime Minister and research institutes. We are really focusing on cutting-edge technology to strengthen our supply chains. The growth of digitalization can only take place provided there are the right infrastructure. I mean, for instance, data centers. We need to make an effort to make Italy more attractive. The competitiveness index has recently been presented in Cernobbio during the Ambrosetti meeting. It turned out that Italy improved its ranking. It went up 7 positions during the Meloni government when it comes to attractiveness. In 2022, we ranked 23rd. Today, we rank 16th. So against the trend that is actually underway, that is currently underway in many EU countries. This is shown by the increase of foreign investment in our country. In 2024, we hit a record 35 billion euros of FDI in Greenfield, much more than other major players obtained. Our mission for the attraction of foreign direct investment estimated 30 billion in terms of manifestation of interest for the creation of new data centers, with a direct impact on employment worth 15,000 new jobs. Most of these jobs are located in Lombardy. That is normal, of course, but we need to be able to bring on board also other companies, other regions of Italy. Our ministry has set up a network of foundations and research institutes, such as, for instance, the A4 Industry Turin. During the recent Asso Lombarda meeting, signed a cooperation agreement, and it will do the same with other major.
In Lombardy, we also created the Chipsit Foundation in Pavia, also a technology hub in Siena, a technology hub for the environmental transition in Taranto, in Genoa as well. And in reality, the model is being driven. It has become operational, thanks also to the Cineta in Bologna, where we also have one of the most powerful computers in the world. And together with the Da Vinci in Genoa and the BC6 in Pavia, these are three supercomputers amongst the fastest in the world. And all of this enables Italy to take a prominent role on the international stage in the field of supercalculating, supercomputing, and also paving the way for our role in quantum technology. And we're able to stand shoulder to shoulder with our European peers, but unlike our neighbors, we submitted a comprehensive proposal with all the various players, and we're hoping to host one of the biggest computing centers in Europe, and in a few months' time, we'll know if we've won the contract. We hope we will. And right from the very beginning of this legislature, we have strengthened our national and European resources in this field, and we've allocated 330 million euros to this effort, in addition to the skills and abilities that we have in Industry 4.0, and we have selected a number of digital innovation hubs that have been classified as outstanding by the European Commission, as well as 6 national hubs for innovation fostered by some of the most important trade associations. And we are working with Confindustria on an ongoing basis with a view to developing a tool that we can use national resources for to incentivize and support in our previous projects to which sizable budgets have been allocated, and we're striving next year to allocate resources and tools in this budget to continue the drive towards investment and innovation for industry in order to overcome the challenges of the dual green and innovation challenges. Over the past year, we have seen certain industries like ceramics and others that are highly energy intensive and truly need such developments. I believe that if we start from these very sound base foundations, we'll be able to reach considerable major targets in Italy, our country, which is truly making a way for itself thanks to its stable and reliable government that is pragmatic, accountable, and credible. We have a government that can provide continuity as never before amongst the G7 countries, like none of our European neighbours, thanks to a resilient manufacturing system, a strong manufacturing system that is truly one of a kind in its ability to reconcile culture and innovation, thanks also to the support of its research. So keep up the very good work and thank you.
Allora, rieccoci qui in diretta, io riprendo la linea sostanzialmente soltanto
Back to me to say thanks once again to Minister Adolfo Urso for his recorded message, and we'll see you again tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock for day 2 of the Digital Innovation Forum. Thank you and see you tomorrow.